Candace?
Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can we get an acknowledgement of certificate of posting, please?
Also move.
Okay. All in favor, say, oh, second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, you have 5-0 on that one. Okay, so this is a special meeting, not a regular meeting. It is our retreat. Let's go ahead and, do we have any presentations, recognitions of any sort?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. Board announcements. Any supervisor want to make any announcement this morning?
Madam Chair, this is, there's no.
Oh, I'm looking at my copy of the agenda, so, my bad. All right, let's go on to then the first regular item then, public comment. There's no public comment on this one here?
No, this
All
is
right.
this is a board retreat, so I'll go ahead and take it from here, if that's okay with you.
It's yours, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to do opening remarks and just be quickly kind of a brief with regards to this. Typically, I just wanted to share this with the board. A lot of you are new. Since I've been on board for the last 10 years, we have been doing a board retreat, and typically we do a retreat off-site. We don't do it in the board chambers. And unfortunately with COVID and us trying to organize a setting, most of the locations were not allowing that, obviously because of COVID at the time. So we decided to do is just have it in the chambers. But next year we will plan to have it off-site somewhere at a location within the county. And we try to make it somewhat relaxed. So next year maybe you don't have to wear ties and suits and have a little bit more of a relaxed setting. Try to be, just open-minded, brainstorm. This is a time to just really talk and share input and really look at this year's activities, what your board wants to do. And today, like normally, historically, we've actually done strategic plans during the retreat. We've actually invited the cities before to the retreat, some council members to partake and look at goals for the county under the county GIAS, and just to get input from the local jurisdiction. So just giving you a few examples of what we've done. And this year we have some great speakers. We're excited to have CSAC with us this morning. They're going to be helping us out with charter county and evaluating charter counties and general law counties. So we want to thank them for that, as well as we have Babs Kavanaugh and Davies Campbell to discuss good governance for boards and to look at what we can do in regards to that. So I think that'll be a fun conversation. It won't be in depth. It's just kind of a highlight, and then we'll probably be coming back to your board at a later date, spending a day and a half or 2 days in a similar fashion, more of a retreat kind of thing, and just discussing governance, creating a handbook, but she'll be able to highlight those things for your board. We'll also have our own staff discuss financial overview. As I mentioned, over the last few months, we will be having a presentation with regards to where we stand financially as a whole, and what we can do for larger projects for roads. So we're going to discuss that. We have a great GIS program that will be interactive, be able to highlight your district, go through it and look at the valuation of the PCI, as well as what the cost would be to address a road that you may be interested in fixing. So I think that's great, as well as K&N to discuss kind of our financial wherewithal with regards to some sort of funding, either through a COP, a general fund COP, or or some other avenue that we could use. So there's some great material here. Unfortunately, we actually had outlined in our presentation to have our lobbyist, Michelle, here today, and she worked on the presentation, item number 6, but unfortunately due to illness, she will not be here. So we an illness in her family. So we will be pulling this off and hearing this at another date. And item number 8 on our agenda, we may defer that to another date as well. So I just wanted to make sure your board is aware of that in advance. With regards to housekeeping, I did want to highlight and encourage us to take at least 5-minute breaks, preferably 2 10-minute breaks, and maybe a 15-minute lunch break. We have refreshments outside. Feel free to make yourself have some of that if you like for the public as well as the board. And I think that's all I have in opening remarks. So I appreciate all of you being present today. Thank you very much. I know you guys are really busy.
If I may, going back to item number 8, possibly being tabled, is that because of timeliness and depending on what time we?
It'll depend on timing.
Okay.
And timeliness, yes.
Okay.
So we may be able to cover it briefly and quickly, so we'll gauge that at the very end.
Okay, we just know that that's a very significant
Yeah.
issue for the county,
Yeah.
manpower, staffing, and so forth, and I just want to make sure that there's a
Yeah.
possibility of still hearing it.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I do
And
want to.
part of it too, we were gonna look at, having our lobbyist and looking at potential legislation and that. So with her not being here as well, that might be an issue. So we'll
Okay, we'll
talk.
kinda play it by ear.
We'll talk about that later, and if we have
Okay.
time, we can still talk about it internally. Barbara Thompson, County Council, and myself can talk to that as
Okay.
well.
And then I do want to extend an apology to Supervisor Hernandez and Supervisor Kozmicki. I had my March 22nd agenda on top, and so when I saw Peter Hernandez is doing the pledge, that was for Tuesday. So if you don't mind, on next Tuesday,
Well-
if Supervisor Kozmicki can do the pledge,
We'll switch
I
that.
apologize. That was my mistake. Okay, so then let's go on to number 1, and let's get this started.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, we'd like to invite up CSAC, our representatives there, Jeffrey, want to welcome you up. And if you don't mind, just saying a few words about yourself and maybe your years of experience there. And he has a wealth of knowledge. He's our go-to person. I know our analysts call him frequently to discuss items that we may have questions on. And they're very receptive, very helpful, and we're very grateful to have you here today to talk about charter counties. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks for having us today. Really appreciate the invitation. It's always good to talk to you, Ray, and that Dulce does call us from time to time to hear about what's going on. But really pleased to be here today and to be here in the chambers. We've been cooped up for the last couple of years. We've gone out to our to our annual meeting. It was in Monterey this year, or I guess last year at this point, the most recent one. But this is the first real county visit I've done since March 2020. So really pleased to be here. It's great to be back on the road and seeing county supervisors in their homes instead of at our event. So thanks so much for bringing us. I also have with me here today Danielle Bradley. She joined CSAC a little more recently. I've been at CSAC almost 16 years at this point. She's been here about 8 months, so a little less experience with counties, but we've been going over a lot of this material. She comes from the office of a state senator, Senator McGuire, who was the chair of the Governance and Finance Committee in the Senate, and so comes with a lot of that knowledge. Worked a lot with the counties in his district up on the North Coast. So we have some information about the difference between charter counties and general law counties, what counties, what powers and flexibilities charter counties have compared to general law counties. And so I think we're going to start with Danielle. She's going to go over what's in the Constitution, what's in statute, how charters get started, and then she'll pass it over to me, and I'll talk a little bit more about sort of some of the court cases around it and some of the finer details about how to distinguish between the two, and again, what they can and can't do. So, Danielle, come on up.
And thank you again, as Jeff said, I started about 8 months ago, so this is my first time in this role in person at a Board of Supervisors meeting, and so very pleased to be here, and thank you very much. Let's see, I don't have to cast it, do I? Okay, perfect. Okay, so just a little bit about CSAC. We represent all 58 counties. We represent the interests of all counties before state and federal government. But we also provide a lot of educational opportunities and outreach. The CSAC Institute, I highly recommend everyone look into it. Great courses, both for supervisors, but also for staff. And I'm actually excited. I'm going to be taking my first CSAC Institute course here next month. So, and then we also partner with the Finance Corporation, which I won't get into today, but offers a number of financial benefits for counties and services. So, as Jeff said, we'll be primarily talking about charter counties today. There are 14 charter counties in California, the oldest being LA, and the newest being Orange County, and of course San Francisco is both a charter city and county. Let's see here, you can see Orange, the most recent, was in 2002, and that was after a vacancy. The voters decided to enact a charter so that the governor no longer replaced the vacancy. And it went to the voters instead. So the charter process primarily lives in government code in addition to the Constitution. The Board of Supervisors can start the proceedings for a charter, or it can go to, or it can be initiated by the voters through an initiative. If the voters decide that they would like a charter enacted, 15 candidates, or 15 charter commissioners are then selected by the voters, and they are the ones who prepare and put together the charter for the county. At least 8 of the commissioners must sign on to the charter before it goes back to the voters for completion, and then if approved by the voters, it is filed in official statute and with the Secretary of State.
Quick question, Madam Chair. Sorry to interrupt so quick. What do you mean by sign on, ma'am?
So they have to approve it. So basically, if they don't have a consensus with at least the majority of the charter commissioners, it can't go on to the voters.
Of the charter.
Of the charter commission. Yeah, no, I'm sorry, of the general election, or the general special election of the voters. But before it can go to be voted on, it must get at least 8 signatures of the 15 commissioners.
So it's like a referendum, basically.
Do you want to jump in?
So there's 2 ways that a charter can get on the ballot. Either the Board of Supervisors can propose a charter, or if it's by initiative, you can't propose a whole charter by initiative. So an initiative can say, do we want to have a charter, yes or no? Mm-hmm. And if the answer is yes, then on that same ballot, they elect a charter commission of 15 people. And so then that charter commission has a duty to write a charter and put it on they can't choose not to. But it's basically just, they have at least a majority of those 15 have to vote to put it on the ballot. You can't have, different bodies under law. You can't have a majority of those present and voting, for example. Like if only 3 of you are here, you can't pass something with 2 votes, right? So the same thing for a charter commission. It has to be a majority of the whole body to get it on the ballot, if you go that route.
Okay.
No, thank you. That helped explain further. So as I said, in addition to government code, charter authority lays within the California Constitution. We're primarily focused on sections 3 and 4 of Article 11. Section 3 gives counties and cities charter authority, but really section 4 says what can and must be in a county charter, and then section 5 discusses city charters, which Jeff will discuss some of the differences and nuances between city and charter authority, because it does differ.
Can we get that info sheet?
It's on PowerPoint.
It's just a PowerPoint, but you have a section.
Oh, yeah, we can, I have copies, but I can also send the text of the government code and the constitutional sections to staff.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, as Jeff mentioned, majority vote, counties and cities may adopt, amend, revise, repeal, charters with a majority vote, of the governing body. And once adopted, as I said, they're filed with the Secretary of State and do become actual state statute. They supersede inconsistent laws where allowed, which is pretty important, and Jeff will go into the nuances a little bit later in the presentation, but it has been limited in scope and where county charters supersede, and they have the full force of essentially like legislative enactments, so when bills are passed by the legislature.
So what you're saying is there are some laws that are inconsistent that they still have to enforce.
Yes. Yes.
So they could be counter to the Constitution, contrary to the national Constitution. Then
No, the U.S. Constitution is still binding.
Jeffrey, can you go to the microphone? Sorry.
And if I may, before you answer, can we let them finish their presentation? I know that this was on the, I know it was on the agenda because you have an interest in it, Supervisor Hernandez, but let them get there and maybe write down your questions, because you have some good ones, but I want to be able to hear it unencumbered.
Thank you. And that point in particular is one we'll spend some time on later in the presentation as well.
okay.
So as we discussed earlier, charter can be proposed by Board of Commissioners or the Charter Commission, and then an election to elect and adopt or revise a charter it can be required by the Board of Supervisors or by an initiative. And if there are conflicting measures, those with for a charter on the ballot, those with the highest affirmative vote will prevail. So if there are conflicting charters on the ballot, whichever receives the most vote will ultimately be enacted. So what counties must actually provide for within their charters, primarily personnel and administrative issues. So it lays out what elected officers must be, 5 or more supervisors, an elected sheriff, elected district attorney, elected assessor, and then other elected or appointed officers to perform the duties of counties under statute. So yeah, county charters provide for compensation, performance of job functions, appointments, filling vacancies, which is, like I said, with Orange County, that is a popular reason why a charter is enacted, allowing the voters to fill vacancies as opposed to a appointment by the governor. So once a charter is approved, this is the section that Jeff will get a little bit more into later, but once again, the general laws adopted by the legislature and the above provisions, so essentially, appointments, compensation, consolidated elections, filling vacancies, those provisions supersede laws adopted by the legislature. And then if a charter fails to provide for all the matters as required, then general law shall govern. And this comes from back to Orange County. They had a charter that was really limited in scope originally, primarily for filling vacancies, and there was challenges saying essentially it didn't cover all of what was required, and so the courts ruled that in those cases, that when the charter doesn't explicitly provide for it, that is when general law is steps in. And I will let my colleague Jeff take over now.
Thanks, Danielle. The original Orange County Charter is actually kind of amusing because I think it's literally 2 sentences long. You think of a charter or a state constitution being lengthy and going into all sorts of details about all the things that matter. And the original Orange County, it's longer now, they've amended it, but the original Orange County Charter, it's about that long on a piece of paper. It really just said, if there's a vacancy on the Board of Supervisors, we're gonna have an election for it instead of being appointed by the governor. And so it was taken to court because, as Danielle just went into, there are all those things that says a county charter must provide for all of these things. And somebody challenged the Orange County one saying it didn't provide for any of those things. And the court found, hey, voters, we put a lot of stock in California in what the voters have said one way or the other. And in this case, they said they wanted a charter. So we're gonna say no, as long as it doesn't conflict, the general laws will govern all those things that are kind of supposed to be in a charter. But I do want to get into the difference, some of the limits on a county charter ability and the difference between a charter city and a charter county. Charter cities have authority in their charter to govern everything that's considered municipal affairs. And so within those municipal affairs, and I would say that the definition or what counts as a municipal affair as opposed to a matter of statewide concern has been narrowing over the last few years, certainly a few decades, I think, as well. But a city charter can actually supersede state laws on anything where it's a municipal affair as opposed to an issue of statewide concern. So if you look in a lot of bills in the state legislature these days, maybe, for example, on some of the land use bills that have gotten a lot of debate around them in recent years, you'll see that it says at the bottom, the legislature finds and declares that this is a matter of statewide concern, and they're specifically trying to override any pieces of city charters that might be in conflict with it. Whereas the court has found in this case, Dibb versus County of San Diego, that for county charters, they do not have in the Constitution that same grant of authority where their charter can govern municipal affairs in a way that supersedes state law. And so, that part that Danielle pointed out where it said it supersedes state law in pursuance of the above provisions specifically. It's not on all things that are municipal affairs of the county. It's specifically on the things that the Constitution was talking about need to be in county charters. So what charters do give counties is more control over the structure and the operation of the county government itself. And so that's what all the things that it was saying in Article 11, Section 4 were. It was all about the structure of the government. So it's how many people do you want on the Board of Supervisors? What's the method of their election? Who else is elected in the county? How much are employees paid? What are the terms of employment? What's the compensation for employment? And so, as Dibb said, that there isn't this municipal affairs piece. And in fact, it even points out in this court case, on one of the slides Danielle presented, it said that one of the things that the county charter must cover are the provision of state services. And Dibb versus the court in this case pointed to that and said, not only does it not say municipal affairs, that municipal affairs section that city charters have, it even specifically points out that the county charter needs to provide for how the county is going to carry out the state laws, or the things that state law says they have to do. So separate from charters, but just related to county authority specifically, counties, so a city, one way of thinking about it, we call it incorporated areas, right? A city is an incorporated area, not parts of the county that aren't in cities are unincorporated. You can kind of think of them as a corporation, right? A corporation is, they're not really, don't go too far with that analogy, but a corporation can do things. They can just kind of do whatever they want within the bounds of the law, right? counties, so cities are sort of municipal corporations. They can kind of do whatever they want as long as it's not opposed to state law. But counties only have the powers that state law gives them. And that's everything. That's not just charters, that's everything. We can only do the things as counties that state law says we can do. Now, that's pretty broad because, I'm still two slides away, because counties do have the police power. And the police power is real broad. The police power just says you can do all the stuff to make things better for the people in your county, to take care of you. You can do sanitation, right? Public safety, all those things. You have that broad power, but only as granted by the state. And so in this Wilkinson versus Lund, this is the one where, like that DIB case, they make it real clear that the county charter can only supersede state law on those specific issues. And so one of the examples in this other case, we're going to go through a few different court cases here, is that a county can't circumvent the Myers-Milius-Brown Act, which governs the requirement to meet and confer on labor issues. This other case, Vadgum versus Board of Supervisors, points out that counties are, unlike cities, subdivisions of the state. Everywhere in the state is in a county, and so the state has given certain powers to counties to do when they want to make sure that's something, that's a service or a program or a power that everybody in the state should have. You can't do that with cities because a bunch of people don't live in cities. And so if the state wants something to be done for everyone, they can give it to counties. We're sort of a mix between local services and state and federal programs, right? We do both of those. And they can do that, right? You can't give, the state can't give an entitlement program like CalFresh or Medi-Cal to cities, because then everybody that doesn't live in a city wouldn't have access to those programs. And the federal government, it says everybody who meets whatever threshold is entitled to those programs. So here's the part about police powers. This is where counties get a lot of the breadth of their authority, because counties do have the police power to, as you can see, make and enforce within its limits all local police, sanitary, and other ordinances that don't conflict with general laws. And the courts have found that you can use that police power to do whatever will promote the peace, comfort, convenience, and prosperity of its citizens. Again, as long as it's not in conflict with other laws. So the Attorney General has, issues opinions when they're asked about things. They don't have the force and effect of statute or of court cases, but the Attorney General opinions are given great weight in court cases on those matters. And so some examples of Attorney General opinions are about what they can, related to county charters. A county charter, for example, can impose a residency requirement. Maybe actually a little old-fashioned, because all counties in the state are now elected by district anyway, and so you have to live in the district. That wasn't always the case. You can have at-large elections. We can also have the even more archaic elected from districts, where the person has to live in the district, but the whole county votes on who from that district gets elected. Anyway, nobody's done that for a while. Other examples of Attorney General opinions: the Subdivision Map Act applies to both charter counties and non-charter counties, and there was a charter amendment that would have prohibited approval of developments unless there were certain conditions, and the Attorney General opined that was not something allowed to be in a county charter. Something that you could do, for example, because it's about the structure of the government, is that, for example, a charter can say that with a 4/5 vote, the Board of Supervisors can, if they have cause, remove the sheriff, DA, or other elected officers. And then you're just kind of going back to that theme of what charters can and can't do. We have supervisors ask me frequently about state mandates. And I think people mean different things by state mandates. On the one hand, there's just a lot of stuff that the state tells us we have to do as counties. Some of those are state or federal programs, and some of them are just specific ways that they want us to do stuff locally. There's a more specific kind of state mandate where those of us like me who are policy wonks and live in, work in Sacramento talk about, which is a specific subset of mandates where the state is responsible for reimbursing us. That's not everything the state tells us to do. It's a certain, they're the legally reimbursable mandates, which are, if it happened in the last, at this point, 40 to 45 years, and it meets a number of other criteria, some of which are in the Constitution, some of which are in statute. So it's really just for new programs that require a higher level of service, and there are several exceptions to it. The state has to reimburse us for those. A lot of them have to do with how the auditor controller divvies up property taxes, or some election requirements, for example, how to run elections are included in that. It's one of the more recent ones is having to do with how counties deal with due process for certain types of offenders. And so, again, as it relates to county charters, it's not, unless it has to do with the structure of government, not something where county charters can supersede state law. Happy to answer any questions, happy to be here and have a discussion about this. If there are questions.
Apologies for stepping away. Any questions? And we should probably go to the public first and then bring it back to the supervisors. And then we'll start with you, Supervisor Hernandez, since I know this is a big concern.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Elia Salinas, thank you. So it seems to me, I was reading the Butte County, and I would like confirm that Butte County became, I'm trying to find the information. It looks like they became chartered in 2021. It seems to me that this was brought forth, and I appreciate all the work that was done, but it's a lot of county time and a lot of county staff hours, money that was spent on this project. San Benito County is a poor county, as I say quite often. All these things that I've been listening to is already done, and giving the power to the supervisors to either fire the DA or the sheriff, those are done in a manner already. We have a process for that. The other thing is that with regards to saying that the laws supersede, we still have to follow the state laws. This has come about by an individual who during during the pandemic didn't want to abide by the laws of the state and wanted to say we don't have to follow the state, and there was nothing wrong that the Board of Supervisors did by following the state mandates with regards to the pandemic. And this is why this has come forward. We have a process. It would be expensive to have a special election with a supervisor, and granted, it did occur, but it's something that seldom occurs, and it did occur for us. We can't afford to have special elections. And this is something that really, thank you for the information, but I don't think that the board should move forward with it. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay, let's bring it back to the board and Supervisor Hernandez.
Yeah, so I just had a simple question. I mean, you mentioned a lot that basically we have to abide by state law is what it comes down to. So what if state law is it's the contrary? What if what I'm reading here saying, what if the count, basically we can't conflict with, or the state can't conflict with the peace, comfort, and convenience, to me, which means efficacy and the prosperity of the county. So what if general laws are doing that? What if the general laws are minimizing, and I think this is where I think I'd like my CAO to chime in, is what are the implications of laws that are starting to put so much pressure on us locally that we can't do our job? that we're losing people. There's all these issues when it comes down to managing the resources that we can't afford to. What if that sentiment of supporting that crushes our locals? Does general laws allow that to happen?
Well, so the state also has police power, and the state has granted the police power to counties, in this case, by its laws. And I think, though, just as it is at the county level, the way that the state decides how to exercise those police powers is through, I mean, that's what the governance system is, kind of, right? I mean, that's one way to think about our structure of government. We, in a republic, in a democratic republic, we elect representatives to make those decisions for us. And, you know, if they go so far as to contravene constitutional, either the state constitution or the U.S. Constitution, or federal laws that are passed that are federally allowable constitutionally, then those can be challenged in court as exceeding that authority. But unless they do that, unless they do contravene the state constitution or federal law or the U.S. Constitution, then what the legislative body or the people acting directly through the initiative power decide are the appropriate ways to use the police power are. And so, you know, the authority all trickles down, right? So the counties only have the authority that the state and the state laws give it. The state, maybe there's a little more questionable, depending on what theory of federal government you ascribe to, but the state generally only has things that the federal constitution and to a certain extent federal laws say that the states can and can't do. And so it all flows down. It narrows as it goes, I guess.
Yeah, and I respect your opinion, sir, but yeah, our Constitution wasn't meant to be top down. It never was. It was always bottom up. The locals created the state created the feds, right? The Fed only exists by a ratification of 13 colonies, basically, or became states, and then eventually became the federal government, right? So the reality is I didn't hear an answer to, can general laws crush our counties, and that's okay, right? I understand the process of amending that. I understand that, but you know, there's also nullification. There's arbitrary laws that are basically there. You know, there's inconsistencies in the law that need to be dealt with, whether that's handled through the legislative process. That's a political answer, really. That's not what I'm looking for. I want to know is, can general laws basically crush our county and we have no recourse?
I think that might be out of his purview to be able to answer that. He's not the governor. But do any other supervisors have any questions, concerns? Was that Supervisor
Madam
Mickey?
Chair, yeah, thank you. I think you pretty much answered it. My main, I think the Orange County example, and I'll get to it in my comments if we do comments after this.
Everything is open now. It's your turn. Yes.
Do you want us to make comments then?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
yes.
okay.
So what we're trying to do is have from this point forward, since last week was so productive.
Oh, yeah.
Is give
Yeah.
the presenter the opportunity to speak, go to the public, let them say, and then the floor is yours now, Supervisor Kosmicki.
Okay, so when the notion of a charter county came up, you know, I don't look at this from I don't want to overhaul anything. We don't have the staff, the resources to get into really a complicated, if we were to look at a charter even. I'm very interested if there's interest with my colleagues at the Orange County example. And the only reason that I even, showed some support to have this come before us was because of that issue that we had, last year. I had interest in at least exploring this in light of us not being allowed to hold a special election for the District 1 supervisor seat. And I just, as I said before, it's Supervisor Dirks, you know this, it's not personal. It could have been you, it could have been a number of other people that were appointed. So I said it before, it's just having an election is just, to me, always a more just democratic process, and it's a sacred process. It really is reflective of what we are as a country and as a community, is that we can elect our officials. And I just always prefer electing an official over appointing an official. And so this isn't, for me, we're not going to be this sovereign community here. It's not a partisan issue for me at all. I'm really honestly not interested in, unless something jumps out, I'm really not interested in anything, outside of perhaps looking at a charter, but following exactly what Orange County did and putting it on there and saying, we want to have the ability to hold special elections. Other than that, we follow general law. We don't have to write this constitution level document to do it. And then also, I would just say, we have to weigh those pros and cons when we look at this, as far as, getting into committees and, going down a long laundry list of items that we might want to consider breaking off from the state. I just don't think we're too small of a community. It's too complicated. And most importantly, we have a lot of really big priorities. We've had things that have gotten put off the entire year that we've been on the board as a new board that we have to get to. And if we sit here and really focus on a charter and creating a charter and doing a complicated deal, that means that other issues are getting put off further, including affordable housing. I don't want to, speaking of the Brown Act, I don't want to go too far, but there are a lot of issues that we have to get to. And so like I said, I'm definitely interested in looking at it simply for that just notion of changing the stipulation that would allow us to hold a special election. I do think it's very interesting. We haven't had any since 2002. If anyone's even considering looking at overhauling our laws and breaking off from the state, that creates a whole lot of other issues with politics and potential retribution. I have no interest in that. There's a reason why there haven't been any since 2002. We've only had 4 charters since 1933. That really jumps out to me. And so my overriding concern is the complexity, and this can't be a huge priority. And but I would definitely, if there are others on the board that support looking at the option of simply being able to hold special elections to elect supervisors, I would support that. I saw that 4/5 vote to get rid of that scares me, to get rid of a sheriff and a DA. That frightens me that is even possible. So those kinds of, it really jumps out as an example of why we don't want to go down the rabbit hole of getting too crazy with this. Thank you.
Supervisor, I wasn't sure who was next. Thank you.
Well, my point of view, I think we've already spent too much time on this. I feel like I understand why it's came before us. I understand Supervisor Hernandez's frustration with state mandates that put demands on the county that frankly often are not fully funded, and so then they put a undue burden on the county. Totally agree with that. But the reality is we are an extension of Sacramento. That's what we are. And so the county, we do things locally, but we are an extension of what's happening at the state level. And that's part of our job, is to, follow through with that, whether we like it or not. And so although I understand, the frustration, and I think we need to try to address it as much as we can legislatively, I don't think this is the way to do it. I know it's also here the discussion because of concern over some of the direction and mandates, whatever you want to call it, from the governor during COVID. And in my mind, that was fully appropriate, and to follow the state and to do what we thought was safe, I had no problem with, and actually very supportive of it. As far as the issue with the appointment to fill District Mark Medina's seat, I would agree that an election is ideal, but I think it's really a very unusual situation. Now, granted, we did have 2 years in a row where supervisor resigned, but I still think that's the exception rule. It just so happened that my position was, because of the timing of the general election, mine could be filled by an election, whereas Supervisor Dirks's could not. But again, I think it's such an unusual circumstance over the long history of Samuel County that I just don't think we go down this road for that reason. And like I said, you know, we wanted to take a look at this, but we have so many other issues, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, so many other issues that are far, far, far of greater importance that we need to be spending time on. This is a long process, and I just think it makes absolutely no sense for a county of our size to go down this road. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the same sentiments that I have already been said. As far as an election, because it was my seat that was in contention here, I'm not afraid of an election, and I know that you know that, Supervisor Kosmicki, because I did run in 2020. So if that had been possible, I would have been the first one to support that possibility. So I'm here, and in fact, I have to run right now after only being appointed for a few months. So, you know, I think the timing obviously could have been different, you know, as well. Maybe I could have been here longer rather than shorter. Every situation is different. But as Supervisor Tiffany said, it doesn't happen very often. And hopefully when people get elected, they stay in their elected positions. I understand things might happen, but it's a big responsibility. We all take an oath, you know, as we take on that position. So, and as far as the rest of it goes, I too agree. There's a lot of state mandates. A lot of them are unfunded. It puts undue pressure on our county, especially the size of our county. But at the same time, you know, it seems like a lot of those things we would have to adhere to regardless of the situation. In just being here in this little bit of time, we just really don't have, I feel, the resources to go down this path. Does anyone have a number, like how much would this cost?
Are you referring to the actual election
The
itself?
whole process, yeah.
Well, I think you can probably use the sales tax as an example that was presented last time. So it's about 30 to 50,000 to put it on the ballot, and then there's going to obviously be training and a transition for staff, for county council, as well as administration. So there's, you know, that cost that maybe is not necessarily a financial cost. I mean, the training would be, but maybe the time, there's also a time that would be needed as well. So it would definitely be, I think, a decent amount of funding, if that's what you're asking.
It depends on the scope. If you have a very minimal scope,
Yeah.
such as
Oh,
suggested by
I see.
Supervisor Kosmicki, then it's going to be a lot less time than if you have a full charter with exploring all the different areas that you could go into.
But then
So I believe that it also depends on how many ballot measures are on the ballot, and if you share a general election ballot with many other ballots, then it could be less. But if you go as a special election, then it would be more.
Okay, but then did I hear you say correctly that Orange County, while they had that, it did get contested, and then they had to go back, so and do some amendments to it?
The court generally found that what they had done was allowable and let it stand. They have since amended their charter a number of times, either by ordinance that's approved by the voters or by initiative. So while their initial charter was just a sentence or two, it is now, it's still not very long, but it's 2 or 3 pages because of amendments they've made. But the court did find that that was acceptable.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. But if they had to go back to the ballot, then there's that expense every time they've done that as well?
I'm not sure, would it'd go back to the ballot? Yeah, for those amendments? Yeah.
Ordinance?
Yeah.
maybe? Okay, and that doesn't, all right.
Yeah.
So regardless, you know, I'm not quite sure it's important enough to go down that path. I too was alarmed, just like Supervisor Kosmicki, when I heard the stipulation that the supervisors could vote out people who've been elected. That's really hugely concerning to me. I think it lends itself to an abuse of power that I don't think we want to put ourselves in the position of.
First of all, welcome to San Benito County.
Thank you.
We met in Sacramento a few weeks ago, and it was nice. And so, thank you for being here. Thank you for the information. And I don't weigh in one way or another on this. I just thank you for the information. But this was an informational presentation, so I thank you for presenting it.
Can I ask 2 more quick questions, Madam Chair?
Yes, I'll go ahead and go back to you in a moment. But thank you. One question I did have coming into this was, if we hired you as a consultant, I know today's presentation was to give us a neutral presentation, but if I went to Sacramento and I said, I want to hire you as my consultant, what would you advise someone, a county in our situation, population, revenue, total picture, would you advise us to proceed ahead or not? Now, and I know that puts you in a difficult position, but now I'm asking you point blank, after you gave us the neutral presentation and you've heard from the supervisors, what would be your advice if I contracted you today?
So I'm trying to figure out how many words to use to only sort of answer your question.
As many as necessary.
Well, I think that, I turn it back around on you, right? I'd say, what's your goal? What's the goal that you want to get out of this? And so if what you want is to put some boundaries, some locally defined boundaries on how the county government is run, and that's something that the board felt they wanted to do, that you also think that the population of the county wanted to do, that the people who live here want to do, then I'd say go forward with it, right? Because that's what it's there for. That's what over time, that's the authority that you have to do with a charter. And so if that's what you want to do, by all means, then it's worth it, right? It's like when if I can make a slightly strained analogy, when you're budgeting, it's both how much of these things that we have to do cost, and then what do we want to prioritize of the other stuff? Where do we want to put more money, right? All of it is the right decision if that's what the board decides to do, and that's what, the people are that's what helps the people. So it would be a question of
It depends, is
your
what you're
values.
saying. Yes.
Yeah, because it's your choice. I mean, working for CSAC, right? Our overarching, there's a lot of details and nooks and crannies. Our overarching concern, when we advocate for counties, is to increase local control and flexibility, and to increase the financial resources available to counties so that they can accomplish what they want. Now, that gets implemented a lot of different ways across a lot of different issue areas. As you guys know, counties do a lot, right? But that's our general. And so if you want to exercise that local control and flexibility by having a charter, where you want to do certain things and the electorate approves, then that's what that authority is there for.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to give it back to Supervisor Hernandez for his questions.
Yeah,
And
and
it
this-
looks like Supervisor Kosmicki
yeah,
has a
just
follow-up
real
too.
quick.
So Hernandez and then
But,
Kosmicki.
just should be pretty simple question is, two parts to it. Basically, can you forward us the charters of some of these counties? Like, actually, the largest ones is the ones I'm looking at. Why would they not be a general law? Like, that's probably a subjective question. How long are the charters of these counties? These San Francisco, San Diego, Sacramento, Orange County.
So they vary a fair amount. Orange County's is still fairly short. If you go and look at LA's, it's a whole website, where you click through different parts. Back when, in the early part of the 20th century, when a lot of them passed, there were a lot of restrictions in state law around the different positions in counties, and which ones were elected and which ones were appointed, and what could and couldn't be consolidated. I think one reason that there have not been as many new charter counties recently is because a lot of that has been made more flexible in statute over time. But there's still things that can be done in charter that can't be done for general law counties. Like, and San Francisco, as Danielle pointed out, is a separate case because they are a city and a county in one government. So they actually do have, for them, they do have all of the authority of a charter city as well as a charter county. And so, things that maybe we didn't go over in the presentation that a charter could address is the number of supervisors. It has to be at least 5, but you could count up as high as you want if you wanted to. I don't know that you want, nobody else has done it besides San Francisco, of course. You could have a couple of counties have a redistricting commission written into their charter, right? Once you have a charter, amendments can be, one of the things Danielle went over at the beginning, a charter can be proposed by the Board of Supervisors or by an initiative, but the initiative, you can't write the whole charter and say yes or no. You have to have the charter commission, but then amendments, you can propose to the electorate, once you have a charter and you want to amend it, it can either be done by the Board of Supervisors, acting by ordinance that then goes on the ballot for a yes or no vote, or you can have a local initiative that would then amend the charter and change the governance structure. So once it's there, it's part of the conversation.
It's like a business. It takes time to build it, but once it's built, it's working, and they probably have no desire or need to change it, right? But just the same from what I'm hearing from you is there's a lot more flexibility at the local level, right? And we still would be a Republican, representation basically, and that by default would mean, and what I mean by that is a representative government. So that means there would be a lot of checks and balances at the local level, right? And those checks and balances would basically have, I firmly believe that there would be a lot more input from the locals because of the fact, so there would be more engagement. So if we really want engagement, which is a separate issue, but the point is I didn't bring this because I don't have a desire to fight with the state. That's not my desire. But obviously when there's things happening in our county, and the board doesn't sound like they have the interest to go down this road, I still think it would be to our detriment. We're dealing with a lot of fiscal issues. We're going to hear about it later. We're dealing with staffing issues. A lot of these things there's lack of ability for us to manage our own resources because of the state mandates. And that's just what it comes down to. And it's just pretty particular to me to see that it's the small rural counties that are usually the ones that have a harder time in managing state rules, whereas you have these larger counties, which for some reason are charter counties, especially the 2 biggest ones, San Francisco and Los Angeles, have this autonomy that gives them flexibility. And even as it pertains to Prop 13, they get a big chunk of dollars compared to a small county like ours. So as I've been learning, it's just very peculiar to me that these very big voting blocks, Los Angeles and San Francisco, have such authority, and they've kept it, and we don't seem to be able to manage ours because of, I wish there was more consistency and expectation and clarity with the law. So it allowed for us to be able to have a better relationship. I don't see it happening right now the way the current structure is. And that's why, for me, it had more to do with better representing the needs of our community, not less. I don't want chaos. I want unity. I don't think right now our current general law system is creating unity. Those are my comments, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I just want to be clear if there's provide direction to staff on the agenda. So I had thrown out an idea of looking at just simply doing it to address the special election issue, and I just want to see if there's a support. I heard Supervisor Dirks and Supervisor Tiffany just wondering if there's support to move forward with just that narrow scope. If not, then I guess we just move on, right?
Well, today on the agenda, it's to receive information.
Provide direction, it says. So if, there's, we heard a presentation, so what now? We
Yeah,
can't
so
just leave these things sitting.
I would support it. If
if-
we can get something, it's better than less.
If I can
Please.
jump in here, thank you. Again, I understand Supervisor Hernandez's frustration. If I thought, creating a charter county could allow us to, say no to some of the mandates that are not fully funded by, Sacramento, I'd be in support of it. But it would not change that at all. So, and for the infrequency of this election issue coming up, I just don't see going down the road. Again, we have so much on our plate. I just don't think this makes any sense. I would like to see us, and I may be in the minority, but to put this to bed, at least for this year, we have many more priorities, and definitively direct the staff not to pursue this. That would be my point of view. Thank you.
Okay, well, we've had a lot of conversation, and unless I have a motion, I'm just gonna go ahead and move on to item number 2. So if there's a motion,
No, does that mean?
that means I
That
need a
means you don't
motion. I
support
need a
moving
motion
forward?
from you in
Well,
order.
yeah, I would move to, explore.
Oh, Supervisor Dirks? Your mic.
I'm sorry, yeah, thanks. I'm trying to figure out kind of how to word this.
Be honest.
When initiatives are brought on to the ballot and then they're voted on by the constituents of the county, it is what it is. Is there any difference between charter county laws versus state laws when it comes to initiatives put on the ballot? I know it's vague, sorry.
No, to clarify, you're asking if the charter can change the conditions under which an initiative gets on the ballot? Is that the question?
Maybe, I don't know. It could be.
Well, so for example, you could not change the vote threshold for whether an initiative is approved, right? That's something that's, I think, pretty
Okay.
well in the Constitution. I will have to say that I don't know how much authority. I don't know of a court case or an attorney general opinion that has spoken to that. I don't know if you could do that or not.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious.
Now, we have a motion on the table, so can you repeat your
Oh, yeah,
motion?
just,
Sorry.
thank you. I just would move to direct staff to explore development of a charter that would be limited in scope to addressing the ability of San Benito County to hold special elections to fill vacancies of elected officials. Thank you.
Second.
Okay, so I have a first and a second. So at this point would be any further discussion, and I think we've kind of talked it all out. So I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote, and I want it to be on the record, so I want a roll call vote, please.
Kosmicki,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Tiffany,
No.
Dirks,
No.
Gonzalez.
No.
That is a 3-2 vote.
Okay. So let us move on to item number 2.
Thank you so much again for coming down. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for the presentation.
So the next item on our agenda will be discussing governance and basically assessment tools. And we have Babs Kavanaugh and Davis Campbell was not able to make it, but we do have Babs on Zoom, and she'll be presenting this item. It's about 20 minutes to a half an hour presentation. And really what we're looking at is to provide your board with governance tools, creating a handbook, and to look at system thinking, strategic focus, and really continuing education with regards to the roles within our county from the top down, so to speak. So we're really glad to have Babs Kavanaugh available, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it to her, and she'll be presenting this item.
Thank you very much. It's really nice to meet everybody, and I'm sorry I wasn't able to travel down to where you're located. I had a couple of other commitments this afternoon. And Davis also sends his regrets. He is actually moving his residence today, and it just was not even available on Zoom. But anyway, thank you very much for inviting me to do this presentation. And I may slow you down a little bit on the slides for just a sec. I prepared a really brief overview of an effective governance training. Just to give you a little brief on Davis and I, we've been working together for a number of years. He was the executive director at California School Boards Association for about 12 years, and in 1999, I joined the team. I have a consulting business in public health and have done a lot of work with the community health centers around the state, and also on a lot of healthcare issues such as the redesign of Medi-Cal and the Mental Health Services Act. So I had a lot of experience in working in public health and community health. And then California School Boards invited me to interview as one of their governance trainers. And I joined them and worked with them for about 12 years. And I left California School Boards in 2012, but it was an opportunity to really be a part of the development team for the current California School Board's Masters in Governance Training Program. And it's a program that Davis developed as well. And in the course of all of that, that's the training that we've been working primarily with school boards. And about 5 or 6 years ago, we started switching over to working with counties. So currently, Davis and I have been working with Yolo County and El Dorado County, and we're on our way to Mono County, and then also doing some work in the city of Placerville. And in the course of all of that, we bring forward a training that's usually a couple of days to really engage with the Board of Supervisors and the CAO. And then through that, the end result is a governance handbook. So I'm going to have you move on slides now. Thank you. So this is really an overview. I want to give you a sampling of what we cover in the training. One of the things I want to say about this as well is that the training is very interactive. It's intended to, though there's a very clear structure that we work from, it's intended to really meet the needs of your governing body. I want to show you a book that Davis Campbell wrote just a couple of years ago. There's a really well-known educator out of Canada, Dr. Michael Fullon, who's doing a lot of work in systems reform, particularly in California. Educational system, and Davis and Michael joined forces to develop this book called The Governance Core. One of Michael's trainers and I we think the information in it is really excellent. I do recommend it, even though it's designed particularly for school boards. It applies to governance systems, but both Eleanor, Adam, and I said this is really valuable information, but we need to have a workbook or some kind of a companion that really helps people be able to execute and implement it. So that's where the Taking Action Guide came, and that was published last year. So these are in tandem. Next slide, please. So the basic concepts within this governance core model really speak to initially this notion of a governance mindset. So we talk a lot about campaigning and joining a board of supervisors or a school board as an individual, and what it takes to transition to understanding kind of the collective authority. So there's a piece on governance mindset. We spend some time talking about being system thinkers, recognizing how important that is, and being strategic. There's a piece that we really spend some time on in terms of how you collaborate and work together, and how that demonstrates the culture of your governing body. This idea about deep learning says that there are so many issues that you're responsible for in this overall system, that being able to have the information you need to feel that you can make these good decisions. Effective boards, I'm going to talk a little bit more about that through the slides, but it's really this notion of making sure you have a moral imperative. I know I looked at the strategic plan that the county has, 2019 to 24. And clearly you've identified high-level priorities. That's what the moral imperative stands for. This idea about creating a culture that supports collaboration, commitment, consistency, and this idea about coherence, this idea about really understanding the nature of the work and working together. Agreed upon roles and responsibilities, and then really focused on, again, the culture. And then using these governance tools, which is what we're going to be talking about when we move to that slide, which is operating from identifying and agreeing upon your governance operational principles. So next slide, please. This is a piece of just talking about this really important process of moving from, again, being a candidate to being a supervisor. And so really emphasizing, again, that transition that takes place, both for two purposes. One is, again, welcoming, bringing in any new supervisors. And the second is onboarding, and how important onboarding is for, again, anybody joining the team. Next slide, please. These are the foundations that we talk about, again, about governance mindset. And I know I already highlighted these, but but being clear about where your moral imperative is, really being clear about your priorities and where your sense of urgency is in terms of your own community and your own county. Really understanding what, and with some, comfort in understanding what governance mindset means. What does it mean to be having that lens of how you think about things and recognizing that you're responsible for an entire system. And then this idea about coherence is really feeling like whatever supervisor we talk with, we're getting a similar message, whatever that is. Everybody still, of course, maintains their own individual views and priorities, but where are the priorities that come together around the county? So this idea about a unity of purpose. So again, being strategic in how you approach things and having a structure that really supports that. Next slide, please. Talking a little bit more about that moral imperative, what I really see it, what's so critical to me and in the work that I've done is, where's the sense of urgency? Where is that commitment? And what do you do when new ideas and new priorities come forward? How do you manage those? So really understanding again that moral imperative it's the entire system, it's strategic, and it represents that commitment of the board and the CAO working together. Next slide, please. This is just, again, a reminder of what I've just talked about having a small number of ambitious goals, really looking at capacity building at all levels to make sure you can support those goals. And, I had an opportunity to listen earlier to some of the presentation and, really understanding that when you have unfunded mandates or not enough resources to do those, it's really challenging. So again, core strategies of capacity building at all levels, using evidence and data, research, and then transparency of that, and then learning from learning and celebrating successes. Next slide, please. This is talking again in a little bit more depth, and we'll cover this in the workshop, should we work with you, but it's really pressing on this idea about, being responsible for the entire system, really recognizing that, we often talk about kind of a zero-sum game. If you shift your focus, what are you taking away from and what are you adding to? So strategic. The manner piece and the culture is also a really important component of what we talk about really recognizing individual learning styles, individual styles of each of your supervisors and your CAO, and how to make sure that, that you have systems to work effectively together. Next slide, please. This is really looking at those conditions that are necessary for effective governance. So understanding those strategic goals and those strategic priorities and making sure that there's a shared mutual commitment about those. Really evaluating your environment to make sure that there is this culture of collaboration, of working together, of being able to openly discuss with one another, being committed to executing on those strategic goals and then staying consistent with those. Next slide, please. This is really talking about you as visionary leaders and how critical that is, that you're there to serve your community, to safeguard your resources, to influence those conditions of success, and to continue with this whole role on community engagement is, such a critical part of your work. Next slide, please. This is another way of looking at what I was talking about earlier, that the board's role is really in the what, and really focused on the how is around the execution. And so there's a lot of tension in the center of that Venn diagram about where you and your staff are collaboratively working together. And when I say tension, it's what I mean by that is that just remembering that your role is responsibility for the entire system, and also understanding what's going on within the system, but not getting too far into the system, so that, one of the challenging words that comes up in certainly the boards that we've worked with is micromanagement. So how do you kind of keep from feeling like you're responsible for micromanaging and yet also maintaining your focus on the whole system? Next slide, please. This is really talking about 5 responsibilities of the board. So if you look at those, starting from I'm going to go back one, thank you. Setting direction, then making sure that the structure and the policies are there. Oversight and accountability, those 3 are really kind of the top part of this circle. The stewardship and support is the, the kind of culture, the kind of collaboration that's going on. And then, as I mentioned earlier, ongoing role of community leadership throughout the system. Next one, please. So this is, again, just a comment that I mentioned about board's responsibility. I really appreciate this. This was from the UCLA Anderson School of Management saying, responsibilities, noses in, fingers out, boards don't manage, they provide oversight. Next slide, please. During the course of the time that I've worked with Davis, we've been involved in, and he actually established a superintendent's leadership academy that happens up at UCLA, not UCLA, UC Davis, and it's called the Superintendent's Executive Leadership Forum. And in the course of the 8 or 9 years that it's been ongoing, we've brought in people like Peter Senge. Peter Senge is well known for a book that he wrote called The 5 Disciplines. And he works with superintendents around really deeply thinking about what systems thinking really means. So it provides a different way of looking at problems and goals, not as isolated events, but as components of larger structures. Next slide, please. This is just highlighting coherence. So it's really having a shared depth of understanding, which goes back to that notion in the governance mindset of deep learning. Next slide, please. So the work that we would do, and we do with boards when we work with them, is to be able to develop this structure. So the governance infrastructure becomes a really critical part of your work together. So clearly understanding and working with board responsibilities. One of the things we'll do is that we'll spend some time talking about what are the principles that are the principles that you govern by. A really important component, we'll do an exercise around really clarifying and identifying those. The norms really is the identification of how it is that you work together, and that also that you work. And when I say together, this model, it just assumes that the CAO and the 5 supervisors are working together. So what are the norms by which you govern? And then we'll look at a list of protocols that are within each of your responsibilities, and we'll spend some time talking about each one of those. What are the agreements that you want to make, and what's the rationale? So these are the tools that a couple of them that we'll bring to you, and a couple that we'll really encourage. So one of the things that would be an outcome of this work or a result of this work would be a governance handbook. There are some online, I believe. You could see the one that we developed with El Dorado County, or also with the city of Placerville. So we would end up with a governance handbook that would include, again, your mission, vision, your strategic priorities, and then it would talk about roles and responsibilities, and then have your protocols and norms in there. A board self-evaluation is another piece that we can bring to you that, one of the things that we've come to recognize is that in the board assessment that we would recommend you do on an annual basis, you would do an assessment on fulfilling your roles and responsibilities, but also how are you doing with your governance structure? Are you really adhering to the protocols that you've agreed to? So those 2 pieces we would bring to you. Encourage a discussion meeting. A discussion meeting is very much like a study session. It's a publicly noticed meeting, but it's an opportunity for you to have kind of more philosophic discussions about, again, your priorities and any place where you feel like you want to have some deeper learning on a particular topic. And then continuing governance education, however that happens for each of you. So this is really the end of this presentation, but it really talks about
Can I interject while we're waiting for her to come back to us?
Yeah.
Because there's just 2 more slides here with her information and so forth. I actually earned my master's in governments through California School Board Association, the CSBA that she's referring to. And I can't tell you how beneficial it is for elected officials to go through something like this. It's a boot camp in essence. It teaches us not only our individual responsibilities, but our collective responsibilities, and it educates you. I was in Sacramento at the RCRC conference, and I had, I kid you not, 5 strangers come up to me and tell me, contrary to what's been said on this dais, but tell me how well and effectively I run the meetings. I can't take the credit. I've got to give it to the training that I received and the experience I've had in the School Board Association. And so, is this something that we're looking at as a possibility to train our supervisors? And then cost that's involved, and then what's the threshold that we're looking at? And so when she comes in, let me know when she comes back in, okay? But one of the key issues that I had discovered in taking the training is our school district at the time, 2006 to 2010, didn't have a distinct mission statement, nor did we have a distinct vision statement. So our organization had issues. And I know since then, Supervisor Hernandez has also served as a trustee on that same school board, Hollister School District. So we're coming from areas that this has helped us in the past. But Masters in Governance is definitely a great tool to help any elected official. And I would hope it would be open not just to the supervisors, but any other supervisor. Okay, so thank you, Babs, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And did I get kicked off by any chance? Was I off the? Am I still on? Can you hear me still?
Yeah,
Yes.
we can hear you, Babs. Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm
it's-
sorry.
it's frozen.
Did I leave for a minute?
Yeah, the system, I believe, froze on your part, yeah. But
Okay,
we
great,
can hear you
good.
now.
Well, and thank you very much, Supervisor Gonzalez, because that Masters in Governance training, and I'm sorry that you can't meet Davis at this moment, but he's really the mastermind behind that. And, we have really just, it's such good work, and it's such important work, I think, for governing bodies to spend this time just consolidating, if you will, and feeling like you really are working together as a well-oiled machine, if you will. So I'm open to questions if you have any, and otherwise I really appreciate this opportunity, and thank you so much.
Then we'll bring it back to the supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you. This is Valerie Eglund, San Juan Batista. When I was on the Parks and Rec Commission and then on the Planning Commission, I went to trainings on both ends, and it was extremely good. It gave direction, but it also helped me understand how my position fitted in with the whole and how other people have used that or thought through it and how it works all in the system. So I definitely would encourage the Board of Supervisors to move in that direction. To take that training, to provide that kind of training. And I know it's expensive, and that was one of the issues always, that it's a lot of money. So thank you very much.
No other comments.
Thank you. Okay, so bring it back to the supervisors who would like to.
Madam Chair, if I may add one comment, if I may. I want to first thank Babs for making the time. We have discussed this. They come highly recommended from our CRC and some of my counterparts, other CAOs in the state. I just wanted to share that. And just to answer your question, Madam Chair, we do have a scope of work and a quote here for $18,000 to provide the training. It is a multi-day training. We were looking at using Trendell funds for that, for education and training. So I think that's something that I think will benefit not only I think the board but also staff in addressing key issues in the county. We're also just to reaffirm that we are currently looking at the cultural review that Supervisor Betsy Dirks had asked about. So we're looking at a kind of a more global approach as well from the culture perspective, addressing different departments within the county. So we're in that process as well. I'll probably be coming back to your board soon on that.
Okay, back to your question regarding Trindle. Now, the Trindle funds are funds that are set aside specifically for?
Education and training,
Okay.
which this falls under.
And I know that Trindle also deals with the risk assessments and so forth.
Yes, it
Yes.
does, and but there is a training allocation with that. So
Would that 18,000 cover any employee in the county, any elected official, any appointed official? What's the parameters of that 18,000 cost investment? And again, I'm not saying that we're going, because that would take a board decision to do that. Would there be a limitation on who could participate in the Masters in Governance?
I would probably defer that to Babs just
Okay.
because of I think who the audience is with this, but I think it's a benefit not only to the board because we'll be we'll be in a workshop together. We have to follow the Brown Act, so there'll be we would have that on record that individuals can listen and watch and learn from. To be honest with you, so I think other folks can take advantage of it as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a specific program for us. It's not the generic Masters in Government program, but it would be a presentation to the board on 2 different days, or like a workshop.
Well, it's a workshop. Yeah.
Two- a two-day
So I
workshop.
mentioned it's multiple days, so it would and we could break it up in either 4-hour days. I know that Babs Kavanaugh is very busy. They got a lot going on, so we were thinking probably 2 days, and then instead of having it over multiple days. And then I know you're busy as well, so we would think that would probably be the best approach.
Okay.
And Supervisor Gonzalez, is it all right if I answer that question that you asked about who should participate? A recommendation is that it would be the supervisors, the CAO, and probably county council, and that it is a public meeting, and as a public meeting, the public is welcome to be to listen in for sure, but that the real benefit is developing your governance structure. So again, it's all done in public, but the conversation is with you all.
Yes, I have a question. Thank you so much for your presentation. I appreciate the time that you're taking today to present it to us. It's along those same lines. I had some of the same questions that Supervisor Gonzalez had. So thank you for clarifying some of that. What I would like to wonder and ask, is there a way that it could be structured and oriented so that maybe it's top heavy first part, as you said, supervisor, CEO, and county council, and then once we have some of those goals that we've determined, would it be possible to take in our department leadership and have a kind of spin-off workshop with them as well? And making sure, who knows, they have lots going on in their days too. So I don't know if they have time to watch the Zoom, meeting or come in person. But in any case, I would like the opportunity, maybe with some structured guidance, and I don't know if that's possible within this, but I'm just asking that you maybe think about it and see if it is possible to then maybe on the latter half of the second day, have our department heads come in as well and get some of the specific training and how they can apply it to their departments and their specific leadership position as well.
It's a great question, Supervisor Dirks, and I have found, and having done these for many, many years now, that we will use our 2 days, in terms of really, again, ensuring that you have followed through on the process of, again, the principles are a key piece, the norms are a key piece, but the protocols are really kind of the big content area. One of the things that happened in Yolo County, and it's also happened in El Dorado County, is some department heads sat in for sure, in terms of listening to it. But then there was a commitment to saying, it's really important that these protocols are shared throughout each of the departments so that the departments understand how the department heads work with the supervisors and with the CAO. So I'm suggesting that right now, and not knowing what we're going to be actually working on specifically, that we will probably want to take those days for just the supervisors, the CAO, county council, but specifically to do that work. But there may be some decision to do more of that with the department heads, or also you all may decide how you're going to do that. Am I answering that right for you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, whatever, this is entirely your time.
Yeah, I guess I'll make some comments, follow up with what Supervisor Dirks was saying. I think this, potentially could be very useful to us. I think it's frankly, I think it's needed, and I think that leadership and the direction of the county. It starts with us, the 5 of us up here.
Sure. Absolutely.
And if there's issues of leadership in our county, then we certainly have to look at ourselves, and that's where it all starts. And I think we do need to take a look at that. But I do also feel that since we also, as was mentioned a little bit ago, and has been suggested by Supervisor Dirks and the CAO, and Ray brought this up, since we want to take a look at culture throughout the county, particularly not just at our level, but also at the next step down, department heads, et cetera. I think it certainly makes sense that whatever we do here, we look at pulling this together, because otherwise, if we just have 2 days and we don't address that at the same time, I just don't think it's going to be as productive. I'd rather spend more time, spend a little bit more money, but make sure that we take that into account. Knowing what the culture is and however we get to that should be informing how we approach this. And so I think that's really critical. So we may need to adjust, what the thought is for these 2 days or longer if necessary. The last comment I'll make is that I just want to be sure that if we're going to spend the money, spend the time, that we ensure that this isn't just a couple days, it's put in a book and it goes on the shelf. I've been through this, at business level, in a different, role previously. And so frequently that's exactly what happens is, you hear a presentation, you say all the right things, and then you just go on your merry way and nothing changes. So whatever we do, we got to make sure that that's what we approach it, that it's going to be constructive, and we actually make changes, any necessary changes. And again, that starts with all of us up here. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, and I agree with you wholeheartedly. And a commitment that Davis and I make is to really help you think through how to make sure that it isn't a lot of really good, well thought out words that go on a shelf and it doesn't become an integral part of your work together. So the governance handbook ends up with there's a signature page in that, really an encouragement to review it on an annual basis. We will also provide you with a customized self-assessment tool and recommend again on an annual basis you use that. So it's really, really important to us that that isn't what happens, that it becomes a nice document on a shelf. It's really intended to integrate into your work together and to be able to support it. And that's why I pushed a little bit when we got to the slide on campaigning to becoming elected, is how critical the onboarding piece is as well. So thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Kozmicki, do you want to go next?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think it goes without saying, it's great to get on the same page, and training is a good thing, and I'm certainly open to that. My only hesitation, I think, is that just to be frank, either 2 or 3 of us aren't going to be sitting on this board in 9 months. And so I'm concerned that we spend a lot of time on this, 2 whole days of staff time as well, and then half the board is, recycled the next year. So, would we be doing it again next year if there's 2 or 3 more board members? So that's just something that just to throw out there. But again, I think training is certainly a good thing, and the governance, certainly, I think all of us, some of us are relatively new. I think it certainly can't hurt to have some training on that. The 2 aspects that really jumped out to me are setting aggressive priorities. Those, whether it's a handful or whatever it is, that's something that I think we as a board, and we've talked about this, and that we've laid them out there. I think we really have to hone in on those key priorities and really move forward and have a strategy on how we're going to address them in the relative short term. So when we talked about roads and affordable housing, economic development, parks, and maybe homelessness is on that. I think we have a similar list. So I think all of us are kind of on the same page. That, to me, really is something that we should grasp onto out of this, along with good governance and just our understanding of our roles. We're in a unique position here. We're in a small community, so being a supervisor is a little different it's a lot different in Samuel County than it is in most other counties. And so we have that, for instance, somewhat of a direct line to staff, and I think clarifying what our role is would be very beneficial, and making sure that we're all on the same page as far as where we are on that chain and how we deal with the CAO versus how we deal with other staff members. And so just for me, we do have that line to, for instance, our public works director, when we get feedback from residents on a road issue or whatever, and I appreciate that Ray's willing to allow to have that. I usually will CC Ray or whatnot, but I can just email Steve or Mike before him, and I don't tell him what to do. I think that we have to be careful as far as we as elected supervisors should not be telling staff members, ordering them around at all. That's very dangerous and inappropriate. But just having that so we're all on the same page that, hey, Steve, I just wanted to let you know, this is what I'll write to these guys just on a typical basis. Hey, just to let you know, I got this feedback. There's a pothole. I don't tell him, go out and fix it. You have 2 days to do it or whatever. It's just, so those sorts of things I think could really be clarified through this discussion. But I do just want to put it out there. We just talked about cost and time on the other issues. So just logically that, we have an election around the corner. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. To me and my, the time I put in on 2 different boards and a lot of committees is there should be just a unified commitment on the board. That doesn't mean there's not dialogue, debate, and ultimately disagreement, but obviously how you handle yourself is really important to make sure there's consistency and clarity. The one thing that I think department heads need is direction. And direction could easily become ambiguous when there's division on the board. So to me, this whole thing should be about unity at the board level, and I would say best practices, because I do not want to go down the road of legalism where we start to mandate each other's, whether it's speech or whether it's, ultimately we get down the road of trying to micromanage each other. Definitely not staff or departments. I think that's why we have leadership. And my relationship with Ray, which I think is really good, has always been when I have a concern, I go to him. If it's about a different department, I still go to him. I talk to him, I understand, and obviously if there's anything where I'm concerned because there might be, if he's not honest with me basically, then I present that to him, right? But ultimately, that hasn't happened, and that's created a good relationship where ultimately now, he knows the chain of command, the order, the processes in place that actually make sure that certain things are taken care of, and obviously everybody has their own direction when it comes down to how they run their departments. So that means that somewhere along the lines is I just follow up to see if that concern was addressed or talked about, and he reports back to me, and it's been really, really good. So for me, like I said, there's just a very careful dynamics. I know that there's other you know, there's been other agencies, other boards, without mentioning any, where I see this micromanaging attitude, and that's really worries me. I mean, even just as a small business owner, when I hire somebody, I hire them because I trust them first, and then ultimately after, there's the training and the development that happens. So that relationship is really important. But when I delegate responsibilities, you know, it comes down to consistency and clarity. A lot of the times, the mistakes happen on the staff level, my staff, I'm speaking to my business, but it's because of my fault, because I didn't give good direction. Maybe it wasn't clear. Maybe there was not a good enough understanding on the process. And, you know, even when it comes down to culture, right? Follow through and constant communication, that's really, really important. So, so I just, for me, this is about us being unified, even in disagreement, and making sure that we present a strong sentiment of direction and clarity. Like, those two things I think are of the utmost, and that to me is what this should be about. So I appreciate your sentiment, Supervisor Dirks, with the departments and staff. I don't think that that's the road we should go down, just because I feel like that's something that we need to delegate to our, you know, once we give clear direction, they will know what the expectation is. And we could have you know, at department level communication through our CAO where they give that direction. And then ultimately there's a process in place, and maybe we ask for metrics, right? Hey, report back, how is the culture working out? Are things getting better, right? I just feel like the wheels fall off the cart really quick if we start jumping in and trying to figure out how to control culture when we're not looking in our own eye to see the issues that we're carrying first. So I want to make sure we address us, and then I think everything else will follow suit. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Did you want to comment back, Supervisor Dirks? And if not, then I'll go ahead and take it from here, because I know that you referred to. Yes.
I just want to, I have another quick question. How much money is in that Trindle Fund?
Do you have the numbers, we'll get that back to you today.
Okay, because
Yeah.
I just wondered what percentage of it, in case that helps
What
people
percentage of?
decide how, like the 18,000 of that
Oh,
money.
yeah.
How much of it are we
Well,
using?
and if that, again, like I said, we would be looking at that, because that's funding that we've used for other trainings, that we've had, for the boards in the past, for staff in the past, for department heads in the past. We've had, HPO training, we've utilized those funds for that. We will double check the numbers, the exact numbers, and get back to you. Either way, I think that the cultural review of the county, I think, is important, and I think this is also important. And we'll find money if we need to for both of these, if outside of the Trindle Fund, if need be.
Okay, yeah. I just really, I'm just very, very concerned about the retention rates in our county, and if there's something that we can do as a board to model what good leadership looks like and how to go about doing that, then I think we should be doing that. And to your point, Supervisor Hernandez, I'm not out to micromanage anyone. It's not how I conduct my life at all, and in any aspect of it. But at the same time, I think we have a responsibility as leaders too, to make sure that we are communicating our vision, and if there's expectations that we think people need to follow. And so that's my whole point. And if at the end of the day, it's to help the 500 people who work in this county be excited to come to work, and they too understand the vision and whatever our goals are, hopefully that those are the same goals that are for every single person who works here too. And so that's where I'm coming from. It's not from the aspect of micromanagement, just so you know. Yeah.
If I could respond to that, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I totally appreciate and I agree. I don't sense that's the goal. Like, that usually isn't the intent from what I've noticed with board members. My only just caution is, like, there's certain realities that, you know, it's unintended consequences, right? So I'll give you like a simple example, right? So if you think about our county, the lacking resources, right? We're obviously have staffing issues that we have to address through our CAO. If you think about the dynamics of our ability to retain, it's not just this. There could be elements of the cultural issue, but there's also financial stuff, right? We can't compete with other counties, right? We're dealing with inflationary crisis. So if you think about just the person that's working for us that maybe might be struggling financially, There's a lot of stress, we're limited resources, again, so without being redundant, we have unfunded mandates, that those are putting pressure where now, guess what, an unfunded mandate, it's pushing that person to do more with less, right? Because we can't hire more people, so now all of a sudden that bubbling over effect says, the moment the pressure builds and I'm hearing that I'm not doing good enough because there's issues happening and I can't get to every issue, then I might as well, if I'm gonna take this kind of pressure, I might as well quit and go somewhere else where I can get paid more. So even that sentiment of micromanagement creates an outcome which isn't intentional, but that could easily happen, where now all of a sudden you have folks basically leaving us, not even because they want to, but they can't handle the financial issues they're dealing with, plus the increased pressure. So culture could easily be addressed in that sense, where now we have a clear sentiment as a unified board and direction, and that's happening through the CAO. If anything, maybe we have better metrics on reporting with our CAO, but I'm pretty sure he'd be more than willing to accommodate. And then I think at that point, there's clarity and consistency all the way through all 500 employees, including our CAO. So that's just some quick thoughts. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And our next, it's kind of lead-in, our next item on the agenda, we're going to be talking about that specific item and really delve into cost, our revenues, property tax versus sales tax, and the hurdles that we're confronted with, you know, with the housing that is growing and what that cost is. There's hidden costs there as well. So, and really it equals pressure. It equals what Supervisor Hernandez just mentioned. So we'll delve into that a little bit more at the next agenda item.
Okay.
So.
And the conversation here from the board is going in all different directions. And as I said, if we as supervisors avail ourselves to the training, you will find that your answers will be answered in the training. Whether there's a fine line between micromanaging and overstepping your bounds. And again, with proper training by the supervisors, we will all discover what that fine line is. And I would encourage all the supervisors to reach out to the department heads and talk to them and find out what the nature, the culture is in their department, because there's different experiences at all different departments. It's not saying that we are directing department heads to do something that might be contrary to whatever policy is, but I just would encourage the ongoing conversations with the 5 supervisors, with the department heads, and find out what's going on for yourself. I'm not saying micromanage, I'm saying just communicate with them, and you will discover things that you didn't know that were existing and problematic or possibly good going on in the department. So this item is asking us for possible direction of staff if desired. Going back to the funding, it's $18,000 for Trindle. Those are Trindle funds that deal with quote unquote risk management, because I'm very familiar with Trindle. And it seems like this would be right in the area to be able to tap into those sources. So what is the will of the board with regarding the recommendation for to the CAO regarding this item? I'll take a motion, suggestion, get a second, and then we'll vote on it.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
if we're talking about specific spending allocations, that wasn't on the agenda, so I would have a concern about, maybe the county council can weigh in about approving.
Well, we will be talking about the budget, the next one, but these are funds that are allocated specifically for this type of training.
I know, but I don't have anything on my agenda that says Trindle or $18,000,
Already
and
with-
so I'm concerned about that.
It's within my GIS, so it's
It
just.
doesn't need the board
Yeah, it doesn't need
approval.
the board approval,
Okay.
but it's just, what it is just to get your take
Okay.
on,
Do you-
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, the question is, do you want the CAO just to move forward with?
I personally would
pursuing-
like to move forward with this. Anyone else would like to move forward with this? Whether we need an official vote or not, let's just give a consensus.
Well,
I second it, I guess.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing.
I can say, I'm in support of moving forward, depending on what we're moving forward with. There's been a lot of discussion up here. Again, my feeling is it's not just something, you know, two days of training for us. I feel as though, and I'm totally in agreement with you, Supervisor Hernandez, we don't want to micromanage. In fact, I think that's at times, our problem. And there's a very fine line there if you start talking to, you know, department heads and this and that, and I certainly have been guilty of that. But once again, this culture issue is something I don't think we can ignore, and I think that is of equal importance as we're going through this training. So I would like to, I'd be supportive of it, but I'd like to have a better idea of what exactly we're gonna be getting. I'm not sure that what's being presented here is, I mean, maybe that's good, but then separately, and maybe it's a separate thing. I think this culture issue is important. So, anyway, those are my comments.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Hernandez.
we can forward Supervisor Tiffany the Masters in Governance, at least maybe we can forward to Supervisor Tiffany the Masters in Governance, even a title summary or something, and, you know, brief description. Unless you want the whole thing, but it's a lot of material, you know. But in general, yeah, it's us. It's like training a board of directors to work together is what it comes down to. There's a lot of layers to it.
With a common goal and a common purpose.
Yeah, and,
moving
and,
forward.
and that may be fine. I'm just saying then if that's all we're focused on, and that's good, I think there's another step there, and maybe that's a separate subject. Maybe you can address that, Ray.
And that's what I was saying earlier. This is multifaceted. It's not just, this is not just one item. I think there's very valid points what Supervisor Dirks mentioned about the department heads. I think we all, need to have continued education and training. And one of the things that we're all new. I mean, you're all new here for the most part. And so we just wanted to provide training from a governance perspective, being able to allow you to establish and put into thought onto paper in regards to a governance manual and setting policy and working together. So I think that's important, as well as how that filters down to the CAO, to county council, and to the department heads. And I think that's just as important, if not probably more important, because then we have to manage that. We have to manage what those expectations are and really convert that into work and output. So that's, go ahead, sorry.
Well, and, excuse me, and, two thoughts, to Supervisor Kosmicki's, couple of his points. Whatever we do, it should be something where, because he's absolutely right, several of us aren't gonna be up here. At least two of us aren't gonna be up here again, next year. So when someone new comes on, it should be very clear, this is, whether they have to go through additional training or whatever, that's part of it.
Yeah.
But, the other point is that if we're gonna do this, I think a critical component is to put down in writing what exactly our goals are for this year, and I think that's really important. I mean, I have 9.5 months left. Peter and I both have 9.5 months left on this board, and I would like to see us get certain things done in that period of time, and I want to be laser focused on those goals, so that when something comes before us, I'm not saying we ignore it, but the question is this going to further us in getting to the, these objectives that we're trying to meet this year? Because otherwise you get sidetracked, and before you know it, we're at the end of the year, and,
Right.
So anyway, that's really critical to me as well. Thank you.
Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm all for the training. I just would hope, again, I think what we could potentially do is make sure that we promote, it's a public meeting, I assume, so make sure that we're promoting it to the wider public, and also if it's not crossing the line, reaching out maybe to the elections office and asking them if they could put out an email or something to people that are running for office.
Candidate.
That, so that they can sit in, and then we don't have to do the training again next year, we can get it done this year, then I would support it. Thank you.
That's good.
That makes sense.
Okay.
But just some quick thoughts, now that I'm remembering the school board days, there's literally a big portion of it, of the governance structure training is all about the chain of command, what is it? Couldn't remember the term, but where it literally has a layout of the structure itself, like, the CAO, and then what his duties are, and then as it pertains to department heads, how they usually, what are
Your organizational chart.
the organizational chart, that's what it is. The structure of how the authority starts to go, basically trickle down through the departments. But then there's legal elements, right? So under the CSBA, that's school board, that's obviously the structure was a little tighter. County is a lot more complex, obviously, right? Because certain funds are automatically allocated, right? But they just come through the board for certain things like public health. So bottom line is we can't even know how to give direction if we don't even understand the governance structure itself, how the, you know, best practices as it applies to how these things, right? How you prioritize your time, if certain things are even able to be done, whether or not based off of the law. So there's just all these layers. So bottom line is if we don't understand our own governance structure well enough, then we're not gonna know how to give right direction. And that's why this thing is so complex and why I see a big need. And I could easily understand why it's a 2-day course. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
So you have enough information, feedback?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
good. Thank you. Yeah.
So,
Can we take a 10-minute break?
Schedule, yes. We're a little beyond your scheduled timeframe. So how many minutes?
10 minutes. 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay, so a 10-minute break at 11:11.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Meeting back to order. So we are on item number 3. Go ahead, Mr. Roscoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gabriel Orozco here with the County Administration Office. We appreciate the board giving us some time here. We wanted to come up and discuss a little bit about the general fund finances, different funding sources, a little bit on the roads and their funding sources, and give a couple of scenarios about the funding that we have on hand. I don't know if our CEO wants to make some starting remarks. If not, then we'll get going here.
I think I mentioned this earlier. I just wanted to highlight that this item, we're going to be discussing the financial overview. We're going to kind of give a little history of where we stand and what our relation is with regards to Prop 13 and the allocation that we have for our county and how we are compared to other counties. I think it's going to be very enlightening for your board, as well as where we stand with sales tax in relation to the local agencies, as well as a comparative with the state. So it'll give you an idea of where we stand. And ultimately, we just really want to have you take a step back and think, okay, where can we as policymakers give staff direction on what we can do to generate more revenue. We have to kind of treat this. We're at a point now where it's kind of like a business. We need to generate some more revenue to provide those levels of services. And these conversations have been discussed with prior boards. I think that there has been some direction by some of those boards to start addressing some revenue areas, commercial development. But I think it'll be very eye-opening for you to see this, and we wanted to lay this out very clearly. I know the public's been asking for it. So I think it's going to be a good conversation. We've been working on this now for months. I want to thank Gabriel for that. We started this, I believe, in November, working on this, gathering data. So I think it'll be a good presentation. And it will tie in, it'll dovetail to K&N's presentation, as well as the roads presentation. So we're going to look at it from really two pieces. We're going to look at it from an operational side. We're going to look at it from a reserve side, and kind of think about it from two perspectives. We have some reserves. What can we do, and how do we do that strategically, and address that, and then looking at it from an operational point of view, and what our revenues are coming in, and what kind of services we can provide. So with that, I just want to kind of give an overview and pass this back to Gabriel. Thanks, Gabe.
Thank you, Ray. So to get started here, quick roadmap. We're going to cover Prop 13, property tax, general fund, revenues, expenditures, a couple of scenarios, road fund, revenues, expenditures, and a couple of scenarios. So with a little bit of further detail, this doesn't do it justice. So starting off, Prop 13, essentially passed by California and its residents. It put a limit on what we can charge on property tax to 1%. Prior to Prop 13, there was the collection of property taxes, and actually the state had a surplus, or the counties, as it was collected, was a surplus. And once Prop 13 passed, many local governments, right after it passed, required a bailout from the state because they had, laid out their chips thinking that they were going to be receiving this funding year after year. The state had a big surplus, and they thought, hey, this money is going to continue to come in, and it didn't. So the state required to do modifications based off the Prop 13 and provide some funding backfill back to the counties in order to provide them a little bit of a cushion in order for them to be able to move on from one year to the next to continue to provide services for the community. It's also pegs the limit of 2% on the increase in assessed value for year over year, unless special circumstances. Special circumstances is if there is an exchange, if there is a purchase, a sale, refinance, anything where there is a change of hands or a change on the loan, then the value of the home is then reassessed, and then that's where, if property has gone up so much in property value, assessed at the higher value, it'll be beneficial to us. No longer is it based on market value, as I have this last bullet. So market value, essentially every year, you're able to then assess it on market value. Prop 13 pegs us at 2% unless there's a purchase or anything that allows it for it to be reassessed again. Breakdown of property tax, essentially majority of it going to education, to the schools and to the ERAFT setup, 68 cents on the dollar. Our county receives 11 cents on the dollar. And I believe my next slide. So this gives a bigger overview of what that means in terms of where we stand in comparison to other counties across the state. Little, I guess, magnified section I have on the right-hand side is where we stand more or less with neighboring counties. And even if you were just to look at, on the left-hand side, at all the counties combined, one of the, a couple of the bigger ones that stand out, for example, would be like San Benito ourselves, and then Orange County, where, for example, Orange County compared to Contra Costa County, very similar in the amount of property taxes that they assess and bring in, but Orange County doesn't bring in the amount of property taxes on the municipal side, which is the green shaded section, and the school side, the offset part, the gray area. So the whole bar is the assessed property taxes that come in. The green part is what goes to municipal services, be it cities, counties, and the gray section is what goes to school. So on the blown out piece, what we're able to see is, for example, Mendocino or Mariposa or Yolo, even though they, in general, total property sales tax, they receive a little bit less in total. The municipal services receive more than us. Our section, we have a lot more in property taxes that goes out to the school. So even though we do receive a lot in property taxes, the majority of it is then provided over to the schools, and then we're kind of left to work with what we receive at the time. Not to say that we haven't done anything. We've talked to the state legislative to see if there's a way for us to be able to receive more funding or for them to rework the formula, but right now, to no avail, we haven't been able to do very much.
Madam Chair, if I may?
Yeah.
Yes, please.
When you take a look at this is a very telltale pictorial of kind of the situation we're in. San Benito County is smack dab in the middle of the assessed value ranking, but when it goes to the government, we're almost the lowest in our piece of the pie. And when you compare it with Del Norte as an example, they're up in the top, their assessed value is much less, significantly less overall. But their piece of the pie that goes to government is almost equal, is probably equal or about the same amount. The actual dollars and cents, Del Norte, up on top.
Okay.
When you look at the green, you see the green portion of that assessed value ranking, you go straight down, it's almost equal. It's actually a little bit greater than where we stand. In San Benito, we're right in the middle. So that is very, very telltale. So when you look at it, and we have our assessor, Tom, here, he does a great job in the assessor's office, and they're constantly on reevaluating, reassessing the AV within our county because we need every penny. And when you do a comparable in his report that he provided last year on the 20 smallest counties, Del Norte's a little bit over $2 billion, we're about 10, and the allocation that we receive is almost equal with regards to the amount of money we receive. And there's nothing we really can do about changing that methodology.
Mm-hmm.
It was established in 78, I believe it was, 78, 79, and they took a snapshot in 1975. And that's what we receive, the percentage. And so, as you will go on with these slides, you're going to see an increase in AV, and you're going to see a slope that's going to increase. But it doesn't keep up with the amount. There's more work involved from staff in Tom's shop, in our assessor's shop, they have to assess more value, more housing. We don't make enough money just on the property tax to cover for more staff to cover that additional work. And we're going to share that with you in a few minutes. So go ahead, Gabriel, keep moving on, and we'll highlight that in a few minutes here.
So the next slide here, I have, historical property tax of the last couple of years, along with the growth rate in the property tax. So we've been doing fairly well, increasing to close to about $1 million a year in property tax. But when you look in comparison to where we stand, that $1 million, year over year, compared to technically if, it was proportioned out correctly and distributed more uniformly the way that it's supposed to be, we would be able to, provide more services, and as our CEO Espinosa mentioned, be able to provide enough, enough funding in order to bring in the staff to provide the services that we need. So, for example, in the assessor's office, if there's more of a need to have more assessors to do assessments on properties, $1 million over a couple of positions really gets eaten up. And with the added piece of, increases in, housing, houses here in the county, and with those houses, it's not just the people coming, there's then a need for services that are needed to be provided for those houses. There's, maintenance on roads. There's more services that are pulled, whether it's from our HHSA department, our probation department, our sheriff's office, to provide safety out in the community. So it's not just, there's a new housing development going up, and there's new houses, we're able to assess them, we might collect a couple more dollars off that. There's a trade-off, because then there's the expenses tied to it to provide services, the safety, the maintenance on the roads and everything. So it's a bit of a trade-off, and that's where, we see a growth, but at the same time, that growth is then eaten up. As our CEO mentioned, our gross assessment going year after year, we've seen increases go from one year to the next, roughly in the assessed amount, about, I would say about between $700,000 to $1 million, $700,000 to $1 million, more or less growth year over year. And all that kind of falls in the county based off the distribution. We're still only able to collect a marginal portion that we then take back into our pockets. But as I kind of covered, all that comes with excess expenses related to maintenance and any services that we need to provide on those homes, if it's new development or existing development, continue to provide that.
And let me just give a little clarity. So you figure 700,000 to $1 million, and it ranges as you see there. We have a fire contract. That's an escalator, 100,000 every year, approximately, give or take. It depends, 50,000.
Because, Ray?
Because that's what we agreed to with the city of Hollister. So that we have a contract with them. They requested an escalator. So our obligation is approximately 50 to 100,000 a year. It ranges from year to year. And then you have other costs, CalPERS discount rate. That goes up. I mean, we got our auditor controller here. He can attest to this. It's constantly going up. Well, it's going down, but our cost is going up with relation to that. So when you look at just the cost associated with doing business, that barely covers it. That's really where we're at, and that's where we've been status quo. But what the issue is that we are now, if you look, that assessed value is going up. What does that mean? What's happening in our county? It's a rhetorical question. Housing is happening, not necessarily business and commercial development. It's more or less housing. So what does that equal to? That equals to more services. The city and the county, we provide a certain level of services. We do assessments, right? We manage the coroner's office. We have the corrections office. The cities do not do that. We do. And there's a cost associated with it. And there's a level of additional work that needs to happen when you have more housing, more things going on. And unfortunately, for us, we're at the complete opposite spectrum than most counties. So most counties can absorb that and still add staff. And it works for them, for most counties. But in our county is somewhat unique because we're so far on the other side of the spectrum. And there was a comment made by the public a few meetings ago that said, hey, this has been going on forever, this and that. And this is, and it has. And I kind of expressed that verbally to your board and gave you just a quick brief of what we're talking about here. But this ultimately is a big problem. And I know the county, years past, have gone to the legislature to ask if we could, address this. And if you go back to San Francisco slide, go back the other, and you look at San Francisco, and you look at the service, the funding that they're receiving for government is almost, and look at the amount going to schools. It's significant. And so one of the things we ask is, hey, is there something we can do? And where is it going to come from? It's going to come from the schools. That's not going to work. It's just not, and the legislature we didn't get any support with that. And, it's tough. It's tough because you got to take it from somewhere based on the 1978, based on Prop 13. It has to come from somewhere within that dollar. So just wanted to highlight that for you and let you ponder over that. Really, this is and just one other thing, this is our bread and butter.
Yes.
This is it.
And
this is what we make, and we make very little.
And if I might add, just to follow up your comment about the assessment chart, and yes, our assessments are going up because of housing, but then the services are outpacing, the assessments. But that's why, and I think we're all in agreement up here, that's why business and economic development, not housing, is so critical, because that brings in income, and although there are some additional services, nowhere near what we're looking at for residential. So that's why that is so critical to our county.
Absolutely.
Madam Chair.
Yes, please.
So a couple of thoughts with that, Supervisor Tiffany, and I totally agree. Really concerning, because the more you think about it, that means the pressure is only going to increase against our general fund to try to address issues. That means we're going to struggle to try to, it's like the importance of a general fund is liquidity, right? You want to be able to be flexible with revenue streams. There's so many variations to the budget, the cycle, right? A lot of the times there's, reimbursements because of certain things that we're doing, and then all of a sudden we're going to get reimbursed for it after. So even if we do tap into general fund, there's an expectation, there's a process to keep that liquidity strong. So my point is I think that just really points to the reality that we basically have to be very nimble in managing the resources. And that's why I think economic development, right, which is not part of this conversation, should be an important focus, I think, for our board.
And we're going to talk about a few of those things in a few minutes here. So, Gabriel, why don't you continue, and we'll.
So that kind of covers a brief on property taxes. Next section I wanted to go on was sales and use tax. So right now in San Benito County, our sales use tax, 8.25%. There's a breakdown of where the 8.25 is going to. Essentially 7.25 goes to the state to fund essentially local programs, whether it's Prop 172, 1991 realignment, 2011 realignment. From that funding that really goes into the county to serve for the county and its purposes, we have a quarter of 1% that goes to transportation fund. There's also essentially the Bradley Burns portion, which is collected by the state and then redistributed back to the counties, 1%. And then there's also other taxes that we can further levy on. For example, right now we have the 1% Measure G tax. So that funding is very specific and particular to where it can be spent. For example, we have all these different projects that we're doing, fixing the roads, and then essentially all this money that is collected, it's relatively stable, but without there having a little bit on the different side compared to the housing, we don't have a lot of, commercial industrial coming in to provide all those cells, then we're kind of, pigeonholed as to the current structure and industrial and commercial and different kind of organizations that we have in the county and where that sales tax can be generated. We're more or less limited. Give you a comparison of sales tax per capita with our neighboring counties. Top county, Santa Clara, bigger county, a lot more different places where sales and use tax can be generated. And then close neighbor to us, Monterey County, the blue line kind of right down in the middle. Even though Monterey County does not have very high sales and use tax compared to us, they actually have one of the lower ones. They generate a high volume of sales tax per capita. One thing, they're a tourist destination. There's a lot to do with the tourist industry. People going out to Pebble Beach, out in that area, and spending their funding. We don't have beachfront properties here in San Benito County, so we have to work with what we have. One thing we've been seeing is an increase over the last couple of years, but more or less that falls in line with all the other counties. There's been this slight kind of increase from fiscal year 18 to the last quarter that we have right here in fiscal year 21, quarter 3.
And just to add, they have additional items, as we all know, but TOT is a big one for them. They receive a lot of money through their TOT, and that was what Gabriela was just talking about, that destination. And so that is something we don't have a lot of. It's a very small figure that we actually have. But go ahead, Gabriel.
And then this is a snapshot of essentially our county compared to the Central Coast and California in general. You see California and the Central Coast per capita pretty much almost overlap right over each other. And then when you take us in comparison, we're fairly decent ways down. We don't generate a lot of sales tax per capita in comparison to essentially the group that we're supposed to be with in the Central Coast, and California in itself as a state. We're nowhere near comparison. There seems to be, as I mentioned, looking at a little bit on the bright side, there seems to be some upward trajectory, but the upward trajectory is both seen on the state and on the Central Coast side. So more or less we're falling in line according to growth as we've seen it. Want to give a quick overview of broken down by industry. So quarter 3 of 2021, essentially sales tax that's been generated by the different industries. Biggest one, business and industry. Second one, state and county pools. So that's essentially the funding that goes into the big state pool, which is then broken down by essentially the factors of money that you're putting in as an entity yourself. So we put money in there, the city puts money in there, and then that's further then broken down, returned back to the counties. As we see on there, restaurants and hotels, 29,000 in the third quarter. Not a lot, as our CEO mentioned. We're not a tourist destination per se here in San Benito County compared to some of the other counties. And for example, there could be, if there are new developments, whether if it's gas stations, as there have been some projects with Bell and different other projects that have been either brought up in the last couple of years or in the process. For example, or fuel and service station, that could go up substantially if we have more of those kind of pop up. And if with those come restaurants and hotels, that can also go up along the same lines. Moving in on the documentation transfer tax. So this is 55 cents for each $500 or a fraction thereof. This is for any documents that our county clerk recorders takes care of to provide to the community. More or less, this is standard. We're receiving somewhere between 600,000 and 900,000 on an average year. When we're projected to receive around 650,000, minimal growth, as you've seen. There was substantial from one year to the next, but sometimes they're just one-time, offshoots where there's a substantial need, or there's some, there's a big development that wants to pull out a whole bunch of documents. Then that's where we see, one shot off expenses. But for the most part, it's what we bring in. Not a lot compared to what we bring in property taxes, 19 million to less than 1 million. You're talking a little bit less than 5% in comparison. Next one we're looking at here, business license tax. So this is a measure passed by the voters in November relating to the business industry and seeing what potential we can generate from there. So began collecting it in fiscal year 29-20. It's been growing little by little. 2021, it's actually doubled because there was some issue with some of the businesses as they were reporting. They didn't report in the appropriate year, so 2021 looks a little bit enhanced, and 2021 should be more in line to the numbers that we're projected to receive. Hopefully, with a couple of the things that the board has addressed, for example, some of the different loan options that we want to set up through the, I believe the PACE accounts to provide for industrial and commercial to, be able to finance different options for them. So if that can, promote growth in those kinds of industries to do commercial and industrial, then that'd be very beneficial to us and beneficial to the business license tax for sure. And one thing to point out, the bigger entities that are composing the mining, the business license tax is the mining operations. So for example, Granite Rock, and these companies that are providing a substantial service, they're the ones that actually compose a lot of the business license tax. They make up the bulk of it. We collect a lot from the smaller kind of companies here and other industries, but they're the bigger bulk of it. So it's more or less also similar to the prior one, relatively marginal, not too much to offer. The next one, our transient occupancy tax. So this is set up by the county, by the voters in the June 2018 election. As we have mentioned, San Benito County isn't a travel destination. A lot of people do come in and out. We do have some people that stay in, but we're not, a hidden gem out there. Hopefully we are, and we're able to make sure that we address that. For example, looking at our Pinnacles National Park, seeing if we can get more headline with that. Seeing if we can get more headline with that would be awesome, and getting more people to the county. We're able to, have attractions so people can definitely come here, visit, enjoy it, spend their time. And maybe even, if we continue to build out the Riverview Regional Park, getting that going, having that be a center focus of attraction, and people can come in, spend the night at one of the hotels and bring their money and spend it, and we collect, TOT tax, sales tax, different funding that then stays here in the county, and we can use that for services or to continue to build upon what we've had, and continue to do more for the county.
It's coming, Gabriel, just so you know, it's coming.
I don't know if you can hear Supervisor Hernandez from up here, but he says those are fighting words here. So be careful with your verbiage there.
Yeah.
But as you said, we're working on it, yes.
Exactly, and hopefully we continue to move down that direction, and we're able to see that more or less flourish and continue to grow. And now I'm going to, start to get into the combined, numbers. What do we look like in the general fund? So this is more or less revenues over the last couple of years, different growths. The one number you're going to see that sticks out, fiscal year 2021, that one really sticks out because you had to take into consideration that year we had CARES funding that came in, as well as the first payment of American Rescue Plan Act funding that also came in. So that one shows a bit of an inflated number from the prior year, constituting a $17 million change. So more or less what I wanted to show here is, on average, we see growth anywhere between either flat in fiscal year 2018, 2019 to on an average year, $3 or $4 million worth of growth. But as we see growth, there is also expenses attributed to that. Whether if it's expenses related to providing more services in order for us to be able to meet the demands of the public and provide those the services that are needed, whether if it's fixing our roads or investing in fixing our jail, making sure that it's at capacity, with the multitude of other services that we provide. As I mentioned, so what have we done on our side to control some of those expenses that have run away? We've set, prior to my time, the county, through our CEO's guidance and our elected officials, Joe Paul Gonzalez on the auditor controller side, they helped put together caps on healthcare so we can stop, in a way, some of the bleeding that was happening on the other post-employment benefits and was happening with the current staff. So putting caps on that, putting caps on accruals, going into a PENCA minimum environment contribution, looking at revising MOUs and contracts. Our CEO mentioned our fire contract that has an escalator. Looking at those and seeing where we can renegotiate and work things out. Looking at leveraging state funding and subvention funding. If there's a partnership that can be had with the state or with any other funding, whether it's grant funding or anything that's available, seeing that we can leverage those dollars to work with the general fund dollars so we don't have to front the whole cost. We've, as I mentioned, asking the state if we can do something with the property tax allocation, which so far hasn't fruited anything good from it so far. We're looking at updating our impact fees and making sure that we're charging developers an appropriate amount for the impact that they're going to be having, whether it's the impact on the roads, the impact on our library, or the impact on the general services that we're providing at the county. We're also looking to update essentially our county service fees. There's different fees that are collected, whether if it's by our planning department on reviewing their plans or any other county service that we provide a fee for. Along with, there were several items where we had discussed an increase on sales tax by 1%. So essentially what I wanted to kind of summarize in this slide is we've been looking everywhere. We've been looking at, looking where we can cut costs. We're looking at where we can, enhance our revenues by looking elsewhere, whether it's the state or subvention funds or grants, and we've been looking internally, what can we do now where we can update the impact fees to, get our money's worth out of there. We can update our services so it reflects the true cost of the services that we're providing that we can bill for. And we're leaving essentially no kind of stone unturned into the different areas that we can definitely look at to address.
So one thing to add to that is we have done a countywide CFD to address any kind of growth, so that's another form of revenue. The other thing I wanted to highlight is under the leveraging the state funding and subvention funding, we are really conscientious about using maybe like AB 109 funds to redirect that to staff or to subsidize staffing as well for especially law enforcement, behavioral health services, those types of things that can help with recidivism has been really key and vital, and leveraging that, not using general fund, but using that. So there's a lot of things we've been working on over the last 10 years to really cut our cost and be as frugal as possible, because obviously, as you've seen earlier, that we don't have a lot of fluff, but we need staff. And this is one good point, or one point I wanted to make clear, is that we have to look at everywhere, every option. As well as, even as an example, in our assessor's office, there's been grants with some of the programs there to bring staff in. So we've leveraged those grants and basically leveraged it with a small amount of general fund, but we're leveraging state funding to add staff in for his office. So just a couple of examples there.
So moving on, this is essentially the big picture of revenues versus expenses, how we've more or less sat. So looking at essentially our net position the last couple of years, beginning fiscal year 17-18, been able to net a positive, 18-19 negative, 19-20 negative, 20-21 a positive. One thing I'll add, like I mentioned on that year specific, we had our CARES funding and our ARPA funding that had come in. Ending year, fiscal year 2021, our unassigned fund balance, so funding that we could put towards, any project, or essentially what we refer to as our unassigned reserves that we can then utilize for any projects, stood at $11 million. And using that money, being able to kind of project to see what we can do in the future. So at ending fiscal year 2021-22, we're looking essentially to eat a small portion of it if the costs continue to grow according to how they're supposed to. One of the kind of wrinkles, which was a contributing factor, was part of our negotiation this year with our labor unions, being able to provide so our employees are able to continue to work here with the rate and with the plan that is justified for them to be able to continue to work with us to provide services. So that's one of the wrinkles that's added on there. And what I then did is essentially projected out where we would more or less be over a course of 4 years, ending fiscal year 25-26. Essentially growing our expenses on the salary side by 3%, having our property tax, sales tax grow at a reasonable pace. Property tax growing at about a 3% rate, sales tax growing at about 2% rate. In addition to some of the other funding sources also growing at a reasonable rate. Couple of items that I wanted to make note of here. This year, we're going to be receiving some funding one time, one of them coming from award homes. So some of the funding that we've more or less held in a trust account pending a lawsuit. Now that that's more or less coming to its end, we're going to be able to release that funding back into the county as reserve coffers. So that's going to be close to about $14 million that we're going to be able to retain back into the general fund, in addition to some projects. So for example, we have our San Juan project that's coming up, and that's going to be another $6 million as that goes through. The one thing pending with that one is pending the governor's emergency declaration. I know that the governor has already released majority of his emergency guidelines, but pending the release of it completely, that money would then come to us. So that's one-time funding that will come. In addition to any other funding that could come with various projects or any grants that we receive from the state or the federal government.
Quick question, Madam Chair. Yeah, why is it pending emergency use? Like basically, why does the governor have to do? Like, I'm trying to understand how does that retain?
So there was, based off the developer agreement on the funding that we were going to receive, there was an amendment to it where there implied that because we were in a state of emergency during that time, essentially we were going to be receiving that developer kind of revenue to the county until the governor released essentially the state of emergency in general throughout the state. So pending the release, we then collect. As the project has kind of been started little by little, we'll then start to see that come through.
Oh, so it has nothing to do with the governor. It's us, and
Right.
we gave some kind of a deferral, I believe.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, mainly just as for clarity purposes. So what Gabriel was talking about, the governor, it was the emergency because COVID. So it was unexpected. It was kind of a, something that, it was an emergency, statewide emergency. So
It held up
basically
the project.
it allowed for there to be a hiatus, so to speak, a period of time.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we're supposed to receive something like $6 million.
$6 million. So
Front-
as soon as they pull the
front-loaded, right?
permit, that's correct. So when they go through that process, we'll receive that. So they expected, we were expecting to receive $6 million this year, pending what they're doing over there. The other thing is, it's approximately 14 million, 13 and change. I believe it's probably 14 now for the award home item. And then obviously there's other items. I wanted to highlight as well is that over the years, revenues and expenses. You know, we've budgeted for it. There's usually a negative, but we've had the vacancy budgeting in there, and we've been actually adding almost every year, we've been putting more into or ending up in the black every year, but it's mainly because of vacancy budgeting. So this right here, what Gabriel is looking, or is describing for you, is that, you know, in this scenario, there's also, you know, looking at roads, looking at maybe using 10 million, I believe, Gabriel, in your scenario there, as well as 5 million for like the library. So there's some scenarios here that are built in, but so some one-time cost. He will also go through the next, I think, couple of slides here with some other scenarios, which I'll keep my mouth shut and let Gabriel talk to. But basically, we wanted to highlight for you multiple scenarios of where we would end up at if we, you know, we've staffed up the way we should be staffed. If we need 5 road crews, which we've had in years past, what would that cost? And so Gabriel has some examples. So go ahead, Gabriel.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Madam Chair, excuse me, Gabe, just real quickly. So I know in the past we've talked about that there are some monies that are held, for example, maybe FEMA money that, you know, is COVID money that may take a couple years to come in.
Yes.
Is that in there, or is that not in there? And you know, that's a potential receivable, but we don't account for it until we actually get it. Just a question on that.
Yeah,
Thank
so
you.
that's a great question, Supervisor. So that's why I kind of left that other one-time funding. So for example, our part 2 of our Great Plates program, we're set to receive somewhere around, well, if everything goes according to plan, a little bit over $1 million just off the second part of that program. And it's not until all that funding has been more or less trued up and we can reasonably assume that we're going to receive it, is then when we can create an accrual for it, and then as the money then comes in, we can account for it in the budget, and on the account side. There's also, sticking with FEMA, also some expenses that we've had in the county where CARES Act didn't cover and ARPA wasn't enacted yet. There's some expenses that we're then able to also bill FEMA for. So we're going to look to capitalize on that side as well. So kind of leaving no stone unturned on.
Right. But so I'm right in thinking that some of these expenses that you have, the expenses have already been made.
Right.
But there's some revenues that would potentially match up that may not come in for down the road.
Yep.
So that, we have to take that in mind as well.
Yes.
So I guess the point is, it might be somewhat better than it looks.
Yes.
But we have to wait until we get that money.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
thank
what
you.
happens is sometimes you accrue expenses on one year that you don't see, like you mentioned, the benefit until a couple of years down the line. The last piece that I wanted to mention on here, so I have one-time expenses. So the way that I calculated, looking at essentially the balance there at the bottom, is let's say we obtained the one-time funding, 14 million from Award Homes and 6 million for San Juan projects. But let's say on the other side as well, let's say we contribute 10 million to roads, hold off 5 million to work on different facilities, whether if it's our matching amount to go to the library, or 5 million to put towards remodel and improvement of our current facilities. Let's say we take that into consideration. So if we added up everything, essentially what we would essentially, I guess, start and end up with essentially is about 16 million. And then that projected, so this is essentially our reserve, so our unassigned, take into consideration ins and outs. If we were to not put in 10 million to roads, not hold off anything on the library, our starting amount would be 31. So 31 million of unassigned. If we allocate money to roads, 10 million, allocate some money on the side for projects, essentially, for example, the library, 5 million, that drops us down to 16. And then that, taken into consideration, essentially 21, 22 ending net begins to drop us down. So over the course of a couple of years, we'll be fine. It just kind of depends on how we utilize the funding that we have available, and making the use of it as optimal as we can. As our CEO mentioned, going on from this slide, I have a couple of examples. But first, I'm going to talk a little bit about on the growth side. So,
Gabe, I'm sorry to keep
Yes.
interrupting. One final question from me. This is keeping ARPA separate?
yes.
Both revenue as well as potential expenditures, other than those that we've already committed?
Exactly. So ARPA, because of its nature, is pulled aside from this. So the ARPA isn't part of the unassigned fund balance because ARPA is restricted to very specific programs that it can be spent on. So I don't want to muddy the water and say, we're going to spend all this other money that we can, backfill the general fund on, because that'll make everything murky, because then it's hard to track what a true idea, because it's one-time funding. And I can't bank on one-time funding being able to carry me through, 5 years' time. ARPA money has to be spent in a couple of years, and it's not going to be here in, 10 years down the line. So one thing to look at that I wanted to, highlight is essentially growth. So what does growth look like? This, the orange columns are growth in local revenue. So this is revenue both in property, sales tax, TOT, and everything. So what does the other column represent? The other one represents salaries and benefits. Just growth in salary and benefits. It doesn't include growth in just normal everyday expenses. For example, our gas has gone up, almost double from where we were a couple years ago. Right now we're, somewhere about $6. Normally we're used to around $3. So costs of things have gone up, and they go up from year to year. And what this highlights is essentially our growth in all of our local funding is growing, but not at the rate of our growth in just our salaries and benefits. So we're, in a way, not being able to keep up with the growth in the service and supply side, salaries and benefits side. So that's one of the items that I wanted to highlight this. And this is just an incremental piece. And as we have it, the last couple of years are just projections. The more current years, you can kind of see up and down, but if we're able to kind of pull all this and make a model out of it, this is more or less where we stand. And each one of them, we're still, the expense side is higher than the revenue and incremental coming in. So one of the things that I wanted to mention, so what's missing out of this, the bigger components that are missing is they're compounding factors, whether that's staff, staying longer and going up in steps, or hitting the longevity piece of the contract. And also our pension obligation grows for year over year. The same thing with our OPEB contribution. That also grows from year over year as we have more employees. They buy into it longer, they stay a year longer. So all these things create a compounding factor, which is a little bit difficult to calculate, but it just surmounts essentially the amount of funding that we have to set aside for all these services. And without having revenues that keep up with it, we're put in a tough situation. So going into the scenarios our CEO mentioned, this scenario right here is essentially, let's take our budget, let's fund every single position. One of the things we're looking to do, and we started on, is get rid of vacancy budgeting. But I want to show you guys what's a scenario where we filled all of them. If we filled every single position, normal 3% COLA year over year, MOU and other contracts more or less, normal growth, revenues grow at 3% on the property side, 2% on sales. We contribute $10 million to roads and $5 million to facilities. Essentially, over the course of the next 5 years, we'll eat up everything on the reserve side, the unassigned reserve. The unassigned reserve that we have starting here is the same one that I had shown on the previous slide. The problem here is that we're filling every position, and every position having it filled, as our CEO mentioned, we're reliant on those vacant positions to balance our budget and to extend our general fund. But if we were to fill it, then over the next couple of years we'll run out of money. There'll be some life to us, but we'll begin to essentially bleed out all that funding over the next 5 years. The second scenario is what would be ideal if we were in a situation where money wasn't an issue and we wanted to provide an adequate amount of services spread out throughout the general fund departments. What would that look like? So that would look like adding 33 new positions across the general fund. Total cost of adding those positions, a little bit over $3 million. Adding in that $3 million to the current salaries and benefits portion, and then adding in, as I mentioned, a 3% COLA, the same, stipulations as before, the same contribution from the general fund to roads and to facilities, we'll see that we essentially run out of funding in 3 years if we were to go through essentially our ideal situation. So one of the pieces that we wanted to highlight is we know that there are areas where, we have departments where we're only one person deep, and we would love to add more, just like there are other departments in other areas where there is a need, and there are services that the community wants us to provide, but without being able to show this picture and say, hey, yes, we see that and we want to provide that, but if we do that, the trade-off is in 2-3 years, we're going to be essentially out of funding because our revenues aren't able to keep up with the expenses. And that's one of the big items that we wanted to highlight. That's more or less the presentation that I had on the general fund going into the revenues and the expenses. And I was going to go into more or less to tie in with some of the presentations that we have a little bit later on with roads, go into some of the road funding side of it. Unless there's any questions from the
I'm
If I
just-
may just add, I'm
Yeah, I
sorry.
just wanted to kind of see in terms of delivery. So is this presentation completely completed? Obviously not, because I'm looking at the rest of the.
No, I think this next portion should be fairly quick,
It should
and
be
then we
quick.
could take a break. I just wanted to highlight for your board, so there's two items here. We have property tax, we have sales tax in regards to our revenue. We really can't touch the property tax, that's set in stone.
Yeah.
We have very, very small amount of sales tax, as you saw. And that's something we could do. That's something that, as policymakers, your board has the ability to address and focus attention on to increase revenues in that area. And I think the property tax, there's still an element there that we could address if it's buildings, as an example. If it's a commercial development building or something like that, that would still impact that number, and it would go up with less impact. But from a percentage basis on the AV, there's not a lot we can do with that. And I think that's our best bang for our buck, so to speak, is addressing that piece of it on the property tax side. On the sales tax piece, this is also, I just wanted to share that, and Gabriel did a great job in illustrating it. Is that something that I think we need to address and deal with? And I think your board has, I think during these ad hoc committees and the discussions that we've had, but it's just more, we put it on paper for you to see it as well as the public. I think it's very telltale. So with that, I know we don't have much time, so we'll just keep going. I just
Yes.
wanted to share those two aspects for you.
Okay, and then we are going to go to public and then back to the
Yes.
before the break.
Before the break.
Yes,
Yep.
okay. Thank you.
One thing that just popped into my mind, making sure that I do make a comment on. All these scenarios is also not taking into consideration, for example, our cannabis. So let's say we're able to establish cannabis, and that does provide another source of revenue. That's also another area where, we've been moving down that path to be able to provide more sources of revenue around what we already have in place and be able to kind of work with what we got. So that's another key area where if that's able to, provide some more revenue, that can then help us as well. So going into roads, wanted to cover a little bit on the different funding that they receive. So the first one is the gas tax. I know even on the state side, there have been some questions about wanting to decrease it because gas is already high in its own. So the state had a big surplus last year, and it's probably going to have another surplus this year because as the cost of things go up, the amount that you pay in taxes do as well because it's directly proportional. It's a percentage based on the total amount. So they're probably gonna be collecting more. So the first one we have, gas tax, collected by the state, then proportion sent down through the state controller's office to the counties. And it's essentially tied to gas. So every time you go pay, your gas at the pump, a penny of that or a couple of cents come to the county. We average about $2 million in gas tax, between 2 million to 3 million in revenue that comes in every year. Other source, Measure G, as I kind of mentioned, this passed through an initiative. This funding split between essentially three different areas, 3 different tiers. Tier 1, the bigger component, Highway 25. Tier 2, going to local street and roads, which is a breakdown between the county, the cities, San Juan, and the city of Hollister, and the other one, Tier 3, which is the bicycle and pedestrian. Measure G funding is actually coming in a lot stronger than we had anticipated, even with the normal projections. The normal projections had us collecting somewhere around 2.5 million. We're actually collecting somewhere closer to 3 year over year. So it's actually coming in a lot better than anticipated. So whether that means we're able to fund the Highway 25 project, a lot faster, or we're able to do more things with the local share that we receive, we're looking to make sure that we use that funding as appropriately as we can. But even with that, the cost of doing different projects and doing different, road infrastructure, it doesn't really get cheaper. It gets more expensive year over year. And if there are different projects that, have some deferred maintenance, year over year, the cost of doing those projects may go up. So looking at making sure, even though we have, we're going to be receiving more, the cost of doing things isn't going to get cheaper. It's going to get more expensive over time. So that's one thing to consider as we look at all these expenses, as I've been kind of mentioning. The other one are SB1, essentially local gas tax passed by the state. So this goes to essentially also receiving about $2 million worth, and money redirected back from the state into the local governments to infuse essentially our roads department with more funding for them to be able to provide more projects in the community, to be able to bring some of our roads back up to drivable standards, fixing up potholes and ripping up sections of the road that are torn up and becoming hazardous to the community. So as much as we can with that. The other couple funding sources, we have federal programs. So our federal bridge program, for example, our build out of our Hospital Road Bridge and our build out of our Union Bridge, these are federal programs which we try to leverage as much as possible. That being said, I think we're much happier spending someone else's dollar as opposed to our own. If we're only needing to match 25%, a third, something like that, where it's more doable, it's a big project, and the federal government or the state is able to kick in some of the bigger chunk of expenditures, that's definitely the avenue that we want to go towards. The other one is Federal Highway Safety Program. I know that, for example, the other one's geared towards bridges, this one's more geared towards highways, and we submit different projects to different roads that we want to build up and improve, and trying to leverage all this funding that won't eat up all the revenue that we have in our bank. We can be able to do other projects with our SB1 funding or our Measure G funding, able to leverage essentially the federal government to help us out to continue to build out our roads as best we can. And then the last one right here, other road revenues that we receive, other grants that we receive, for example, highway safety improvement programs, or grants related to federal land access programs for the federal roads out there in the federal lands, or one that's just kind of coming through the pipeline, our Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act that was passed by the federal government. That has a lot of money tied to different road infrastructure. And I know that as we're getting our grants consultant on board, that's one of the key areas that we're going to be looking at to make sure that we're able to leverage that money that was approved by the federal government to bring in. The other one is our impact fees, money that we contribute to Accenture or Traffic Impact Fund, so that's another funding source. our enterprise fund, so our landfill depletion fee, money that is collected based off the integrated waste management at the landfill. That money goes to, you know, essentially fixing the arteries that lead to it. That's going to have some changes down the line, especially with if the landfill is not expanded, then that'll have an impact on some of that funding that could be available for roads. But we'll see how that kind of goes down. And then other funding, essentially the general fund, as I mentioned, works as a periodic investments into the road fund to finance some of these roads and bridges and different programs where there might not be any other funding that's available. We see it as something key, and we want to invest money into it. For example, the scenarios that I had before, a $10 million investment into the roads funds for particular projects that we want to fund, and that's something that we could do with it. That funding wouldn't be tied in with any specific project. We could just do an investment into it, or if the board would so choose, we could tie that to a specific project, do an investment into the road fund to it. Just looking at the revenues and expense side of the road fund, this is a little bit, the road fund is a little bit different. You'll see years where we have a very substantial amount of expenses or a very substantial amount of revenue. The main reason to this is some of these projects are based off of essentially, you know, build a project and then Caltrans or the federal government will reimburse us. So on some years, for example, fiscal year 1920, we had a little bit over 11 million in expenses, and then the following year, fiscal year 2021, we had $25 million in revenue compared to 16 in expenses. Revenue that were being reimbursed through Caltrans or, you know, different partnership that we have. Essentially build it first, get reimbursed after. Or, you know, get reimbursed essentially the share that's being paid by one of these other different programs. One of the things that I wanted to kind of make mention is some other factors that are also contributing to this. So we have, you know, vacancies within our road workers. We're looking to address that. We increase salaries to make sure that we can, you know, bring on more and be able to retain and be able to build from that. And sticking with that, wanted to give an idea on what it could look like. Let's say we're able to bring on, as our CEO mentioned, 3 more road crews. What would that entail? So 3 more road crews and 3 supervisors with essentially 5 staff, 5 road workers comprising 1 road crew and a supervisor to supervise them. That cost is, you know, 1.6 million. The expenses related to these positions are not relatively high, but looking over the course of a couple of years, they can make a substantial dent into essentially the reserves that the road fund has. Just like on the general fund, the different funding that is received into the road fund isn't really broad, and we do see some growth, but not a lot. Most of the expenses are tied to projects where they're reimbursed at cost, so the cost of us, you know, going out there and doing all these different projects, so it makes it a little difficult to tie down, but this is more or less what it would be. And if we add those, just like on the other scenarios, we'll essentially deplete the funding that's available to do projects and for us to maintain our road workers to be able to do, you know, different projects. So I wanted to highlight that piece. And that pretty much takes me to the end. And we wanted to essentially provide this presentation so the board and the public kind of knew some standings or where we're at on the general fund side and on the road side in terms of, you know, revenues coming in and expenses, and if we continue down this path, you know, where we could see ourselves or what we could do with the, you know, with the funding that we have on hand or funding that we can receive from, you know, multitude of different sources or different areas. I'm going to turn it over to our CEO if he has any closing remarks on it.
Obviously, we want to hear your thoughts. There's a lot to contemplate there. There's a lot of information, I guess, hear from the public first. But I did want to highlight there are standards to follow when it comes to reserves and policies. And the GOFA does highlight, you know, there's some guidelines associated with it and what are appropriate levels there, you know, when it comes to reserves. It does highlight that, you know, to take into consideration many facets, not just, what we have, but you got to consider, are we vulnerable to natural disasters? What are our uniquenesses here in our county? One uniqueness that I think you probably learned today is we're not really diversified too much when it comes to our financial portfolio. All our eggs are kind of in one basket. So we need to be a little bit more conscientious of that, especially when we have our reserves. So I will read this right from their documentation. Again, this is just a best practice. Nevertheless, GLFA recommends a minimum that the general purpose governments, regardless of size, maintain unrestricted budgetary fund balance in their general fund of no less than 2 months of regular fund operating revenues. And so just, or they can do the same thing when it comes to expenditures, but you just got to consider that that's approximately $9.2 million for 2 months. And, if you had 4 months, that's about $18 million, just a side point. And so, you got to consider a lot of things. We wanted to share that with you. Well, there's also a lot of needs, and you're going to hear those needs at the next 2 presentations. We're going to talk about roads and where we're at. K&N put a really great package together to look at potentially leveraging, a COP. The rates are still kind of decent; they're starting to climb. But this is, if we're going to do something, now's the time, because the cost to fix a road or cost to do something down the road is even going to be more. So we have to consider all those different factors and just share those points with you. So with that, I'll turn it back to you, Madam Chair.
So let's go ahead and go to the public, and then we'll bring it back to the supervisors.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press the raise your hand icon on your screen or *9 on your phone. Richard Betancourt.
I'm going to be short. In my traveling around the county, probably just like you folks, when people understand that I was a planning commissioner on LAFCO, I get some very angry people wanting to know where all the money is going off of and you probably have had the same. Can you give me a simple answer to those folks? Where's all the money going?
Goes to
like
schools.
For the road fees? I understand it, but I don't know how to explain it to the folks out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, you. Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So what needs to be done, or what needs to get done, is the squeaky wheel gets oiled, right? Get attention. And we need to be more diligent on that. SB1 funds, the majority of it goes to Southern California. We're paying for it, and then it goes to Southern California because they have people lobbying for those funds down there. We need to do that ourselves, not just through lobbyists, but the supervisors need to be making trips down there and meeting people and talking to people. We had Supervisor Gilio doing that. Jaime de la Cruz was doing that. Anthony Batella was doing that. We need to be more, you all need to be more diligent on making sure that they know your face and you're going to be there talking and they're going to take your phone calls. We found out, and we've known
that you must have funds because you never know when that natural disaster is going to happen. We're going to have an earthquake. We've had the earthquake, and it costs a lot of money. And the 400 block is a great example that is just now coming back after all those years. As individuals, you need to be out there. I believe you need to be out there promoting the nodes for business, for economic development. You saw what the numbers are. The wishful thinking is you want to fill those positions, but you need the income, and you can't get income without economic development, without new business, and working with them with partners, and what else you can get besides the impact fees from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now on Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes. Barely.
There's a bad connection, Mr. Bernowski. Is there any way you can hang up and call back and yes, please call back, yes. Okay.
No other comments.
Okay, so when he comes back on, can we bring his comments? Okay, so would the supervisors like to make any comments, concerns, questions? Supervisor
I don't
Osmond,
have to
go
go
ahead.
first unless somebody else
No.
wants to.
What, you were the first
We
one.
made that eye contact, so yeah. So question, where are we at with fully recouping our business license tax? I saw the numbers up there. We were supposed to, you know, when this whole thing started, it was supposed to be in the 600s. We're only getting about half of that. So I know we've talked in the past and during the COVID situation, and we even had some businesses that, you know, weren't paying the business license tax, and then here we are giving them all this federal money. So where are we at with that? Because I've said it before, and I'll say it again. If businesses don't pay the business license tax, they shouldn't be in business, and it should be viewed more like a permit. It's not a voluntary tax, and I'd like to see us get more serious about doing an examination of which businesses are paying, which have refused to pay, and to pursue those funds. And I think we should pursue those funds retroactively as well. If you didn't pay for the last few years, and you just decided I'm going to refuse to pay what you're legally obligated to pay, we should be going out and getting those dollars, and you know, who knows, maybe there's $1 million right there. And then so I don't know if there's an answer on that. I don't know what we do on that. Do we just leave it up to them? And I know that's an uncomfortable topic, but I don't feel comfortable with this, that we're not requiring businesses to, we're only half the businesses are paying the tax that's required. So what is going on with that?
I can address a little bit on that. So the business license, as it's collected, we partner with both HDL and our treasurer's office who implements that. And HDL does put together a list for us of essentially businesses that are delinquent. And what we do is we, from the last list that was provided, we went and we can provide them, essentially, we can send them a letter saying, hey, you're delinquent per essentially, you know, county code on that you have to comply and pay a license fee. We can send that out. At the end of the day, the collecting piece, it's what makes it, you know, tougher on our side. So, like you mentioned, if we're able to police that a little bit better and, you know, collect where we need to, then that's how we can get that. As I mentioned, there was some I guess a little bit of misunderstanding with some of the mining expenses and some of the fees. There were some businesses that thought that they weren't supposed to be paying it, but we got them on board and now they're paying it. So I think through the project and for it kind of going forward little by little, we'll try to get everyone as much as we can to comply to it. I don't think we're going to be perfect on getting everyone, but we sure can try through.
But trying is not going to
Yeah.
work. So what teeth do we have? Can we take them to collections? We have to have teeth on
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
I'm sorry.
we could do that. We can work with the treasurer's office. They do that. They hire somebody that actually goes out and does that. So we can work with them, and we'll bring back a report to you. I can tell you that I think the calculations, and we have our auditor controller here that actually evaluated, again, potentially what our numbers would be with this, and a big significant number was in the mining portion of it. I don't, overall from a business perspective, it's kind of small potatoes, but we understand your concerns, and we have the same concerns. I do know that we have reached out to the tax collector treasurer. We've actually had HDL go out and address this, but we can work even harder on that.
I don't see $300,000 or $400,000 as small potatoes personally.
No, I don't mean. I mean the relationship between
I
what we're
understand.
receiving total and the 400,000. That's majority of it is the mineral tax, not so much and that's what I meant by that.
But it's also not fair to the businesses that do pay the tax, and they're,
No, 100%.
And if I may,
100%.
I will be Supervisor Kosmicki's second, because when we looked at the ARPA fund, well, the CARES money, and when money was given out to some of these organizations, these businesses, one of the requirements was a business license. And I was astounded to see, as I reviewed all of the applications, 200 plus businesses that had coincidentally applied for their business license right at the same time that they applied for the CARES money. So I would agree. I don't know about the retroactive aspect. I mean, that would have to look at, but definitely, I love the idea of having teeth of some sort and making sure that everyone is responsive to this, because if you are in business and you are conducting business in the county, by all means, you should have a business license. And if we don't, then shame on us.
Madam Chair, if I may, I think we're a little getting ahead of ourselves. I'd like to know, so CAO Espinoza just said, it's a small percentage, relatively speaking, and I'm not trying to dismiss, obviously, business licenses are important. My point is, yeah, there's gonna be a cost to going through these details. For me, I'd like to understand what is the dynamic of how many businesses, what kind of businesses, because it's ultimately, I just feel like there's a lot of assumptions right now being made. If it's a stay-at-home business, right? I mean, how many of those, right, are requiring a business license? And so there's just a lot of layers to this that I feel like, we might be putting a lot of time and energy into a percentage of something that's going to cost us more to actually, address the issue than it is actually to recoup costs or something. And I'm not trying to dismiss businesses that are intentionally avoiding it, but we just had Gabriel explain to us that some of them don't even know, right? So here we are trying to punish folks when it's just maybe a lack of education and understanding. I just want to be clear that there's a process, and we got to make sure we address the process. But to me, I think most businesses that are intentional, if they're trying to be successful long-term, their goal isn't to subvert or bypass the system, right? It would not be wise, right? You'd get caught eventually. So I just feel like there's kind of some assumptions made, and I want to make sure we understand what that means first before we start trying to drop the heavy hand of the county.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Hold on,
Yeah, 'cause
I'm just going to go ahead and
have the
address that,
floor.
is that when you were on the board, Supervisor Hernandez, I want to say 3 years ago, if not 3.5 years ago, this board, the former board, sat here and they put a requirement for business license. And so during your tenure, you guys have done that. And so for us to allow it to continue after 3 years, 2 years, 1 year is enough. 90 days should have been enough. And so I don't want to be lenient.
Yeah.
And so, again, we're talking about something that isn't on the agenda, but I will be Supervisor Kosmicki's second to put it forward for a full discussion, and we can all have our own say. We can hear from the public and hear what the situation is. But there's more than 4 people in this room that know what businesses did or didn't apply for their business license until after the fact.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I think I'm agreeing with you, Madam Chair. All I'm saying is let's understand what we're talking about before we start talking about bad actors or the
And Madam
assumption of
Chair,
bad
if I may, with all due respect, I fully understand what I'm talking about. I did have the floor and somehow I lost it. I don't know how that happened, but you look at the numbers, the projections when the business license tax, and it is on the agenda because it's a financial matter and it was actually in the presentation. We're not going off the rails here. The initial projections were in the mid 600s. We started in the 300s. It hasn't gone up from that. And we do know, because we had these discussions during our COVID committee meetings, that only about half of the businesses or so are paying the business license tax. That's a problem. And so, no, we shouldn't be lenient, and we shouldn't allow businesses to just say, I'm just going to refuse to pay this tax. It's ridiculous. So beyond that, sorry, I'm very passionate about that. I was a stay-at-home business, and I did pay my business license tax. I didn't like it. I didn't feel it was fair because I was one person paying a business license tax, the same as some other business that has a shop, but I did pay it. Beyond that, we had a law enforcement consolidation study in 2010. I hate to keep bringing up prickly subjects here. Basically, I personally advocated for the study. I felt like it was we were in a great recession at the time. What I felt happened was that there was some meddling with that study that ultimately came back and said that it was only, quote, only going to save $325,000 or so at the time. But along with that, there were tools and suggestions within that study that both the city of Hollister and county and the leaders at the time committed to looking further at. We weren't going to consolidate law enforcement per se, but how can we save some money elsewhere? So I think we should go back and look at something like that. I also think we have to do more. We have some level of consolidation already with the fire department, animal shelter. We're looking at doing some homeless services. I think personally we could do it with, for instance, parks. I do think we should be open for that. Not necessarily, we're not talking about cutting employees, but I'm worried about the growth in employment over time. And if we can slow down that growth and try to catch up from a revenue side while we're doing that, to me that would make sense. So overall, personally, I appreciate the presentation, but I think there are some pretty bold assumptions being made here. We haven't negotiated with SEIU and such for the next several years. So if we're talking about 3% pay increases, you have to be honest with the public that this presentation is assuming that we're going to be doing 3% pay increases annually. That would be great. I supported it this year. We have a lot of unique circumstances in this particular year. We're in a unique economy right now. I did support it along with the $1,500 COVID hazard pay. But we have to analyze this from year to year, and I wouldn't say we should necessarily assume there's going to be 3% pay increases every single year, and then we look at the stark reality 4 or 5 years from now and we have these deficits. I'm not going to support deficit budgeting. We can see already there's, let's be honest, let's look at what's happening in the school district. I'm not going down that road. So I won't be supporting budgets that have deficits like that going forward. And so I don't think we should necessarily assume 3%. And then I would just say on that similar issue, the ratio of property tax, we talked about the property tax funding breakdown with the schools. It is unfair. It is unreasonable. But it is what it is. I hate to use a cliche, and there's no way of going back at this point. It looks like, we have the shortest end of the stick almost among all counties, I think it looked like, when you see that breakdown. One of the biggest problems that we have in this community, and I've said this before as well, is that we have 11 school districts. And that's a problem, and that has to be addressed. And if we're not going to address the fact that we have inefficiency in how we spend money in our schools, then really politically it's never going to happen from the top down. At the legislator, Robert Rivas and such aren't going to support anything of the such. So if we want to talk about, saving money, I think it has to start at the schools, and we just simply can't afford to have 11 school districts. And our schools have been on a spending spree for years, and here we are as a county limping along. And so on that note, one-time funding, it's another, I mentioned Hollister School District's very tough situation. It's a really stark reminder to me about one-time funding. We said it before, but I have to say it again. You cannot spend one-time funding on personnel compensation. You can't do it. It's really irresponsible, and it's going to get you in trouble. So I think that just really underscores that. And then I mentioned the 3%. I also wonder about the FTEs. I think you said there was an assumption of 33 new positions. I guess, is that what you're building in to the overall projection?
No. So ultimately, there's been, I guess, some concerns about staffing levels. I think the board has had concerns about that. So what we did is just put a scenario in there of what staffing levels probably should be at, and then what is that cost going to be? And Gabriel just used reserves to fill that in, which is, we're not recommending that once at all. We're not actually recommending either one or two scenario. It's more or less status quo where we sit right now. basically balancing the budget. So it was just really as an illustration to share with your board the concerns of using reserves to balance the budget. We don't recommend that at all. And it was just to illustrate kind of our needs. That's it.
Got it. And I'll wrap up here pretty quick. So how do we generate more revenue? I think the tax sharing agreement was a good start. I know there's a lot of debate about, developing commercially on the outskirts, and we're gonna have that debate again this year. We do have the Christopher project coming, which is a good thing. I think that'll be a big boost for us, hopefully. I agree with a lot of the sentiments about focusing on tourism in particular. And the reimbursement program that we're working on is, I think, potentially going to really show that this board is serious about economic development. And then it would be nice to, attract more hotels and motels in some sort of systematic way. And I don't know how we do that, but to have some sort of maybe an incentive program of some kind. I know the city of Hollister has done that in the past. And then just really quick, sorry, I don't want to repeat myself here. Property taxes. So there's the revenue side of sales tax and property tax. I think we have to be really careful, again, about making assumptions on the property tax growth. Because it's the downturn at some point is coming. And so to assume 3% is going to continue on again and again and again, I think is potentially going to put us in a really difficult position, whenever the market starts to turn. And so I think we have to be really careful on that as well. Thank you. Oh, lastly, I think everybody knows where I stand as far as the roads. And I think for the most part, we really need whatever additional monies we have beyond having a responsible reserve, whether it's 18% or 25%. To me, we really have to be serious about really going all in on our road infrastructure. Thank you.
Who would like to go next?
Madam Chair, the caller is.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good. Mr. Banowski. Let's go back to him. Thank you.
You've been unmuted on Zoom. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you very much for accommodating my, technical difficulties. So listen, I was about to make comments that were sort of friendly and sympathetic because I am so proud of you guys for apparently not wanting to kick the can down the road. But here's why I'm no longer going to try to be supportive of the 1% tax. When county supervisors start talking about things like the 11 school districts are draining this county of money or anything having to do with school district financing, it's like the Ukraine thing. It's not your lane, and it shows how unknowledgeable you are trying to be polite about how school districts are funded and their operations and all that other good stuff. Because again, just to put things in perspective, so what are you going to do? Make the largest school district where the wheels are falling off the wagon financially and academically? Say yes, they should control all the students and school districts in San Benito County? No, absolutely not. So please stay in your lane if you want we, the public, to trust you. But outside of that, the one big comment I have is, for all of the decisions you make there throughout the year, I'd ask the question, what have you done or what are you going to do to increase the sales tax activity, not the rate? So in other words, are you guys doing anything that is encouraging people to do large scale type things, not necessarily housing development, that bring in sales tax revenue? And also to actually examine, and I talked to Supervisor Dirks about this briefly, is every home you see being built or every other building, ask, go to the county, whatever, ask, where was the sales tax collected on that? Was it collected here in San Benito County, or was it collected?
Okay, so we will go back to the next supervisor who would like to go next.
Okay, I'll jump in here. I think, we can talk about business license. I agree businesses should pay their fair rate. Although I can tell you, and this is going along with what Supervisor Hernandez said, being in business for many years and dealing with people that don't ever always pay what they're supposed to pay. It's not always easy to collect the money. But anyway, I don't want to get off on that subject. But we need to focus on really revenue and where the big dollars are. And it really comes kind of piggybacking on what Mr. Benoski just said. It really comes down to, again, economic development. I know I'm a broken record up here, but that's where it comes down. You know, we can do everything we can to tweak here and there, but if we don't have economic development, I'm talking about business, industry, and bring in the sales tax, we will always be in this position, always.
Mhm.
We were 20 years ago, we're going to be 20 years from now, okay? We're going to be reliant on property tax. Residential growth doesn't pay its fair share, generally speaking. We can do things to tweak that, but it comes down to business development. And we have to, I agree, the tax sharing agreement with the city is certainly going to help, and that's a big plus. But we've got to be able to develop our own economic development. I mean, we work on cannabis. Hopefully that'll bring in some revenue. But we've got to bring in more. And there's a real opportunity. I mean, San Benito County is definitely on the map, and you're seeing what's happening in the city of Hollister. We need our fair share of that as well. And I just can't emphasize how important that is for this county moving forward so that we have revenue to bring in services. I know it's not on the agenda, but the reality is if the initiative and if certain direction we are going as a county, if that goes forward, we are going to be in a terrible position. People in this county need to be separated from different kinds of growth. Everyone, you know, the average person, they just see growth. And they're really thinking residential growth that they're against. But that's totally different when you're talking about industry and commercial growth. That's a good thing, generally speaking. That is a good thing. It brings jobs, it brings in revenue. So we need to educate the public about that. And we have got to, you know, Richard Bencourt raised a good question. People say, you've got gobs of money. What are you doing with it? Well, we don't have gobs of money, but people need to be educated, and the average person doesn't understand this. I get it. I didn't either. So a big part of this presentation is how do we get a concise part of this presentation out to the public? How do we do that? Because I'll tell you, if we keep going down this road and we don't bring in any commercial or in business development, and that's where we're headed, you know, things will never get any better. We'll never be able to pay for these roads. We'll never be able to get a new library. I mean, there are things we can do. I'm not saying that, but ultimately we will always be behind. And that's always been the case as long as I've lived here, and it's going to continue. We've got to get the education out there. We need to change the way people think. And anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Supervisor Dirks?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor Tiffany, I appreciate your sentiments. They fall right in line with exactly where I stand. Coming into this, being fairly new, and in understanding where the revenue comes from, and you know, sitting down with Gabe and CEO Ray Espinoza, you know, the stark reality is that we are desperate for revenue, and it's going to have to come from economic development. That is the bottom line, and in commercial specifically, and there's already places in the general plan where those things can exist. I personally like getting breakfast burritos out at Dunville. It's a nice stop on my way, you know, out of the county if I'm leaving the county in the morning. There's going to be different areas where we're going to be able to do that, and it doesn't have to contribute to that aspect of growth. And so All of that is just going to be more and more relevant the more we continue, down this path, as Supervisor Tiffany said. So I just have to say that my sentiment lies right there as well. Economic development and tourism, and I know we have some committees set up to do that, to make sure that we're focused on that, and maybe in the training that we have coming up where we can unify around goals. This seems like it's really important to everyone on this board, is economic development and making sure that the county is prosperous. So I hope we can kind of align there and really start to move things forward in a productive manner so that we can start to see those revenues increase. I appreciate the budget that you all did. I understand, obviously, I don't think anyone's going to support a continued negative growth, but it does outline, which I think was the intent and spirit behind it, exactly what happens if nothing changes, if we don't have continued economic growth. And yes, there's, some nuances to it too, the increase in, in salaries and things like that. That, of course, can be taken into consideration, maybe taken out. But in any case, overall, this almost feels like kind of like a worst case scenario. What happens, like if everything stays the same-ish, So I too would like to see, just like one of the speakers said, and what Supervisor Tiffany said too, can we see like a consolidated, like this is what happens if nothing changes, and maybe this is what happens if we get, X amount of dollars in increased sales tax or revenue, just to kind of paint that picture really vividly for people so they can see that, kind of wrap their minds around it. Just an idea. But in any case, I did have one question with the 33 in one of the scenarios, the 33 additional employees, and then you had another one about the 18 road crew.
Right.
Was the 18 included in that 33 in your mind, or is that kind of two separate things?
I would consider them separate.
Okay, thank you.
Road crew has the road fund, general fund a little bit separate, but
Okay.
the general fund can subsidize into the road fund to cover.
Okay, that was just to kind of, look at those scenarios and get some clarity on that. I thank you so much. Thank you, Gabe, for your hard work on all of this.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it all starts with the vision of the board, so to me, the question is the vision to me, it's a clear distinction, right? So I'm not doing it for offense. It's just to pose the question, is the vision to micromanage or is it to go after new money, right? So it's clarity. And I'm not speaking to Supervisor Dirks at all. I'm just speaking to the whole board. And what I mean by that is I really believe it takes a very prudent attitude. Prudence to me means to be very detail-oriented. And it's obviously alongside conservative budgeting. That's what Gabriel just presented, right? And it does seem worst case scenario, but just the same, if you're going to be strong conservative or, basically fiscally conservative, then you're going to make sure that you're going to pitch or prepare for the worst case scenario, right? So that's what I heard with Gabriel, and it's actually consistent with our current norms, right? We did approve a 3%, right? So that means that's the only thing he has to measure it with. So I just want, to me, that's trying to make it clear. But it's also putting first things first. Not getting too much into details about the business element. I do agree people need to pay their business licenses, but my biggest question is how much, why don't we know what's the issue, basically the whole picture first, and then figure out what the means is going to be after, the energy, the time, and to be able to make sure that those things are corrected with, businesses not paying for their license, right? So it's being educated first so that we make sure we go, we figure out the details after. But my biggest sentiment is if we're having to pay it, so if I have to pay attention to my employee buying too many pencils, and I'm literally spending a lot of time doing that, then I shouldn't be in business. I mean, there's a problem there. If I'm not going after new money, then because I'm putting all this time into controlling my people, then I'm in trouble, right? So I just want to be very clear that when it comes down to the future of our county, we need liquidity. just like I mentioned with the general fund, right? So if we want liquidity, it gives us different opportunities, right? Makes us very flexible. So along those lines, we need land use liquidity, right? So if this initiative, like Supervisor Tiffany mentioned, happens, it'll landlock our county. You know, I've mentioned before, businesses have a way of telling you where they want their properties for obvious reasons. And I'm not speaking to housing. I've always been very open that I want to make sure that bottom line is it's got to be a net positive for our county. The infrastructure and impacts should be addressed. So to me, it's not about focusing on housing, it's focusing on commercial development, and just the opposite, right? It's hard to prove a negative, but just the same, it almost seems like you're going to end up having an increase in housing when you don't have a focus on commercial development, right? So it's almost like the pressure is building and housing is the default mechanism of our county. So I'm actually pitching for commercial development, and that's why I feel like we really need to prioritize what that means, setting goals on commercial development and figuring out what the layers, the barriers in between, right? Supervisor Kosmicki mentioned the tax use agreement. I believe that it positions us in a tougher place to be able to get what we want done. Nonetheless, that's one piece, and I just wanted to make sure that I brought that up. But, you know, if we're going after commercial developments, obviously, county, we're unincorporated, the main veins, right? If you think about a business perspective, you want to be able to capitalize on where the main thoroughfares of traffic are to draw revenue in, which is hence the nodes, right? They're there for a reason. So I just wanted to set the stage for a goal setting for the County Board of Supervisors and then figure out how we're going to achieve those goals. So that's my honest perspective. And one last comment, you know, I want to make sure I do agree that we have zero control over school districts. Zero. That's time into something that can't change. So I want to make sure we're focused. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Where I'm coming from, listening to my fellow supervisors here, we're all over the place. And that was one thing I wanted to make sure that we understand that jurisdictional, we have control of what happens within the county budget, revenue, and so forth. We have no control what happens at the hospital district or the school district. Those are all separate entities, and we have no control. We can go ahead and give our suggestion and input, but that's kind of where the control ends. Going back to Supervisor Dirk's comment about painting the scenario, I would definitely be her second if that's what it requires in order for you to put something together. You know, if we don't have this, then these are the consequences. If we do this, these are the possibilities. And so that way it's painted out so the public can see what's the consequence, what's the benefit, and they can decide if the 1% sales tax is going to be something they can support or not. So definitely. And I agree with you too, Supervisor Hernandez, about the vision. And I'm going to go back to that training. Training. Every profession in this world requires continuing ed. And that goes back to the, whatever we want to call it, not a master's in governance, but whatever we want to call it, the need for us to have education as supervisors so that way we know when we stay in our right lane. And speaking of staying in our lane, I really wish I could have had the opportunity to hear the speaker, Mr. Bronowski, where he was at, his initial position he was at prior to coming in late, because it sounds like his direction was a little skewed or coming from a different perspective once he heard one of the supervisors speak. And so, Mr. Bronowski, I'm open an opportunity for you to please call me, because I would like to continue your prior conversation and your thoughts where you were on that one. Because I know initially you were against the sales tax, and it sounds like you might have been leaning toward it, and now you're not any longer. But again, I value your opinion. Definitely commercial development, we have to focus on that. Residential keeps coming in, and I know that Supervisor Kosmicki had said something about a cap. I don't know if I could support that completely, but the community sees growth is out of hand, and if we can bifurcate and separate the idea that the county needs the economic development through the commercial development, and it doesn't get tainted by what's happening with the residential, that might be the route we have to go. I don't like it, because then the realtors are all gonna be upset with us, you know? But I'm on that highway with all of you all and on the roads here locally, and it is just really hard to maneuver your way around, just because there are just so many people in influx coming into our community, and we don't have the infrastructure to be able to handle that capacity, and it's not gonna stop anytime soon. You just drive around town and you see all the houses that are in construction at various states thereof, and the population that's gonna be coming in because of those housing. But I just wanna go on the record that this board has not approved any residential housing since we have been elected in 2021. If anything, small little subdivisions, little ranchettes for homeowners, property owners who own it and are developing within their own confines for family members and so forth, but not any residential housing per se. And so I'm looking at the item, and it says, provide direction, if desired, provide direction. Have you heard enough from us, or do you need us to re-articulate what we?
Have I heard enough from you? No.
Oh,
No,
this
yeah,
is just item number 3. We're not done yet, okay?
No,
Don't get me wrong.
We got direction, and just, that was under consideration, Supervisor Betsy Dirks, looking at what other board members in the past have implemented. As an example, looking at the growth of the landfill. That was something that the board would, envisioned to expand, and there's a dollar figure there. I think, cannabis as well. I think your board. So we'll do is we'll revisit that. We'll look at sales tax. We'll look at cannabis, landfill. Again, those are obviously things that your board may vote no on. The public may not, want to see that, but just as an illustration, just to show you what those potential revenues might be and how that would be integrated into the budget to address staffing and, more importantly, to address our infrastructure needs, roads and other things. So we'll go back and revisit that, and we'll come back to your board with some more detail. We have, as you know, we have special budget meetings in April, May, and June. So we'll probably come back to you in one of those days and really highlight that for you and spend some more time on this.
Madam Chair, one final. Just after what you mentioned, Ray, so just one kind of an idea as far as a goal, and it's more like of a principled attitude. I've thought a lot about the costs, right? And for me, and I've said it before, you don't pay for your utility bill with your savings account, right? That just doesn't make sense. I think along the same vein, anything that's ongoing cost, right, to me shouldn't be applied to, unless it's an emergency situation, from a one-time impact fee, or basically one-time impact dollars. So something along those lines, anything that's ongoing should have some sort of mechanism to make sure that it's also ongoing funds to be able to pay for that, so that there's never a net. Basically you don't go into the negative situation, right? So just one idea as it pertains to the goals that we might be able to establish as a board.
Yeah, and just as an FYI, as long as I've been here, that's been what we've presented to the boards in the past. You have one-time money, it's for one-time items, period. If we want to have ongoing, operational items, more staff, other things, ultimately that's what this presentation is about, is if we want more staff, there has to be something done that can help us generate ongoing revenue that we will receive every year to cover those costs. Ultimately, that's what hopefully this illustrated for you and the public, because I think it's really important for them. So that's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay, then I'm looking at the schedule that you gave us, and we're a little bit off time here. So then, can we still take the 30-minute?
Let's take a 15-minute break, if
15
that's
minute,
okay.
okay.
We can grab something to eat.
15 minutes.
You want longer?
Well, we have to have that comfort break, because some of us kind of
15
skipped it
minutes.
this morning. And so let's do 20 minutes, okay, just for the sake of, well, the public needs to know that some of us, it's really hard for us to eat and talk and come back here and be on time.
Well, we can eat, away and then come back.
Yeah. Okay, so then 20 minutes, so that takes us until approximately 1:30 then, okay? That means 23 minutes, 1:30.
Okay.
So we'll go ahead with the presentation from K&N, correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you very much. We have David Leifer. He is with K&N, and he's provided a few presentations, and I want to thank him in advance for the work that's been done. We've had quite a few meetings concerning this and running through some multiple scenarios that your board can look at if your board so chooses to move forward with some projects, some one-time projects, one-time money, and looking at a financial plan for that. So we have, again, like I said, we have David on the phone or on Zoom. David?
Excellent. Thank you, Ray. Can you hear me? Okay, not hearing me, huh?
Are you hearing me now? Hello? Are you able to hear me okay?
Like we can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is David Leifer with K&N Public Finance. I'm joined by my colleagues Bobby Chung and Grant Carson. And I have a presentation that I was going to run through. If you're able to see that, let me just enlarge it on my screen. Very good. So as Ray mentioned, we've been looking at some different options for the county to consider to try and optimize bonding versus using cash for critical capital needs and capital projects. And so our objective today is to kind of run through that analysis. The starting point for that analysis when we consider using tax-exempt bonds, as you may recall from my last presentation, is the requirement under the tax law that when you borrow tax-exempt and issue a bond, you must reasonably expect to spend the proceeds within a period of 3 years after the issuance. So that's kind of a critical parameter that helps us think about how much one could bond or how much project cost one could bond for at one given time. Obviously, one can have a program of multiple bond issues over time, but starting and just thinking about a bond today for capital needs, we know we couldn't bond for more than what you can reasonably expect to spend within 3 years. So since that last presentation, staff has gone back and crystallized the amount of capital needs that reasonably could be expended within the next 3 fiscal years, say FY23 through FY25, and identified about $40 to $45 million of capital needs, broken up roughly 25 to 30 million for roads and 15 million potentially for a library. Obviously, if there are other projects that are sort of shovel ready, if you will, that those could be considered as well. And so we know that the county has money in fund balance and reserves, as well as certain monies which will be received under Measure G and the sales tax over time. And so the question is, do you use those monies to pay for projects on a pay-as-you-go basis, or do you use those monies to pay debt service on tax-exempt bonds that would be issued to pay for those projects? And in order to answer that question, we've developed a cash flow model to sort of optimize bonding versus pay-as-you-go. And today we're going to present 4 scenarios from that model for you to think about, and each involves a different mix of pay-as-you-go and bonding, and of course results at the end of the day, at the end of say 20 years, with a different amount of ending fund balance in the bank, so to speak. So that's what each of these 4 scenarios is going to do. If we move on to the next slide, you'll see here just an overview of the 2 fundamental ways that we think about funding critical infrastructure and capital needs: pay-as-you-go and bonding. Of course, pay-as-you-go requires that you have cash on hand and that the capital needs are manageable in size so that they could be paid for all at once up front with that cash. That's a little problematic when we think about the Measure G sales tax revenues, because as we've covered in the past, there's going to be a 10-year period where the COG is going to redirect all of those sales tax revenues to the Highway 25 regional project. So there is this 10-year period, we know, where the county won't be receiving any Measure G sales taxes. We think that's going to start in roughly FY25 maybe. Other considerations when you think about pay-as-you-go are this idea that at some point, if you draw down too much of your fund balance and too much of your reserves or cash on hand, that's going to potentially impinge your financial flexibility. We like to see counties have financial flexibility to deal with volatility in revenues or expenditures, a recession, a pandemic, and the concern, might be also that there could be some impact at some point on your AA credit rating if you draw those reserves down too far. And then finally, the consideration on pay-as-you-go, of course, is whether that will just allow you to accelerate delivery of projects or not. And it depends on the amount of cash that you have on hand, obviously. The flip side, of course, with bonding is that you can accelerate the delivery of projects, and when one is able to accelerate projects, there's the possibility that you actually are minimizing cost over the life of the projects if inflation costs for construction is rising at a higher rate, if you will, than tax-exempt borrowing rates. So right now, if we think tax-exempt borrowing rates are around 3%, and we know that inflation is rising at 7%, getting projects done sooner may have some cost savings over the life. Now, we don't expect inflation to continue at 7% or 8% the way it has, for more than a couple of years, but nonetheless, that's a consideration. Other benefits of bonding, of course, are to just spread costs over a longer period of time, hopefully lining them up with the useful life of those projects. And then in that way, also preserving some capacity, either with your cash or with additional bonding, to fund other projects. You're not just going to have the next 3 years of needs. That's going to continue into the future. And so we want to think about this also on a programmatic basis. And then finally, there's this idea that debt service can be partially offset by the interest earnings on your reserves. And that will depend in part on how much we have in reserves versus how much we borrow, and how much interest rate you earn on those reserves versus how much the cost of borrowing is. And you'll see on the next slide are a few of our key assumptions for our model. I won't go too much into this, but we assume 35 million in cash to begin with. It's about 15 million of unassigned fund balance and 14 million of potential proceeds from a legal settlement and 6 million from the San Juan project. On the Measure G side, we assume roughly 2% growth on top of this 3.3 million in actual sales tax revenues that you received in FY21. But again, there's that 10-year holiday that we have to take into account. On the expenditure side, we assume the library costs roughly 15 million. That money would be spent, over the next fiscal year, and that road projects totals roughly 30 million over 3 years. Simplified assumption of 10 million a year for each of the next 3 years. The next assumptions on the next slide are about the bonding. We don't need to go too much into that. One important point, since we talked about this previously, is that we are assuming general fund-backed certificates of participation. You may recall in our last briefing, we talked about whether you could do, on the one hand, revenue bonds versus general fund COP financing. And we concluded that revenue bonds really are problematic because of that 10-year interruption in revenues from Measure G. There would be no revenue to pay debt service under a revenue bond. So that just isn't even a feasible option. We also think that you'll get a higher credit rating with the bonding based on the general fund and have higher debt capacity. We're assuming a 20-year bond, and right now we're assuming your cost of funds about 3.08%, though we note that that includes some cushion, but interest rates have begun to rise, and so we want to track that closely. And then finally, on that other side of the model that I mentioned, the interest earnings, we're assuming 1% on your cash, stepping up to 2% over the long term. Obviously, the higher the long-term interest earnings assumption, the better matched that would be to the bonding, because the bonding is at 3%. So if we could get our interest earnings up to 3% over time, that's a better match and would actually make the economics of the bond look better. But to be conservative, we've assumed a long-term earnings rate of only 2%. that's really sort of looking back at the last 5 years. I'm sure if we look back at the treasury pool rate over the last 20 years, it might be higher than 2%. Okay, so those are the assumptions of the model. And the 4 scenarios that we ran include scenario A, which is basically no bonds. We just assume you draw down all your reserves and cash and fund balance over the next 3 years to fund a full $45 million of projects. That's first scenario. Second, well, really, I'll bookend them. Scenario A, scenario D is the exact converse, where we assume that you borrow a full $45 million in bonding to cover the entire cost of the projects and use debts and use your cash only to pay your debt service as you go. And what you're going to see is we're going to look at the end of the program and see how much reserves you have drawn down and how much you still will have available. So those are your 2 bookends. And then in between, we said, well, what if we look for a mix of cash and bonding? And let's say that we want to target an ending fund balance for your unassigned general fund balance, which is really critical to your financial flexibility. And let's say over the course of the next 20 years, assuming no other changes in and out, we don't want it to dip lower than $10 million, okay? And that's at the low point. We've calculated that, using those assumptions about interest earnings.
I'm trying to follow and take notes, and I'm not able to keep up.
Sorry.
Oh, well,
It's not attached to this agenda,
Yeah,
on this
no.
item,
Mm-mm.
not on the one that's in Novus.
please, just so I could recap some of the stuff without having to repeat.
Our apologies over here. We like to go ahead and, we like to follow through on the agenda, item by item when there's a presentation and it's not attached for us. So you were talking about scenario A and then scenario D being the exact opposite of scenario A. So that's kind of where we kind of lost you there. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. No problem. Apologies for talking too fast. Also, I have that tendency. So please don't hesitate to interrupt as I go. Yeah, so those are the 2 bookend scenarios. And then in between, we said, well, let's target a minimum general fund, unassigned fund balance, a level below which it won't fall as a result of drawing down for these capital projects. Let's make sure you maintain at least a minimum. And scenario B is maintaining a minimum of 10 million. And scenario C is maintaining a minimum of 15 million. And you'll see that doesn't mean that you get right down to the 10 million right away. And in fact, you'll see actually you would maintain your fund balances at higher levels for a good period of time. And in order to target those, we back into that and have concluded that you could bond for as little as $17 million and still get the $45 million of projects done in the next 3 years and not let your unassigned fund balance dip below $10 million. And then in scenario C, in order to target a $15 million minimum fund balance, we actually have concluded that we need to borrow considerably more. The county would need to borrow more like 35 million. And part of the reason that it's not so linear, you would think, oh, well, we're going from 10 million to 15 million. We should only need another 5 million of bonds. Doesn't actually work that way in the model. Some of it has to do with the lower interest earnings on the cash versus the cost of bonding. So we have these 4 scenarios: $0 in bonding, 17 million in bonds, 35 million in bonds, and finally 45 million. And obviously there's any number of additional mixes of bonds and cash that we could aim for, but I think this will be illustrative at least. And then in these scenarios, I'll get to this in a second, but in scenarios B, C, and D, you're assuming that the unused cash, the cash we haven't used for bonds, is used to pay debt service. And then any interest earnings and receipts from sales taxes are also available for debt service. Okay, so let's move on. We're almost there. This is a picture, if you can read it, of an excerpt from the model. I just wanted to sort of show you how the ins and outs work without getting into too much detail. So on the revenue side, we have Measure G revenues coming in FY23, 24, 25. I think we've assumed FY26 as well, meaning the COG won't redirect those revenues until after FY26. This is based on some communication with the COG. The next line would be the financing sources, the bonding. In this case, we have 0 bonds here. And then we have interest earnings on cash. And we started with that 35 million in cash that I mentioned previously. And then down below, you have your expenditures, 15 million for the library, 10 million each of the next 3 years for roads. And it's really just a simple cash flow model. Revenues, you start fund balance, you add some more revenue, you take away expenses, and you come up with an ending fund balance. And you'll see at the end of year 1, if you draw down your cash to pay for those 25 million of projects, you'd have 13.5 million left. And by the end of year 3, you're really down to almost nothing. You're just under $1 million in fund balance. So no bonding. You could just squeak by and get $45 million of projects done, but you pretty much would deplete your fund balances. And if you can go back one more second, I'm sorry. You would deplete your fund balances if you look back on that prior slide, if that's possible. Yeah. Well, okay. Well, we'll move on. You would deplete your fund balances and you would stay at a relatively low level for that entire 10-year period where Measure G has been reallocated. You'd have a little bit in there, maybe 4 or 5 million, if you collect another year of Measure G before the holiday starts. So this, without getting into every scenario, and we have put the scenarios in our appendices and we could actually look at them, but this is a summary. And what we show here, scenario A, no bonds, scenario B, 17 million of bonds, 35 million and 45 million, A, B, C, and D. Now we're showing what's the interest cost assumed to be over the life of these bonds. Well, obviously in scenario A, you haven't borrowed anything, so there's none. You have about 8.8 million in scenario B, 18 million, and then 23 million across the line. At the same time, you're earning interest, different amounts of interest on your reserves. And so here we're showing, obviously in scenario A, you earn the least amount of interest because you've used most of your cash. And really the interest is coming from later in the program when you start receiving the measure sales taxes again. In scenario B, you earn a little more interest because you've borrowed a considerable amount. Scenario C, even more because the borrowing is bigger, and the like for scenario D. And so what happens at the end of the day? So we've said after you draw money down, you spend it on projects, you pay debt service, and you earn interest on reserves. How do you end up at the end of the day? Well, when you don't bond at all, you end up with, we estimate under this model, about $52 million at the end of the day. Now, you're not spending a dime on interest over the life of the program. So one would expect that you would end up slightly better off. In scenario B, you've borrowed a full 17 million, but you actually aren't that much worse off at the end of the day. You're at 48 million and versus 52 million. But if you look down below in the highlighted row, the lowest fund balance, you now start to see how bonding can be helpful. And that is that you don't run your fund balance down under $1 million. In fact, at no point do you run it even close to that. The lowest point is $10 million. And that low point doesn't happen until the end of that 10-year Measure G holiday. So under scenario A, you run it down and you run it down quickly. By 2025, you get down to a low level. In scenario B and the other scenarios, you actually are well above these minimums for most of 2020 through 2020 through 2036. And then by the end of the 10-year holiday, you've been paying debt service. You're not receiving any new measure revenues. So you hit your low point and then you start to build back up after that. And so then scenario C targets a low point of 15 million, and scenario D really didn't target any ending fund balance, but it results in the highest ending fund balance of 17 million. I'm sorry, the highest low point. I misspoke. The highest low point in fund balance of 17 million, because you've obviously borrowed the most. I think it's interesting looking at this. You know, you can sort of look at the amount of interest you pay on the bond. And obviously, as you drop from 45 million down to 18 million to, 45 million in bonds, 35 million and 17 million, you pay considerably less in interest. And the offset isn't such a huge reduction in the low fund balance point. So my takeaway is that there's some optimal point here that might make some sense if you decide you want to proceed with projects and that bonding makes sense, where you probably don't bond for the full amount so that you can minimize the amount of interest you pay over the life of the bond, but still maintain a healthy amount of fund balance, keep some powder dry for financial flexibility or potentially for other needs in the future. And so maybe a scenario B or a scenario C or something in between are going to make the most sense. And so I'm almost done. If we go to the next page, just some conclusions and observations. Point one is that you certainly could, get $45 million of project costs done based on these assumptions by drawing down pretty much all your cash and reserves in the next few years, if that's what you wanted to do. However, that would result in a low point of just under $1 million in your reserves and cash, and that could put some downward pressure on your interest, on your credit rating, and leave you with limited flexibility. Utilizing COPs can help maintain some of those reserve balances, and may, as a result of that, also allow you to get more projects done after the 3 years, whether that's through bonding or pay-go. And I'm not going to go through each of these bullets. We just did that. We looked at these different scenarios. I just thought it was interesting that, the $35 million scenario, for example, you pay $9 million less in interest, and you really have an ending fund balance that's only $2 million less than the full bonding scenario D. And likewise, scenario B, you really are paying a lot less in interest, and there you're dropping down to 10 million minimum fund balance. So that's a bigger jump from 17 million ending fund balance, 15 down to 10, but it might be adequate because you really don't hit that until FY 2036, and you maintain higher fund balances leading up to that point. And by then, probably other opportunities to build fund balance. Finally, on the next page, I just making the obvious point that a hybrid approach involving some use of cash and some amount of bonding might optimize the results for you. And one way to look at the amount of bonding is to target some minimum amount of unassigned fund balance. And this would also, by the way, make it easier to not issue a full $45 million in bonds, but to issue less would not only save you interest, but it would also make it easier to identify assets that would need to be pledged to the financing of sufficient value. It's not clear that the county has $45 million in assets at the moment that are unencumbered that could be pledged. Now, one can pledge the project that you're building, say the library, with the use of capitalized interest. But with roads, that's a little trickier. Those don't tend to make really the best leased assets from the investor and market perspective. So we're going to need to sort of look for some other assets. And that's why initially maybe bonding less than the full amount would also be advisable. And then finally, if it's likely that you're going to need to bond at some point, whether it's today or in the future to get through this capital program, then it certainly might make sense to consider bonding now when we know interest rates, while perhaps higher than they were in January, are still relatively favorable. That's what started this whole conversation to begin with, was the realization that interest rates are on the low end. And I have a graph on the next slide, if we can move to that, which just shows the tax exempt interest rates for a 20-year bond, 20-year maturity bond. And you can see over on the right, we're still well below, you know, the last 20-year average, which was, you know, 4.2. And, you know, we're still well below that. You can see we've had an uptick just at the lower right-hand corner. Since January, rates have probably gone up about 50 basis points, give or take. And obviously that's due to some inflationary pressure. It's due to some concern around oil and obviously some of the geopolitical noise that's happening in the world. But that's still relatively low, historically looking. And then finally, the last slide, just the next steps. You know, we can look at additional project expenditure scenarios if you would like us to, if there's other project costs, et cetera. We probably would want to work with staff and look at available assets that could be pledged to a potential bond offering. And finally, need to consider sort of what the timing of the actual construction contracts are for these projects, so that we can ensure that the bonds are sized appropriately, both to get you enough money and to ensure that we don't borrow too much money. And finally, to ensure that you can spend all that money within the forecasted 3-year period. So that ends my presentation. We have some materials in the appendix, but I'm happy to answer questions.
Let's go ahead and go to the public then.
In chambers, if you'd like to make a public comment, please turn in a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. We have no public comment.
Okay, and we'll bring it back to the supervisors. Comments, concerns, who would like to go first?
I'll jump in. Well, first of all, I think this is really, it's a great analysis, really helpful to look at this, and want to spend a lot more time looking at it closer. How does and you kind of touched on this and maybe I missed it, but these different scenarios, B versus C versus D, you're factoring in our credit rating, and how does this bonding potentially affect that based on the different scenarios, or is that kind of?
Yeah, that's a good question. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's a good question, because you don't have unlimited debt capacity, of course, at least not at your current rating. And I think we did a presentation, I don't know, maybe 2 presentations ago, where we tried to sort of size up your debt capacity, if you will, solving with various rating agency metrics and looking at your scoring. And I think you would probably be okay, certainly at the 17 and the 35 million. We don't think that's likely to put any meaningful movement in your rating, at least not that alone. Obviously, other factors could impact it. You know, maybe the 45 million, I'd want to take a closer look. I'm trying to remember, Bobby and Grant, you're on the phone from our last presentation where we looked at ranges of their debt capacity to maintain their scoring. But I don't think that numbers in this range, even the 45 maybe is at the high end, maybe starting to put a little pressure. But you may recall from our last presentation, actually, that the debt, we call it debt and contingent liability, is only 10% of your rating, believe it or not. So all these other factors, the economy, your reserves, your budget, management, those all account for 90% of your rating, and debt is 10%. And within debt, you have, you know, very low, what I think is fairly, you know, characterized as relatively low debt levels. So you have capacity to issue additional debt without, I think, moving those metrics wildly. I think, you know, over 50 million might start, you know, we'd want to take a closer look and maybe raise some eyebrows. 50 to 100 million certainly would be a lot. But I think you'd be okay at these levels.
A general question, I don't know if you can answer. You look at this kind of thing with I'm sure a lot of different counties. Do you have any kind of a recommendation? I know it sounded like maybe somewhere from scenario B to C might be the sweet spot, but I'm just curious with your background experience, given the fact that obviously we want to deal with the roads in particular or other projects, and I think it does make sense, but we also sure as hell don't want to put the county in any kind of financial problem. And so we need to protect that and be conservative in that way. So I'm just curious your thoughts.
Yeah, good question. I don't envy you sitting in the chair needing to make these decisions, but yeah, I do think that, somewhere between the B and C probably seems optimal to me. I mean, if we, can we go, whoever's working the slides, to the appendix and go to let's say slide 14. And this is a little bit more of the detail of the cash flow model. It goes out the full 20 or 25 years. I know it's super hard to read, and I apologize. But what I wanted to show is, okay, you're on scenario B. So this is the one where we're going to reach $10 million ending fund balance. That reaches 10 million if you look column 14 at the bottom, 2036, right? That drops down to a low point of 10 million in 2036. So that's a good 14, years from now. Prior to 2036, you see up above in columns, 3, 4, 5, it starts out higher, right? We're at, 18, 17 million, and it starts to drop. And the reason it's dropping is because you're paying debt service on the bond and you're not receiving any Measure G revenue. Measure G is done. But then Measure G kicks in again in 2037 in column 15. And so that low point of 10 million starts to build again. It goes up to 12 million and 14 million, assuming that Measure G comes back on this timetable and in these amounts. So you don't actually hit a $10 million low point until 2036. You're up closer to 18 million, and then it starts to drop 16, 15, 14, 13. So that makes me feel, I wouldn't, I would think you would want to maintain at least, target a $15 million. That's what you have in your unassigned fund balance now. It seems like a reasonable number. And perhaps as we get closer to 2036 and things are dropping, there would be opportunities for you to build up that number from other sources. And I don't know, I haven't talked to staff and Ray and how realistic that might be. So that's one idea. And then there's scenario C, if we could just go to that, where we hit a low point of 15 million. And again, that's in 2036. But then you'll see in the early years, say columns 4, 5, 6, 7, which are, years out, you're up around 30 million for a longer period of time, certainly a more comfortable place to be. And it may be that then you would decide, gee, if in the future you feel like that's more than you need, then you could draw down some more of it if need be in the future once we get by the recession, or maybe do another bond and use more of it for debt service. So I do think there's somewhere in there in between B and C. C is clearly a more comfortable place, but I always like to encourage a smaller bond if at all possible, so that you are minimizing the amount you pay in interest costs. The flip side is that, right now rates are still relatively low. So if we're going to be bonding, this is probably the time to be doing it. And these numbers only get better if, in fact, the interest earnings on your cash turn out to be higher than our assumption of 2%. But I don't want to project where the Treasury pool is going to be in 5 or 10 years. That's too uncertain. So, yeah, I as much as I like to see, utilize bonding, it feels like a $45 million approach might be, more interest than you need to pay at this point. and let's maybe go with something in between and dip our toe. Or obviously you could always do less project cost also. I mean, I know you want to get the roads done, you need to get the library done, but you know, these are two paths to getting it done that seem reasonable to me.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other-
Madam Chair?
Yes.
So just real quick question. I assume if we get the grant for the library, that would free up an additional $10 million. It goes without saying.
Yeah, we discussed that. We discussed that there potentially could be some revenue coming in for that. Actually, if you notice in the handout, you have on is it page 3? Hang on, 3 or 4. That I actually handed out to you. It's actually 4, I think, or page 3. I put down 10 basically 10 grant, 5 mil grant, basically 10 million for the grant, 5 of what we owe. So basically, yeah, potentially we may have a grant there that would actually give us either more funding to do something else with, or we reduce the amount we want to move forward with.
Great. Yeah, and so this is a really excellent presentation. I think it really puts us right in a good spot to make a decision on this, or at least get started. I personally just trying to weigh the need and then also the risk assessment. I totally agree. You know, the B and C, you have to just basically take the bookends off and look at B and C, or somewhere, like you said, in between. Maybe it's, you know, maybe it's 12 instead of 10 or 15, and figure out where we're at somewhere in there. And I think if we bring this back, that could be, just give us, maybe you could give us those 3 options, the B option, the C option, and then the option in between.
Sure.
Really makes a lot of sense to me. And I just generally, and we've been talking about this for a while, and I'm very hopeful that this board can get moving on this, is that we have to take advantage of these interest rates. If we don't, we're really going to regret it down the line here. And it's just it's the financially responsible thing to do. And then just a few other things, again, B and C, or somewhere in between, is what I would support. And we have to remember that with Measure G, the local roads are going to come to a halt in 3 years. So we don't want our public in 3 years coming back to us and say, geez, now we're doing nothing outside of Highway 25, just to put that out there. I'm wondering if we would want to consider hiring a management firm because of our staffing issues. I know the city of Hollister uses Kinley Horn. That might be a consideration if that's a potential. Just, I don't necessarily support that or oppose that. It's just something to put out there for discussion. And then beyond that, I just think this is great. And we're not getting into which roads we're doing today, but just the financing. So I'll save my thoughts on.
We're gonna do.
Actually, we are the next item. You guys are going to talk a little bit about it.
Suggestions.
Yeah, I mean, just according to where we're at. On
It
this
gives you, and the
presentation.
reason why we actually presented this in the way we did is it gives you an idea of, okay, where are we at financially? Can we even do it?
Yeah, so we're going to come back to talk more specifically.
Yeah, so we're going to talk a little bit. We have our.
Okay, and I
we
know
have
that was
Steve
on
Loop
the
here
agenda. It's just that under
Yeah,
the
but
scope
this
of
right
the-
here, we can come back. If your board gives us direction, says,
Yeah.
hey, look we want to look at B and C and one in between, we will come back.
Great.
And we'll look at roads. You guys give us a little bit more direction on roads, what you want, and then we'll come back with a really solid plan.
Fantastic. I think this could be a really historic, important move that we make as a board. And I really encourage the rest of the board members that we should be aggressive on this and get going sooner than later, because these interest rates are going up. Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, one last comment. Yeah, I agree. If we're going to do this, and I agree, the rates are low, it makes a lot of sense. How are we going to spend that money, obviously, is key. Because we don't want to do this and then just, it's kind of, we're spreading it out and, it's really not going to have much of an impact. We want to do it and it's like, wow, there's been a significant improvement on the roads, or we've got a new library, or, something like that. So we really, make a difference in our community.
And just to add to that, we only have 3 years. So it's we have to hustle. There's a lot of work involved. We will need a management company. I was gonna highlight that. We've hired Banner to help us with all of our other projects. Kimberly Horn's a great firm. They do a lot of CEQA. They do other analysis. They help us, they usually help through the process. I think we've hired them on different items. Great firms, all of them. But just to emphasize, it's 3 years. So when we decide to pull the trigger, we need to be clear and concise on the direction that you give us, because we're going to have to hit the ground running.
Okay. Any other comments from supervisors?
I've just a quick question. What if you go past 3 years, you lose your ability to spend that money? What happens?
No, no. So things happen. COVID happens. Stuff happens. We just need to show progress. David probably can, we've talked about this.
I can just address it briefly, Ray. No, you of course don't lose the ability to spend the money. The key is establishing that when you issued the bond, you had a reasonable expectation that you would expend it within 3 years. This is a tax requirement. Now, the very worst case, if you didn't, and if you couldn't prove that you had a reasonable expectation, that would be a serious issue. I mean, the really worst case would be they would declare the bonds taxable. Your investors would be very upset with you. That would not be a good result. We would hire a tax counsel up front, and you'll sign a certificate which says you have a reasonable expectation. So you want to be able to back that up, whether that's with a construction contract or with a good estimate. There's different levels of comfort that you can have. But as Ray said, things happen. Bad weather might delay it, supply interruptions and the like. But that only, will work if that's a deviation from some baseline where you had a reasonable expectation to begin with. So hope that answers the question.
Add to that, that's something that a management company would come in. We would have to address it in probably a design build instead of a design bid build, because that would take a long time. We probably won't make the 3-year period. So the presentation that you received before with the facility, the whole facilities for the county, and looking at potentially constructing this whole civic area, that could potentially get done within 3 years. But it has to be done in a design build, not a design bid build. So there's some nuances with that we'd have to look at, and like David had mentioned, that we'd have to go through it and make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's before we do this. But yeah.
Yeah, and Ray, of course, you can wait until you have more certainty, but then there's just a little more market risk that rates might increase between now and then. But certainly, that's always a possibility.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of my questions have already been answered, so I appreciate all the thoroughness of everything. As far as hiring a management team, how many road crew would we potentially have to hire in addition in order to make this happen? Is that what the management team would try to get back to us about? Do we have the capability at this point to do that?
Yeah, this would probably be more out of the engineering office,
Sure.
the planning office. Yeah, and if we have Steve here, he can comment on this. Again, we would hire, like I said, probably Vanner and TRW to go through the process, and then going out to bid with Granite Rock, Granite or Chapin, or someone would come out and then would bid on it, and then at that point we pick them, and then they move forward with it. So that's on the roads as an example. And they usually have staffing, but go ahead and you can add further to that comment.
Yeah, that's correct, Ray. Supervisor, the management team would be essentially like a Kinley Horn, and they have design folks and contract management folks of the process, and then like Ray mentioned, they would just go out to a contractor.
Yeah.
And as Ray also mentioned, we actually have Kinley Horn and Veneer already on contract. We just have to extend their contract scope and amendment that the board could approve. And so they're actually already on board on call today and actually helping us with some projects. So we just have to expand their scope a bit. So.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez, do you have any questions?
I have one more quick thing
sorry.
too. I know we set a number in between. I'd like to see it at 25 million, but I don't know if anybody else has a preference. So 17, 25, and 35. That's just my personal preference, but I just want to be specific of what we'd like to see so we don't continue to go back and forth, but whatever, I don't know.
If I may, I would just, I get that. I would just maybe suggest, because our analyst here has the sort of all the math and algorithms, that whatever they think is the most, optimal, I guess, I don't know. Because I don't know what that amounts
That
to
dollar
as far as
figure
that
is,
overall
yes.
number.
Well, and I also might suggest that once we determine what we want to get done.
Right, that's what I was gonna say.
25 million, if that's,
Right.
maybe it's 23 or something.
Right.
I think that's kind of,
Yeah.
maybe should help us.
Exactly.
Inform us how we go
Do you
forward.
want a library, then you put more to that, or do we want to fix Fairview and Fallon? Is that our priority? Then that's, so those are, I guess it really depends, but there's also those other needs everywhere else. So you will then tell us, and then that number may be 28 maybe, as an example, with all the items that your board would like us to get done.
And I would concur on that too. I have a big arrow there between B and C that's something in the middle. I don't know that dollar figure, but something. So I would suggest that we look at what Supervisor Kosmicki had said, is to have them come back with some concrete numbers. So then we can go ahead and vote on the particulars, and we can see the exact dollar figures if we're looking at option B, option C, or the new one in between, and whatever that dollar figure is at. Yeah, okay. Supervisor Hernandez, anybody else want to comments? Okay, no? Okay, so do we have enough direction
I
on that
think we got
one?
plenty of direction.
I thank you very much for the presentation, very informative,
You already did.
detailed.
Thank you. Thank you.
We did go to the public, and thank you, you gave us a lot to think about. I appreciate it.
Thank you, David. Really appreciate it. Thank your team as
Of
well.
course.
Yeah.
Yep. Look forward to hearing how things go.
All right, thanks.
And the only one thing I want to add is, as Supervisor Kosmicki said, sooner, more so than later.
Yeah.
We have to take advantage of the interest rates seriously.
So our next item, was a good lead-in from before, is that I've asked Steve Loop, our interim RMA director, to come in and actually do some work on this. Thank you, and thank GIS, Renee Archetta, for the work that he actually has done on creating some layers for your board, and presenting to you kind of where we stand with projects related to Measure GSB 1, and also to potentially what we could do with, if we decided to move this way with a hybrid approach, how many miles of roads, where we can actually get some of this work done. So we wanted to put an interactive map together for you, and then you can actually go home tonight and start clicking on it within your district to see what will work for your, what your suggestions and your thoughts are, where you're hearing the most complaints from your constituents, where
Good.
where you can go. So Steve, thank you for all the work you've done, as well as Renee and his team too. Thanks.
It's little things like that that make our job easier, so thank you. Mhm.
Okay. Thank you for allowing us to present some options for road improvements. And the presentation today, what we're going to provide is the status of our capital improvement program. And those are projects that have already been constructed or are programmed to be constructed and are already funded. And so in a sense, although we can definitely revise those are somewhat have been assessed and determined to be very helpful for our roadway network, so that the CIP program, which it's going to be on its own GIS later, we'll show you in a minute. I'm not going to say it's hands off. We can revise it, but what we're looking for today is more of item number 2, which is if we have an additional infusion of roadway funds, whether it's 25 or 30 million, we're going to show you a tool that you can use, as Ray said, at home, and come back in a couple weeks and kind of give us your recommendations. If you decide that you don't want to partake in recommendations or you're too busy, which is possible, then Public Works can definitely have some of our own recommendations. And, you know, we'll of course combine our thoughts with your thoughts. And the goal is to have another discussion on April 12th at the April 12th Board of Supervisor meeting. So that's the goal. So real quick, CIP, where we're at from 2017 to present, we've completed 24 roadway segments. They're done, they're completed, and in progress, whether it's design or construction this year, we have 21 additional segments that will be completed in the next 5 years. So just a real quick snapshot. These are the CIP projects, either constructed or programmed to be constructed. Image at the right is taken on Best Road as you enter off of John Smith, and Best Road is one of the projects that the Enterprise Fund paid for and completed construction of very recently. So, GIS system. As Ray mentioned, Renee, our GIS specialist, did an excellent job of putting together a tool for the board to give you some options. And the link, we'll send you the link via email as well. I'm not sure the link works just right off of the PowerPoint, so to speak, but we put it up there for public or Board of Supervisors to use, and I'll show you kind of how to access that in a moment. But so let's see. So when you click on the link, and I'll do that, I'm going to walk you through this in a moment, the actual tool, but there's going to actually be 6 categories, and the first one is just the CIP, so that you will know the roads that are already in that program that you probably, again, I don't want to say they're hands off, but they're already kind of programmed to happen. So that'll kind of help you make some decisions when you go back to your office or homes and want to look at other roadways to be constructed.
In a way, it's somewhat shovel-ready, kind of, so to speak. And when you look at that, if you look on the top right-hand corner, there's a box that's marked kind of in, I think, blue. That's checked off. That's the CIP portion. So I don't know if you see that or not. But here, well, Steve will click on it in a few minutes, and you'll actually see it clicked on and off. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I debated whether or not to kind of give you an overview first or go straight to the tool. But if you bear with me, I'll try to kind of give you some context, and then
Steve,
we can
Steve, excuse me. When you say programmed, what does that mean in terms of money?
That means they are programmed with SB1, enterprise funds, or Measure G.
Okay,
They're
so
currently
they
designated
have
to be
already
spent.
been funded, or they're either constructed, or we've got funding for them.
Earmarked.
So we don't have to worry about it as far as the bonding.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, and as you know, Gabe and the gentleman from Canon mentioned, you know, for the next 5 years, that includes Measure G funds. So when you're talking about the bonds and Measure G, the program funds are assuming we bring in $3 million a year from Measure G, and according to SB1 and Enterprise and some other funds, but they are funded for the next 5 years.
So this will be a part of it, just for clarity purposes.
And as you click, and these layers, and I apologize, it's a little difficult to see, but on the upper right corner, you'll be able to click on our GIS link, one or all these at multiple times, but I'm just going through somewhat one at a time. So as we mentioned previously, Kimley Horn is one of our consultants. They're actually working on a separate program called the Local Road Safety Program. And they have a GIS database of all the fatal and severe injuries throughout the county. And so when you click on the collisions 2016 through 2020, that brings up all the fatal and severe collisions that we have throughout the county. We actually have smaller collisions as well, but that got a little cluttered from just folks touching bumpers and things like that. So, so these are kind of the more serious collisions, and you'll be able to click on this layer as well. And then, because of KNN and some of the options that Gabe provided earlier, we have come up with $50 million in options, and you might want to ask yourself, why is it 50, not 30? Because if we only provided 30, then we're not really providing you with choices. So the 50 million is actually created by what we call our pavement management system. And what that does is it looks at the pavement condition throughout the county, and it's agnostic. And what it does is it says, okay, how much do you want to spend per year? And we put in 10 million a year. And then it says, okay, for 10 million a year, this is what we recommend giving the biggest bang for your buck, so to speak. And what that means is, it's not just replacing roads that are completely falling apart. It's actually about a third of the roads it recommends are maintenance. So maybe a 2 or 3 inch overlay, because what you can do with that is you can spend, and I'll show you in a minute, about $200,000 a mile, provide an overlay, and then that road's good for another 15 or 20 years, as opposed to rebuilding a road, and that's per mile, for about $1 million per mile. And so you're essentially saving $800,000 per mile by doing that $200,000 now. So I've done some projects for the city of Milpitas. They're extremely proactive, and they do almost 100% maintenance, and they just provide overlays and small fixes, and their costs are way, way down because the roads last longer because they're maintaining them. Unfortunately, we're not in that position, but that's kind of the concept. So when you have this GIS tool, and you'll see these purple layers that show up, can't quite see it on the screen, but all these little purple segments, about 2/3 are complete reconstructions, and approximately 1/3 are maintenance. So you might say, why are we maintaining this roadway that's in decent condition? Well, that's the reason why. So, and I'll go through the tool and explain this a little bit more too. Next, we have just a overall pavement condition index throughout the county, and it's not every single little road, but it's the vast majority of roads that someone's actually driven, made observations, and I'll go through how the index works in a moment, but those are all the roads throughout the county. Red is not good, orange is also not good, very poor, and then the green colors are actually in decent condition. One thing to note is there's a few green. One thing to note also, when you're clicking around, we haven't updated this in a couple years just purely because of staffing, and it takes quite a bit of while. So some of the roads that have been built recently, say Union or Southside or Best Road, they might show up as not in good condition, but the PCI just hasn't been updated for those few roads. So, okay. And then last, I'm going to go through kind of how the PCI works, then we'll do a couple more slides. But our roads, in summary, if you look at, they've been rated by the system and by this software and by folks that actually have driven around. And this was as of a few years ago, technically. But we have 1% excellent roads, about 4% very good, 12% good fair, and the remainder, which is approximately 80%-ish, are poor or very poor. And so what that means is the overall rating for our county is about 37 or maybe 38 at this moment. That's on the lower end of the spectrum for the state, just kind of an FYI. And just to maintain that condition and not have the roads get worse, which means we're doing small things or big things for the next 10 years through the year 2031, just to maintain that rating of 37, which is essentially poor, it would take $53 million extra. So that's not including potholes, that's not the CIP program, that's just extra to maintain that level of 37. So that's kind of where we're at. Bridges are actually in a little better shape. It maybe only a couple $1 million for the next 10 years of maintenance. And that's because the highway bridge program, like Gabe mentioned, the state actually helps us quite a bit with our bridges. So to jump up to a good rating, so the state and a few cities, their goal is to have a PCI of about 80, mid-80s, and if we wanted to do that, we need to spend roughly $285 million over the next 10 years. But baby steps, right? So. And so this slide just kind of reiterates that it's not always about rebuilding a road that's, not doing well. It's there's a few segments that are designated for maintenance, and I'll even provide some more details on that. So our GIS specialist actually has already updated the districts for the new district boundaries. So when you click on the GIS system and you click on yellowish, Supervisor Gonzalez will actually have a slightly different district than she does today. So just kind of an FYI. Yes, and then another item that we look at least internally, when we're making decisions for the CIP program itself, is just road classifications. And ideally, we want to fix, the larger roads, arterials, and then the medium-sized roads, which are collectors. And then the local roads as well all need attention, but those are kind of the hierarchy that we look at. And just to give you an explanation, and I'll also be sending an email with the link and with this presentation, again, in case you didn't have it, that you can refer to this. But arterials are just highways, freeways. Collectors basically connect the highways and freeways to the local roads, and local roads are the small ones. And something to consider too, and it's brought up earlier, we have so much traffic now with all the new homes and such, is that people are using all our roads, really. I mean, it's not collectors and local roads. It's kind of almost apples and apples, really, these days, because folks use all our roads. I'll just leave it at that. But something to note, this is for the public as well, because we get a lot of phone calls. Highway 25, 101, et cetera, those are actually owned and maintained by Caltrans. So we have zero inputs as a county with those type of roads. And when you click on the GIS database, you're going to see a lot of the accidents because a lot of the traffic travels on those roadways. Fortunately, that's in the purview of the state and not the county for the highways. So just maybe that's more of a public information item there. So I'm going to jump off here in a moment, and we're going to use a tool. One thing I want to mention about GIS, it's a planning tool. You will see accidents at intersections that aren't exactly on the intersection of the two lines. GIS it's used with satellites and a lot of big picture type of software, and it's a great tool, but sometimes things don't line up exactly perfectly. So just, if you can please kind of keep that in mind when you're using the tool. And again, when Public Works is looking at these roadway segments, we would look at the pavement condition, where are the most collisions, and then the vehicular use would come in as well, so to our decision making. So when you're at home, those are our suggestions. PCI is probably going to be your most significant item to be looking at. And then when you're going through the tool, per mile, and I mentioned this a bit before, if the road's in good shape, it's only going to cost approximately $200,000 to keep it in good shape, and that'll last for another 15 or 20 years. And obviously, if it's in great condition, you're not going to spend that money. If the road's, quote, good, and we've done a couple projects on good roads, not too many, but that'll cost us about $400,000 a mile. And then when roads are in less of a state of, need more assistance, it'll be approximately $800,000 or about $1 million per mile to rebuild those roads. And there's various permutations of that. In other words, if you're in New Idria and you're going to rebuild a mile of road, it gets a lot less traffic. So if we were to rebuild that road versus Fairview would have a much thicker pavement section because of the trucks and the weight. And you're talking 6 inches of asphalt, 12 inches of base rock for Fairview. Whereas if we were going to do New Idria from a brand new state, it would be more like 2 inches over 4 inches. So that's not necessarily built into this system, but that's a little bit more reality. And we'll talk about that in a second. But these are just ballpark numbers when you're at home and you're going through the software to kind of use per mile. So, all right. So staff recommends. After I show you the tool, if you so desire, you can utilize the tool, and if you want to, provide some recommendations. And this is just our recommendation, but these dates could change, obviously. So let's just say hypothetically we have $30 million. Perhaps each supervisor clicks off 6 miles of roads or 10 miles of roads each and provides a recommendation. And then if you could possibly do that in 2 weeks, then we actually have time to get that information onto the April 12th Board of Supervisor meeting. And we'll kind of filter some of that input as well. But that'll be kind of the goal, and doesn't have to be those timelines, but those are our recommendations. And a couple things that have come up over the last couple of supervisor meetings, I just want to note that we're already incorporating into future projects is we're going to, Fairview Road and Fallon, it was already in the CIP, but we're going to prioritize it. Pinocha and New Idria, I think it was $2 million. The board said, ballpark, spend about $2 million out there. So we've already started doing some geotechnical testing for that area. And then a couple Board of Supervisors, as you noted before, we do appreciate when you reach out to us. We know there's a lot of signing and striping, specifically striping that's disappeared. So
Yes.
we're already working on, I don't know if it's 10 or 12 segments, quite a few segments, mainly, in this general area of Hollister-ish and not so much South County or North County, but that project for adding striping is already in the works. And then if we can find the funding, we also want to partner with San Juan Bautista. They have a sewer force main that's going all the way from San Juan Bautista through about 9 roadway segments all the way over to the City of Hollister's wastewater treatment plant. They're going to have to rebuild half the road. The county would like to rebuild the other half of the road. So we're going to try to find some funding. Probably uses some of Gabe's ideas that he mentioned earlier, whether it's, the federal stimulus funding, or we think we need about $3 million to help with that project. But that'll actually help a lot of roads over near San Juan Bautista. So, and Supervisor Kosmiski's district, so that'll be good project. So that's kind of where we're at. I won't go through this stuff, and I'll let's jump into the tool, and then I'll pause here before we go to the tool, and I'll just pause, and then.
Oh, believe me, we're already in the tool over here.
You're
Once you gave it to
Okay.
us, I was like,
You're ahead of me.
yeah,
Okay.
we're there.
All right, great. So I'm not great without a mouse, but let me try to zoom in a little bit here.
It's an awesome tool, thank you.
And we can thank Renee.
Renee, right?
Hey, Renee.
Your
She's the master,
GIS
yeah,
person,
so-
yes.
I wonder if I can, let's see. There we go.
I'm trying.
Hit the link on the,
I'm logged out on accident, I guess.
go back to the presentation and hit the link. Can you go back to your page, your page on your presentation to show where the tool is? Because it's a hyperlink. It's not initially where he gave us, but it's the second time where he gave us the link.
Yes.
Oh, believe me,
Sure. You want me to go back to presentation?
I was clicking on the first link, yeah, but it's the second hyperlink.
I tried clicking on that one, it didn't work.
The first one didn't work,
Might
but
have
the
to
second one
copy
was.
paste it as well. I had a similar issue, so let's see.
Yeah, the
Try the
second
second one, or-
link in the power. What page? Slide 15.
Perhaps that one?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I tried to embed it as best I could, but sometimes.
It's good. That one you were successful.
Okay, sounds good.
Slide 15.
If you want, I could make the first recommendation.
Or 60.
I'm just saying, I have the smallest, I have what, like half a mile, if that?
And today we were going to talk about that, so go ahead,
So-
Supervisor Hernandez.
I'm
Have we-
assuming-
Hold on,
since
you
I've
have to go to the
thoughts-
public, right?
Since I have 3/4 of the roads, I assume I get 3/4 of the money.
Hold
No,
on.
see-
Okay,
Madam
hold on.
Chair, if I just may.
This is a horse race right
Okay,
here.
well, hold on, while we're
Horse race.
all playing with the link, we're gonna go to the public while Ray is, no, make your comment, Ray, while she's getting ready to go to the public.
I was just gonna, that's fine, why don't you do that? I was just
Okay.
gonna share,
That was the first.
yeah, I'll just go ahead and go to public, it's fine.
In the chambers, please turn in a speaker card to make a public comment. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. Elias Salinas?
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Tiffany. I cycled those roads, also Supervisor Kosmicki. So how do you decide
because I can tell you that the Aromas area, all those back roads, and it's been decades, even patched up. I mean, if it's not for my car system telling me to look out for a pothole coming up soon, I would destroy my car, you know, whatever it's called, alignment. So how do you decide? I mean, you know, Supervisor Hernandez, you know, and Supervisor Gonzalez, their districts are are majority in the city. Then you've got, you know, Supervisor Dirks. You know, they all, Supervisor Tiffany, Dirks, and Kosmicki have roads that are affected by ag, you know. And so how do you decide? Do you decide for Supervisor Hernandez because he's got the smallest? Or do we go with Tiffany and Kosmicki that it's been decades since some of those roads have ever been touched on? So thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. No comment on Zoom.
Okay, Supervisor Hernandez.
Madam Chair, I was,
Yes,
if
I'm
that's
sorry,
okay.
Go ahead.
So, if you don't mind putting that back up again, Steve. And when you look at that, those are great questions. And Steve can elaborate further on this, but basically the system does an analysis and looks at it, and looks at the value where we're at. So it does give you, it's like a model, and it comes back and gives you an, you know, what are the top streets to address. In working with Steve on this, we spent some time on this, worked with GIS on this. One of the things that we wanted to do is add some weight to it. And that collision item, the second item, when you click on that, Steve, that highlights we felt it was important to have that in there because people die on our roads, right?
Yes.
So we wanted to add that value or weight to it. How many deaths are there? How many serious collisions are there? To add to kind of adding that weight that was the question was asked. How do you decide? I think that's a key factor in making decisions on addressing our roads. So that's just one piece. And yeah, and I don't know if you want to add anything more, Steve, to that, to answer that.
No, that's correct, Ray. And so the three criteria we use are you know, collision data, the condition of the road, and then previously it was, you know, kind of the road classification so that we didn't focus as much on local roads, smaller roads, but the larger roads. So if you have, you know, a road that's traveled more frequently by more vehicles and it's in the same condition as a local road, we would prioritize a larger road, and then combine that with the collision data. And one thing, a little bit of silver lining with this collision data, and we're about a month away, but Kimley Horn, on that program, the local road safety program, we walked about 7 or 8 intersections with them, or driven to them and stopped. The intersections such as Fallon, Fairview, that have had some more issues, and there's a lot more, like I said, than just the severe collision. There's just a bunch of other smaller collisions. So we've walked those collisions. San Juan Bautista and the city of Hollister have also been given that exact same opportunity. And then in about 3 months, we'll be able to apply for funding, and Gabe mentioned HSIP funding, so that hopefully that'll help supplement some of these issues as well. And we can start the design of these, and that program actually can reimburse that effort. So if we start the design and we, you know, are allocated $3 million for Fairview and Fallon to put a signal or whatever might, you know, need to be installed at that intersection, the HSIP program, they have grants available, and like last year, I think we got $1 million for guardrails, but this year we're hoping to get some additional funding for intersections. So when you're in the tool and you click on, say, this little node, it'll just give you the information. Red is fatal, and then it just gives you basic information about broadside, there was not a pedestrian involved, et cetera, and it kind of gives you the time of day. Not that this is important, but just it's within the GIS database. And so that's just kind of, I just want to show you that because that's a little bit how GIS works. So then if you were to add the PCI and you click on Fallon Road, take this off here, it'll say, okay, the current PCI is 30, and that's right on the borderline of poor and, you know, very bad. So one of the things, the reason why I actually clicked on this specifically is if you go, let's see, here, 41. So 30 technically could be red, but because it's on the same road as a gold, which is not, you know, the worst case, but second to worst case, sometimes the GIS system will kind of make the whole road, you know, kind of match, so to speak. And so just as you're clicking through things, you'll see when a road's on the borderline, but maybe it's adjacent to another road, you'll say, oh my goodness, it's a 30, not a 29. Well, that's because it's the rest of Fallon might be rated a 41. And then you click over on the east leg of Fallon, and it's a PCI of 15, if you can see that. And that's obviously, you know, very bad. So when you're clicking on the PCIs, you really just, if you just look at the current PCI, there's a lot of ancillary information down below that you can just pretty much ignore. But if you just look at the current PCI, that'll tell you all you need to know about that. And the accidents really is just what type of accident it isn't. Let me do a couple other things. Let's see if this works. Take off collisions. So the pavement management system came up with we said, okay, please spend $10 million for the next 5 years, and it did that. And so when you zoom out, and we'll go to San Felipe. So San Felipe, when you click on the segment, the system said, well, this is worth fixing. And when you click on it, it actually gives you the price of that segment, $701,360. So again, the guy, you're going to decide, the board, how much, you know, if anything, we were going to spend beyond the CIP. And if you have a goal of 6 million or 10 million each, this will help you determine some of that. Now, if you said, well, San Felipe, that section's not actually as bad because you're really familiar with this, and let's see whose district this is. This is now Chair Gonzalez's district. There she is. All right. So Chair Gonzalez says, well, actually, that part of, you know, San Felipe isn't even as bad as the part next to it. Then you can just click on, I'll click this PCI here, and you can click on, and you can see the PCI is 30, so that's about $800,000 per mile per the other information that you're going to get in here, because it's not the worst, but it's close to the worst. But if you wanted to do the mile of San Felipe instead of the part that the program chose for us, Chair Gonzalez could say, well, okay, I want to do a mile of this road, and it's going to be roughly $800,000 on my ledger. So you can kind of have those options as you're going through the tool a little bit, because, you know, as the speaker said, when 80% of our county is in not, you know, wonderful shape on our roads, you know, you might know, well, you know, the program, it's kind of looking at, you know, a very bad road and a very bad road, and it's picking, you know, the ones that are shown in purple, but some of it's, you know, you could pick a road right next to it and it would be probably just as valid, I guess is what I'm saying, because we're just saying, well, you only have 10 million this year, and so the program's saying, okay, I'm going to spend 7 million on really bad roads and 3 million on roads that are worth maintaining to actually save money in the future. And so that's kind of how the program works.
May I ask a question of you? Go to the border of my district, because I'm on that page right now, and let's look at Fraser Lake Road, for example.
Okay.
It meanders in San Benito County, Santa Clara County, and so that's a terrible road, just the condition in general. And the majority of it is in Santa Clara County. But if you travel the back roads from San Juan to Salinas, San Juan grade on one side, and I don't know what it starts off, off Alameda, but you can see where San Benito County ends and Monterey County begins. There's a clear
Yes.
distinction.
Please don't remind me of
okay?
that, but you're correct.
I used to have a nice sports vehicle that just it loved that road. The new car, not so much, but the old car, and I just loved driving that road. But when we got to San Bernardino County line, not fun. So as supervisors, and I'm talking now Fraser Lake Road, how's that going to pan out? I know I understand your little calculator and so forth, but we're just going to get like a little sliver of the road repaired, whereas the majority of it will be unimproved. And that just makes it difficult as, say, for example, someone who travels that road. It's like Supervisor Gonzalez, you may have improved an inch of the road, but there's a mile that's still to be left undone. And so it's going to be hard on us as supervisors to make that determination. So as we suggest priorities to you, are we as a board going to be voting on those priorities? I mean, how are you presenting this to us?
So I'm going to gather everybody's input, and you can present it however you want. If it's graphically, if it's, to answer this specific question, let's just say Fraser Lake. And I understand what you're saying, and I don't know the exact miles. Let's just say the county portion is, we'll say 6 miles. That could be at $800,000 a mile. That's almost $5 million, 4.8 million. But that could be your segment, right? And that could be a valid segment because Fraser Lake, even today, has some issues. And so we would just take that into consideration. And my 2 cents would be, that's a valid segment, and opposed to just the middle is the worst part versus the 2 ends are not as bad. And honestly, if we were going to do Fraser Lake, we'd probably try to do the whole segment if we had the money, if we had the funding available. But it's just a matter of funding, really. I would not just rebuild the middle segment unless it was like New Idria washout, perhaps, or something really extreme. We would build that whole segment.
So then as supervisors, we're going to have to be mindful when we present that suggestion to you, keep that in mind, because it's going to impact the total project and the dollar figure of what we can and can't do.
Correct. And as the speaker said, resident, you hear probably more than we do. I hear a lot from our road crews about things on the roads. I meet with them twice a week, but you hear from residents in your districts, and you travel, we all travel. So I think that's why this will be a useful tool to say, well, okay, this is the road segment I think is the worst, and there's some real bad, situation going on with the road falling apart, et cetera.
Well, you gave us a definition of the arterial, the collect roads and so forth, et cetera. And those people who commute to and from Santa Clara County, from Hollister, San Benito County, they will tell you that Fraser Lake is a main road. Even though you and I know it's not, that's the traffic, the volume of traffic that is on that road. So I'm just thinking out loud and just asking that question.
No, it's a great point. Again, with just the population growth in the last 4 or 5 years, all of our roads are used quite a bit, and maybe some of them are elevated now to collectors versus locals, right? So it's a valid point.
Okay. Yes.
Madam Chair, a couple comments. Well, first of all, because it sounds to me like this tool it can be kind of maximized, so it will give, depending on certain factors, it will tell you what the best way to spend X amount of money is. I would for one like to see, and I'm definitely interested in playing around with it myself, and I'm going to for sure, but I would like to see what you guys recommend based on that, because you're going to look at it from a holistic standpoint as opposed to who you're getting, well, maybe you get complaints too, like we do, but, and this is to my second point, I really feel, although obviously each of us are going to look at our own districts, I feel strongly that each of us should look at the entire county, because, and I joke about, literally half of the roads are in my district, but, that doesn't mean that I think that half the money should be spent there. I really, because we're a relatively small county, not geographically, but I don't think we should take the approach personally where we divvy it up five ways, and I've got to spend a fifth of the money in my district or this money. It should be where it's gonna, biggest bang for the buck, in my opinion. So anyway, that's just the way I think we should be approaching it.
Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yeah, and I second that, Supervisor Tiffany, because while a lot of the problems are in my district as well, I think everyone travels throughout the entire county, no matter where they're going. There's only 2 ways to get in and 2 ways to get out, theoretically. And so people are traveling all those same roads, no matter where you live. And so I do think that we need to take a holistic approach too, based on travel of the roads. And I mean, for me, collisions are a big deal. There, if you do look at District 1, there's a lot of fatalities on the roads in my district. And so, you know, might lend itself a little bit more that way. But I plan on taking a holistic approach as well, because it affects everyone.
Madam Chair. So I agree with that, but I think to an extent we all have to trust each other on this, because, you know, obviously most of the roads are in our 3 districts, but I also think it's fair to the supervisors who have the city that, you know, that we also take care of, you know, infrastructure in their district. But I will say that we really have to trust the system, the database, you know, that's an objective tool that's based on data. And we have to be, to me, I would really like to see us prioritize roads that are, I think, on one end, most traveled, that have poor to, you know, very poor conditions, and then and then be so strategically selective about the roads that are in the worst conditions in some of the rural areas. That I just think it would be, to get the biggest bang for our buck, we should be trying to improve the roads, you know, in this relative short term that are the most traveled and that are the most impactful to the most number of residents. That being said, we still, obviously, the South County has terrible roads, and we have pinnacles down there, and we want to, you know, improve our tourism and all that. So
Right, and one other, as I'm thinking about it, and I know this factors it in, Steve, from what you said, but when we're talking about biggest bang for the buck, we should also be thinking about, okay, if we spend the money now here, in 10 years, we're going to be better off than if we spent it, or maybe over here. I mean, right now, they might look the same in terms of you know, how much traffic or safety, but if we spend the money on this area, it's going to be bigger bang for the buck because of where the pavement is, and like you say, a maintenance approach. So that should be factored in as well. Because we're not going to be able to do this every 3 years, or maybe we will, I don't know, but for me at least, this will be my one opportunity to do this. So anyway, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
So my thoughts are to make it easier for all 4 supervisors, since I have the least amount of roads. I figured out, and I'm all about fair and the law of averages, you know, obviously prioritizing safety for sure. I'm just thinking, if you fix mine first, right, try to be the most cost effective, then you take mine out of the equation, then you're going to have a higher average on every other district, right? So you end up having a lot more bang for your buck. But I'm just joking.
I thought we were going to get your portion of the roads. I'll take your percentage. It's now not only 20%, it's 25.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. But no, all things considered, I think safety's got to be #1 priority, 100%. Yeah. And then from there, you know, I do have obviously a priority when it comes to my portion, because it's right next to the regional park. There's a lot of issues with parking, the high school kids, you know, there's events. But nonetheless, I'm going to trust the tool that, yeah, it prioritizes the safest first, and then, you know, however it pans out when it comes down to my road, that's fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to share, again, this tool was really created just to look at it. And there's a lot of times we don't know what you know. There are things that happen. You're constantly getting calls, like what was just said about parks. or about something else going on that maybe is not, the system's not gonna know about that, right? So I think that's important. I think we agree internally. We talked about this as just having the system run through it and actually create create what we need to get done. And, but we also felt, I feel strongly that each one of you need to kind of look at it and really scrutinize it and have the ability to click on a few segments to see, hey, wait a minute, maybe we can get this taken care of, this issue. So, I think it's a good tool. I really want to thank staff for working on it. And, we just want you to go back and just, take a look at it. And we'll put, go ahead.
Well, I was going to ask, just timing-wise, I'm thinking it might be more efficient or effective to see what you recommend first, and then for us to look at and say, why are we not doing this instead of that, and develop
us a starting
questions.
point.
If we
Yeah.
do it the other way, then we're going to all come back with our point of view, and then you're going to say, well, I'm just thinking that might.
Yeah,
be
and the
better.
system, we can run through the system. We'll run through a scenario, how much it's going to be. We can bring that back to your board, and then, but we want you to still look at it.
Yeah, no,
and verify that and just double check it. So
I'm
we
just
can
thinking
definitely.
if we had that to look at,
We can
then
definitely do that.
Then that would help us.
We can definitely do that.
How quickly could we, sorry, Madam Chair, how
No, that's
quickly
okay.
could we get something, because you mentioned March 29th as sort of our time frame to get you suggestions.
329, that's, I was gonna
That,
confirm. Okay, 329.
Is that?
Well, no, I mean,
the system
this
spit
is in
something
light
out?
of what we're discussing here. We can go ahead and create a full package. We'll go off of, we'll kind of do a scenario, maybe middle ground, what was discussed about with K&N, 25, 28, 24, somewhere in that range, whatever. We'll run a scenario with that internally. We'll bring it back to your board, but in the meantime, look at it. If you have time, shoot an email to Steve and myself and just say, hey, here's this road, and this is kind of, I think, one that may, again, all the roads are bad. Almost they're all on the same, they're all on the same level.
80%.
It's really gonna depend on the most traveled and the safety piece of it.
Yeah.
And that's what we wanted to have you at least look at from a safety perspective, having that there. So with that.
So is the direction to have Public Works assume a budget of 25 million and provide our input while the supervisors are, and we can do that.
I would,
next 2 weeks.
again, so I would probably, this is what we'll do is we'll do 20 and 25 because we're not sure about the library. We may need to fund the library for the grant.
I thought it was 30 on roads and 15 on.
Well, yeah, we can do that, but again, what's
Matter
our
of how much from
capacity?
bonding
Our
versus
capacity,
reserve.
exactly. So that was we'll look at the numbers and we'll go middle ground, and then we'll come back to your board.
And remember, we directed them to look at a middle ground between B
Right,
and
but
C. Yeah.
I believe that was the amount that we were going to be pulling from financing versus, but I thought we were talking about a.
Yeah, with the
a
total
mix-
project.
A mix of
Yeah,
financing.
but we
versus
don't know
and
what the,
bonding.
yeah, right, but we don't
Right.
know what the, if we're gonna fund the library, if it's gonna be 5 million, it's gonna be 15 million. So we'll calculate that and we'll bring that back to your board. We'll do both, the roads and that, because I think that's something that's important to your
Because
board.
if C is a max of 35,
Yeah,
that would be the max, less 10 for library, there's 25. Or we could, I'm thinking 35 is the max,
and then work our way back.
and then maybe work back. But, I mean, maybe 25 is a sweet spot.
That's what
I
I'm,
don't know.
again, we'll have to look at that. So,
Madam Chair, one last important thing, I think, the public. This is that one area where we definitely, I know I'm gonna go out and announce, on social media and whatnot, please provide suggestions for roads. I think just as a county, I would highly suggest that we do that as a county to make sure that we're going that extra mile, no pun intended, to get the word out there that we're looking for feedback on this to involve the public. And even when we get closer to making a final decision, make sure that we're getting that public feedback. Thank you.
That would be the public, the comment, the component about each of us educating the public to the best of our ability and giving them the tools, so that we can then do our job with their feedback, yeah. Okay, so any other direction that you need from us?
yeah, no, we were just discussing timing, because obviously we
So
want
is
to
the
get the best.
is the 29th, not a good
No,
timeframe?
yeah, no.
For us to do our 2 weeks, is that sufficient?
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then we have an assignment, a homework assignment, by March 29th to get our priorities. And that means, as Supervisor Kozimicki said, reaching out to your constituents, whichever way you do that, by email, Facebook, however you reach out, and make sure that you hear from your constituents so that we bring back an informed decision.
Yeah.
And we give the community the opportunity to participate in this.
And then we'll work with staff, our budget officer, Steve. We'll look at an overall package that kind of works together, and then we'll present that to your board. Okay?
Sounds good. Okay.
That work for you? Yep, okay. Good deal.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Next week.
Okay, so we are skipping that next item that we had on there. You have a little break in there. Do we need a break, or can we continue on?
It's your board's, you want to do a 5-minute break? Everyone okay?
Don't need a
or
break?
just- We have more or less one, unless you wanted to do the
Which one's
PRA.
is it 8 only?
We're skipping
We're gonna do
the one
7.
from,
Oh, you are doing 7.
We're gonna do 7, and that shouldn't be long.
skipping 6 is the one we're skipping at this point.
Do you want to still do?
Yeah, would you like to have the PRA today?
That would be ideal, because we're sitting here, we're basically a captive audience, and someone said earlier, more bang for your buck. Let's take care of it. I know that Supervisor Tiffany has a hard stop at what time?
6:30.
Oh, yeah, we'll get it done before. I'd say a half an hour, so probably by 4:15.
Okay, so 5 o'clock
four-
is a good time frame. Okay.
I think we'll get it done if we do both items. This
Okay.
next item shouldn't take long.
Okay, so
All
who's
right.
gonna start it then?
We'll go ahead and start. So this item came from your board. Your board did ask to bring this item back. You discussed, I think there was consensus to address 2 minutes for public comment and to potentially provide 3 minutes, and we wanted to discuss that with your board. We also have been working on the committee bylaws, and we wanted to just do a quick brief with you before we either move forward with the bylaws on that or maybe consolidate some of the committees into a regular board meeting, or it would have to probably be a special meetings to fill that out the rest of the year, and then we would add it to next year's agenda as regular board meetings. But what is happening is there are a lot of committees and a lot of time being spent on posting, doing the minutes, just going through the logistics of running the meeting. And we're having to duplicate, and we're literally doing that a lot more, probably 7 to 15 times, depending on the amount of meetings that we have. And it's just becoming very cumbersome for staff. So if we just do this once, we add the agenda items, we can add some of those in there, and then your board, all your board members will be able to hear the items. So whether it's COVID or whether it's whatever it may be. So we just wanted to have some open dialogue with that. But I think the best thing to do is just have Dulce go through and just look at the bylaws, get some input, get some ideas, and then see if you want to consolidate some of those committees into just really not consolidating, just adding them on regular board meetings, and then we'll go from there. So Dulce, you want to go ahead and start us with the bylaws? And this was spurred on, I believe, by Supervisor Betsy Dirks. She had asked to add, to have somebody from your district actually partake in the EDC, the Economic Development Committee. So we actually did do some work on that. We did present that to the Economic Development Advisory Committee. So what we want to do is just share that with your board and get some input from you and just really talk about it. Now, the good thing about committees and the good thing about ad hocs is it does allow you to roll your sleeves up and really get kind of dirty, so to speak, and
Yes.
deal with some work. And here it's hard to do that. A good example is the CRF. When we did some programming for the businesses and the nonprofits, there was a lot of work. It really wasn't, I mean, we didn't do that in the chambers, we did it outside, and there was the committee members did a lot of work on that. So just as an example, just rolling up your sleeves. But I'll go ahead and pass it to Dulce, and you can go ahead and share this with us.
So good afternoon. This item was originally presented to the Economic Development Ad Hoc with both Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Hernandez, where the recommendation was let's bring this back to the board as a whole and discuss how exactly we would work through
through the bylaws and what we wanted to see going forward. So a lot of this may sound familiar, supervisors. So looking at bylaws for the economic development, we were looking at the commission serving as an advisory board to the Board of Supervisors, and they would address matters related to economic development. So they would really look at economic development initiatives, current business climate, look at how to attract and retain businesses, any marketing opportunities, and really promoting issues in our San Benito County.
May I interrupt a moment? Is that an attachment on one of these items?
It is not. I can add it after.
Okay. May I just suggest for future board meetings that we have all the attachments, because it just makes it cumbersome. Some of us, me particularly, have reading issues, and I'm adjusting for that before I can turn around and look at the monitor that was here. It just for continuity's sake and clarity and transparency. Okay. Go ahead.
So the committee would align with the current strategic plan and really align with the 5 focus areas, which is operational development and excellency, planning for sustainable growth, technology, community engagement, and then healthy and safe communities. So everything that the committee would work on would align with the 5 focus areas of the strategic plan. Some of the duties would include promoting greater public understanding, obviously respecting the diverse points of views and carrying out the duties. We would expect some knowledge of local businesses, financial or development related to businesses, and they would really advise the board on tools and other development opportunities. And they would essentially serve as ambassadors of San Benito County and promote any contacts they may have, provide any business lead, or if it is appropriate to direct them to staff. Attendance, we discussed meeting monthly on Thursday at noon, so it would be once a month meeting. And if 3 consecutive meetings would be missed, we would ask for that member to no longer serve, as it does take some sort of commitment. And if they can attend, they would let staff know. So membership, we're looking at 1-year duration. And this is all for, we haven't set the membership in stones, and we wanted the board as a whole's input. There was discussion about 5 representation. That number can go up or down, whatever the board chooses, with essentially a quorum being the majority of the voting members. So each supervisor not on the committee would essentially appoint a member who represents their district. They would go through the normal application process managed by clerk of the board with posting an application, and then each supervisor not on the committee would then elect who represents their district. An item we wanted to discuss is shall this include other elected officials, and we wanted to discuss that as a whole. And the composition, how do we wanted it to include members that live in each district, that own a business in the district, or that are a member of a particular economic development organization. And we weren't quite clear on kind of what direction the board as a whole wanted to take. So if the board chose to create bylaws for this committee, we wanted further direction on kind of the membership composition.
Yeah, Madam Chair, can I jump in here a little bit? Supervisor Hernandez and I were on here. Just so you understand this, and what Dulce is running through is we didn't make any decisions at all. But these questions came up, and since Supervisor Dirks brought this up, you know, as we were talking about it, and these are questions that the board, I think, have to answer. Economic development is just one example of a committee. But the danger, this is my point of view, The danger if we go down this road, and I'm not saying we shouldn't, but I think we have to be careful because we don't want to, I don't think we want to have full-blown bylaws in every committee. So where do you draw the line? Which committee do you do something like this, which don't you? You also don't want to have a cast of thousands. So if you have Supervisor Hernandez and I on this committee, for example, if everyone else appoints someone and then there's other people added on, business representatives, you could easily start seeing there's 10 people on this committee. Maybe that's what it should be. But these are some of the concerns that, you know, Peter and I were talking about with staff. And again, like I said, if we do it for this one, should we be doing it for some of the other ones? Should the landfill committee have representatives from every? So anyway, there's no easy answers on these things, but I do think as a board, we may want to kind of make some overall decisions because otherwise, it just adds to the workload of staff, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I just want to give a little more context to what is being discussed here. And I know Supervisor Hernandez, you want to jump in here?
I appreciate that, Supervisor Tiffany. Yeah, from that, right, so we started going down this rabbit hole, and then all of a sudden we're talking about how complicated it could get. And then, you know, the optics of this is going to eventually be where we end up having to have more staff time, which means maybe these agenda items are going to get really long. And then as it pertains to reporting out, then all of a sudden we're probably going to be talking about maybe we should be doing a third BOS meeting, right, actual our board meeting, because that's how complicated it's going to snowball really fast. So the idea that I had, and this is something I think that, you know, maybe not perfect, but I think it's something that would make sense, because the reality is the focus of the representation, right? We want to make sure every district has a voice in this process. So, you know, we thought, well, what if we come up with some kind of an algorithm that basically included the business organizations in the district, where now we had this expectation. I think it would actually even help them, because I know when it comes down to the voices that they have on their individual boards, they would like more input, they would like more opportunity for at that point, right, it puts these business organizations at the seat at the table with the Board of Supervisors in dialogue about EDC and what that should look like. So the idea was, what if we had basically these business organizations to have folks from the districts that we could pay basically a board, it opened up an avenue for them, for one person from that district to now apply through these business organizations. And this would be a committee that can now actually have a 5-member board, right? And it would still be an advisory committee. They would, you know, their voting power would basically extend into not direction, but more input. But the point is 2 supervisors, definitely not other elected officials, just because that can complicate things. It really should be a representative of the county, but the other organizations could have maybe 1 voting member that they could pick from their business organization to now go into this committee. And then at that point, right, now there's actual business organizations represented on this EDC ad hoc, and then I think it would actually make the conversations more robust, specific to not one industry. It would be more open to all industries to have a voice at these business organizations table to now go to this EDC committee, and then at that point I think, yeah, we would have better input towards the board itself because of all these business interests represented through these business organizations.
Yeah, and just quick, and I know I can see, Colin, you want to jump in here.
Well, right now, I just want to hear from the 2 individuals on the
okay.
ad hoc, because the presentation isn't finished, and then we are going to go to the public, and then we'll come back to the
Okay.
supervisors. So
And
I'll
I
let
just wanted
the 2 of
to
you
follow,
finish.
and this was always already kind of touched on. Again, bigger picture, not just talking about economic development. You know, these ad hocs, those that are ad hocs as opposed to full-blown committees, as we were talking about, that's where a lot of the work gets done in my mind, you know, behind the scenes. And I think we as a board need to trust, I mean, if 2 of us are appointed to an ad hoc, we need to trust, you know, our fellow board members to, to do the work and do, represent, and then come back to the board. And obviously, the decisions are being made by the board, not by those two people. But, so there's some things that may rise to the level where we just want to discuss it all as a board, and maybe that means we have 3 meetings a month. But I still think we shouldn't lose, the idea that some of the real legwork is done behind the scenes, and then it comes back to the board. Because I think it would have been, as an example, the tax share agreement. It would have been damn near impossible in my opinion, to get that done as a full board. So there are some things like that that I think it's really critical we retain, the flexibility of what an ad hoc can bring. So anyway.
Okay, so we'll go back to Dulce and let her finish her presentation.
Okay. So what we're looking for is recommendations to rec staff on the member composition of the meeting, and that was pretty much it.
Okay.
Any
Well,
questions?
I personally would have rather had a copy of the presentation as opposed to the bylaws, because the bylaws we haven't voted on them, so, but that's what I would have liked. So let's go back a little bit, a couple of your screens. So the composition, and then we're gonna go to the public, and leave that one up just right now for the composition. Let's go to the public, and then we'll come to, and if you can enlarge it, any?
Actually, maybe make the font bigger for slide.
And then, let's go to the public, and then we'll come back to and just leave that up there for now.
Okay.
Because again, we haven't even decided if that's the route we wanna go, but this is a potential, if it comes to fruition.
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, you can press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. Alias Salinas?
We knew you were coming.
Thank you. I hadn't even finished writing in my card yet, so thanks. Anyway, so here's the thing on this. With regards to my opinion on the ad hoc committee is, number one, I would like to see more participation on your appointed planning commissioners. They're the first line before they come here, before the applicant or whatever the issue is going to come before you. So I think you should consider adding them as well. And with regards to the comment that Supervisor Tiffany said, had more board members been on board with regards to the tax agreement, he is correct. You wouldn't have, and I'm against what you all settled for, with all due respect. But you're right. The more you have, the more people have opinions. But I do agree with Supervisor Hernandez that I think you should have people of the public. They're the stakeholders that have decisions on this, and you have had them participate, in other things. During pandemic, there were numerous forums that were being presented, and all the stakeholders were giving their input on how their businesses were going forward, what the rules were that they were doing on their own before there was even any rules established by the state or by the county, and how they were going to try to conduct business. So I think it is important to allow stakeholders. I mean, they participated, Supervisor Hernandez with the cannabis and with the hemp. And it takes a while to get a lot of people together, but you were able to hear while it's happening instead of after it's happened, and you make a decision, and we all know what happens. The room finally gets filled, and nobody shows up until something's happening that affects them. So please do consider your planning commissioners too. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
So I know that Supervisor Dirks was ready to chime in, and I know Supervisor Kosmicki also.
No, she goes first.
Yeah, so we'll let her, and then we'll go to the bookends, okay, to each end, and then we'll come back into the middle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I do feel really strongly about this, and I completely appreciate Supervisor Tiffany and Supervisor Hernandez and kind of chairing this committee and moving it along. And I appreciate the alternatives. My intention was to include the community and making sure that we do have key stakeholders at the table. We've all talked about today how important, or a lot of us have, about economic development. And if we don't have community buy-in, I think it's going to be an issue. I understand that maybe this is going to be, there's a concern about a snowball effect and all of those things. And I'm the last person to advocate for one more meeting. But at the same time, this is such a big issue. And maybe it'll go to, you know, the goals that each board has and, you know, and deciding which committees kind of get this kind of treatment. I'm not really sure. I really like Supervisor Hernandez, and that was probably like a joint, you know, kind of solution to the issue. I don't care how the community gets involved as long as they're involved. And I was just trying to come up with a fair way to get it on the board and get on the table and get the conversation rolling and moving. I am all about transparency, and the more we're transparent with our community, the better off we're all going to be. And so, and I really think, especially when it comes down to business decisions, we need to hear from our businesses. We really, really do. We need to see what are the roadblocks they're facing. How can we as a county help streamline those things and attract businesses to our county to increase revenue? That's what today has all been about, you know, to make sure that our roads are the way that we want them to be, to make sure that we can provide services. At the end of the day, my whole intention with this is to get community involvement. And I don't care how that happens as long as it happens. And if there's a way we can go about it that doesn't put extra time on staff, then that's great too. But if that impedes the process of being transparent with our community, then I would rather hire another staff member than say no to having community involvement. It is the hill that I will die on. And so I have not been this passionate about anything up to this point. I mean, I'm passionate about all of it, but this is the stand that I will take, because I believe that economic development is going to be the thing that will move this county forward, and we have to put our eggs in some sort of basket other than our property tax one. And so we have to have community involvement. I feel so strongly about it. It's not about me being involved. I don't care about my involvement. I care that we get community members on board who are in the business community. And if the best way to do that is what you all talked about at the ad hoc committee and what Supervisor Hernandez just talked about, I'm in, you know, but I really feel very, very strongly about this.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on the composition, I agree with preferring, so we have the 2 members and then the 3 people. I think I appreciate the either having their own business in the district or living in the district really should be the requirement for those. And then the economic development part, the only thing I'd say about that is I'm fine with it. I just think we would probably have to do multiple people at that point to diversify that, because I wouldn't want to see San Juan Bautista, for instance, left out of that. So if it was, you know, maybe you could do the chamber or HDA, or you could rotate from year to year. You probably want 2 or 3. Not just one. That would just be my personal preference on that. It's not a deal killer for me, but I just would strongly suggest that. And then I do believe we should do a 3rd meeting. I think it would actually be more productive for staff to do the 3rd meeting where we just do presentations. We've talked about this behind the scenes a little bit, where we just do presentations because they take up a bulk of the time at these regular meetings. And then there have been some items today where we go to public comment on Zoom, and once again, you know, because it's a retreat, so we're going to be here long, but once again, you get nobody commenting on the roads, you know, and that doesn't really add up in a normal world to me. So I think we would use our staff time more productively if we did the 3rd meeting a month, and the public would be more involved, and I just think it would be more efficient. And I do think we should probably prioritize our ad hoc meetings more than we are now. So maybe reduce the number of ad hocs, and so then there would be less staff time used on ad hocs. Do the ad hocs where you have more of the minutia, where you got to get into the details. For instance, the tax sharing agreement, where it's detail oriented as opposed to general policy oriented, because there's nothing stopping us from just having a reasonable conversation as a board if we're simply talking about yes or no on a policy. So that's, I would hope that we could maybe go down that road. We used to have 3 meetings a month. May I remind us, we're all full-time employees who are paid like full-time employees now. It's certainly, it's an extra meeting a month. It's not, and if we do it on a Tuesday, either the first Tuesday or the third Tuesday of the month, I feel like that would, set us up with, it might be a 3 or 4 hour meeting, and then we're eliminating several ad hocs that we would have done that's duplicating staff time and everyone else's time. So, and then aside from that, we had other stuff on this item, so I don't know if we were gonna talk about, for instance, the 3 minutes. Okay, okay. I'll come back to that later then. Thank you.
Just really quick, I would like to know what the cost would be on having a third meeting, just so we know what that means, because I just want to be careful that we're not taxing our staff beyond what they're already being taxed. I mean, if it amounts to the same time, then obviously that's not a deal killer. I just want to be careful that we know what that means for staff and staff time and cost. So,
monetarily, it's the same for the most part. It's just obviously the amount of time. So we have so many ad hocs, there's so many committees that we have that it's really actually going to probably save time if we move it over, because this is the point. There's a time where you have to go ahead and you have to post. You have to create the agenda. You have to post it. You have to put it in the system. Then we're having to record it. We have to manage this. So we have 3 people here managing the meeting. We have to do the same thing with the committees.
Yeah. Well, my point to clarify is that's under the assumption that these meetings are going to be less time, right? If it ends up making it so flexible that we end up having, and I'll say all of us, supervisors, enjoying our, basically longer conversations, then it will be more time, right? So if we're talking about eliminating ad hocs and that's why this is going to get filtered through, I just want to know what the organizational structure looks like, because at the end of the day, there's got to be a net something, right? If that net something is more time and more cost, and because we now are taking longer now every meeting, it's like that's why I mentioned the 5 minutes limits on each board member, where we're like getting to the point. And I'm not saying hard and fast, right? I'm just saying is, if it's an important item, we'll find it that there's going to be a lot of back and forth. We can move it over to the next meeting. But if we're like, everybody can get their point across in less than 5 minutes, then boom, we're done. We can move on to the next item. And maybe those meetings are just going to be more efficient, which means we don't, we might not need a third meeting. All I'm saying is whatever amounts to efficiency, then that's my main point. But before I forget, with the whole topic that we just started about, the idea with the EDC is 3 business organizations, HDA, the Chamber, and the San Juan folks. So that way you have those business organizations having one position per business organization. And when I think about business owners, right, they got plenty on their plate, but if that commitment is there, then it'll be filtered, I think, more. It'll be a better outcome if it's through a business organization. That way there's that expectation of that commitment being set with the 3. You can't miss more than 3, right? There's kind of their own, and there's self-management, right? So they're using their own time to manage this process for their for that appointment that they have. Maybe you just set a rule that says, I don't know. Well, I don't want to go down that road, because then, how are you going to make it to where each district is represented? Really, it shouldn't. I think at that point, it's just it really should be more each business interest, right? Because San Juan is obviously they're representing that region. The Chamber's county-wide, and then you have the HDA, which is obviously within the city limits. I think that's a healthy balance, 1 person per business organization. Those are my thoughts.
Okay, we're kind of all over the place, and so I want to kind of just regroup. I understand, but give me,
I
give
want to
me.
jump in when you.
Right, give me a moment. So first of all, we had a presentation on the potential to go to a actual bylaws organization. So that's one thing that's on the ballot, or not the ballot, excuse me, on the agenda. The other idea is looking at the composition of this, and it looks like, just simply from hearing you all talk, it has to be a minimum of 8 members. The 2 supervisors who would be on the ad hoc, the other 3 members who are not represented, and then adding the business organization, that's another 3.
No, it's total 5, So 2 board members, 3 business, one from each business organization.
That's not gonna work for me. Okay, anyway, so again, we're already going all over the place. Okay, so if we're gonna be inclusive, let's really be inclusive. If we're not gonna be inclusive, let's not pretend that we are. Let's be
No,
real.
no.
No, wait, hold on, I'm just kind of just addressing what I'm hearing. So because of what's on the agenda, looking at this, I would like to start here, because this is where we started. And so, what is the consensus of making the economic development an actual entity that's, excuse me, what's a consensus of making this an actual organization that meets? Then we're talking about adding a 3rd meeting that we're talking about that also. Would that be particularly for this or for all ad hocs?
So-
I don't have a problem meeting 3 times a month, because I think we should probably be meeting weekly, because there's so much right now that we're looking at. But we're all over the place talking about a lot of different things, and we're not being linearly right here.
So, okay, so, so with that, we would be meeting weekly probably for the next 6 months, or because we have special board meetings coming up with budget.
And budgets and so
then we
forth.
have the regular meetings, and then we would add this. So it would be weekly. Obviously, the question came up, or the item came up about consolidation of committees. There are some committees that we could look at that we could consolidate or add them to that 3rd regular agenda item, or, present it to the board as a whole. County Facilities, Economic Development Committee, which, would be this. We have Fire Protection Committee, IT Committee, Landfill Committee. So those committees are public committees. We meet. We can meet with the board, and we can review it as a whole. And it'll be transparent. It'll be Brown Act. It would be on video. The public can be involved with that process. It's entirely up to your board. We're just discussing that this is taking some time to do a lot of these committees, because we have to basically do what we're doing today, a board meeting, and times all these committees, and sometimes we meet more than once with some of these.
Oh, I understand. There's
So-
been times when I've come online, to see meetings, and the poor ladies here are here at
We're-
7, 8 o'clock at night, still working, when I know I left them at 8 o'clock in the morning for something else. And so I'm thinking of staff, and being mindful of it. I
So-
really am, yeah.
And that's the point.
Okay.
Ultimately, that's what we're bringing up. So that's just an option. We also have this, which, I asked Dulce, I just want to be very clear with her. We had this as an item, but I felt that it was very, it was probably better to have her PowerPoint. It was very last minute, so put the blame on me. She didn't post it on the agenda.
Thank you.
She's a great worker, but I thought it was best to have this presented to the board because it's very clear and concise, and the PowerPoint as well. So, we'll post that, make sure it's posted on our website. So you can discuss that and give us direction with this. We can, or just give us direction, we'll come back at a later date and then have your board vote on it. At a regular board
I think
meeting.
just because of the time of the day that it is now, there's so many issues. I think right now, the real pressing issue of the 1 through 4
Is
staff recommendation
the
is
2 to 3 minutes.
the 2 to 3 minutes.
And that's, I get that, but I just want to be clear in the direction from your board. We can come back, we can fine tune these bylaws, just get input from all of you.
Okay.
We want to go this route, we'll keep the Economic Development Committee, or look at consolidating these and then bring that back as well. So it's just,
And then the meeting time, if we do go with the outlying organization, the meeting time, unless it's someone who works here in town, that representative might not be able to participate because it's at noontime, smack in the middle of the day on a Thursday. And I did look at my calendar and I didn't see any conflicts, from other meetings. So I know you were probably very strategic in the time and the date that you chose. But that just might limit who we can appoint for those supervisors who aren't on the ad hoc.
Madam Chair, can I suggest sort of rounding this up then? What I'm hearing you saying is, come back with a proposal for the Economic Development Committee of either adding 3 members from economic development groups or adding 3 members from districts, or the combination of the two.
I'd like to speak when you get done.
Yeah, I
I've
know,
been trying to
yeah.
get in.
And then the second part of coming back and deciding whether we're gonna add a 3rd meeting of the month, and coinciding with that would be the structural reduction of the committees that were already out there, so that we're not duplicating.
Nicely summarized,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Yes, so Supervisor Tiffany.
Yeah, let me, because there's 2 kind of things we're talking about here. First of all, as far as the getting to originally where this all started, Supervisor Dirks, totally.
Blame her.
Blame you.
It's
Throw
your
her under
fault.
the bus.
Totally agree with you about transparency. But this is my feeling is, on the economic development, I would like to see business representation, because that's what this is about.
Yes.
And if we're talking about business representation, I can tell you, so that's my background. Frankly, there's an economic development partnership that already exists that meet regularly.
Yep.
It's the HDA, San Juan Committee, Chamber, EDC, and Business Council. That's 5 business groups. I don't know if we want all 5, but I think we can't just have the HDA, Chamber, and San Juan and not have the EDC. Right. And, I'm biased, but I'd have the Business Council. But anyway, so we need to look at that. But I personally, and it doesn't sound like everyone agrees, what's the point in having Supervisor Hernandez and I appointed to this committee representing the board if then each of you also have another person from your district appointed as well? Because that's where, now we got the business committee, community, Peter and I, and then your 3 representatives. I would think if we want to take this beyond the economic development, it's economic development, so we have business representation. If it's on something else, we have people from the community that best represent that area. Not necessarily in each of our districts, because I think that gets so complicated. That's my personal opinion.
Yep.
To the, as far as the, I know the other subject is, and I agree, we should take this back to try to go through the economic development bylaws right now and work through the details. It's just going to take too much time. As far as the 3 meetings, I'd be fine with that. As all 5 of us know, we're all on 12 or 13 committees. So we're meeting all the time. Constantly. My main goal, and I think we're all in the same boat here, is if we're going to go to a 3rd meeting, let's make sure it's going to, I'm more concerned about the staff time than my time. And so let's make sure we do it in a way that we reduce staff time. Because I get concerned that we have so many damn meetings. I'm not talking about up here, but ad hoc and other committee meetings that when does the staff have time to do anything? Seriously, I was talking to Mike Chambliss, and he was saying he got his work done between 6 in the morning and 8 in the morning, and then, anytime from 6 o'clock to 9 or 10 at night. That's not right.
Yep.
So we need to, if we're going to figure out a way to do this, I'd like to see, and this is going to take staff time, I'd like to see staff to come back to us and say, okay, if we do it this way, these are the committees we can eliminate, or, and so we actually will see some savings of time for the staff.
Totally
Anyway,
agree.
Thank you.
Yeah. Madam Chair, 100% agree with Supervisor Tiffany. Just to clarify, Supervisor Tiffany, as far as the EDC committee, my main point of mentioning those 3 organizations is because they're member-driven, right? And I'm not saying we should exclude EDC, the organization itself. They should be part of it somehow, right? So it's not perfect, like I said, but if you have a member-driven, then it keeps it to 5 members, very focused, right? And at that point, yeah, you're having business input, right? Because that would be part of the expectation, and then EDC somehow is part of the conversation. But ultimately, when it comes down to, so now shifting topics, right? When it comes down to whatever the meetings as a board of supervisors, staff time should be the priority, efficiency and staff time, right? If those two things happen, then if we have 4 meetings, but it's 4-hour meetings, I don't know, then if that means it's a net positive, then I'm all for it.
I just have 2 more points real quickly. So, fully in agreement with the EDC committee. When you are looking at committees to consolidate, if you could take a look at those things that really community involvement versus, what is just presentation, because any board of any kind has committees in order to be successful so that you can roll up your sleeves and then you come back to the board and then it's like, I think somebody said, I can't remember who now, policy driven, maybe that was you, Supervisor Kosmicki. So when looking at it at the committees, I mean, obviously all of it should be policy driven, but there's some things like the EDC, I don't want to see that consolidated into that 3rd board meeting because I feel like I feel like the value of the community input is just so tremendous there. So while this is time consuming, I mean, maybe in the long run, I created, kind of open Pandora's box here, but maybe in the long run, it's really going to save everyone time. And I'm all for work-life balance. I don't want people here till 9 o'clock at night. I'm not here till 9 o'clock every night. So I really do feel like when you guys do that, obviously staff time is important to me as well. I think every one of us on here would agree with that. And so just be selective in the committees too, that you would consolidate into that 3rd meeting as well. I mean, at the end of the day, it might save everyone some time. So, and then that way I can take more phone calls about potholes.
Okay, so can we put this item?
I think we got direction on
Okay.
that. I appreciate the feedback. And one thing I did think about, there might be an actual cost to this CMAP. We have so many
Yes.
meetings that we more or less purchased that, we'll probably be adding more. So there might be a cost. I was just thinking about it after. So we'll look at that and address that. But yeah, so I appreciate it. Appreciate the feedback.
Can we then go to item number 1 on
Yeah,
this
please.
item?
Yeah.
So modifying the public comment to 3 minutes. Since we really haven't done a public comment per se on that particular item, do we need to? Okay.
I would highly recommend
Okay.
just asking.
So what we're going to be doing with this item number 7, there's 4 bullet points under it. It's 1, modifying the public comment to 3 minutes. 2, put a time cap on each item. 3, put a cap on the amount of time for the board. And then 4, we kind of already addressed that. So we're going to kind of ignore item number 4 of item number 7, agenda item number 7, and start off with item number 1. So if there's anyone in the public that wants to make in the chambers or outside on Zoom, that wants to make a public comment on the 3-minute consideration, let's hear that, and then we'll bring it to the supervisor. So we'll do it 1, 2, and 3.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Oh.
Would you like public comment on items 1, 2, and 3?
We can
Just
if you
one
want.
time, that's what I
just-
recommend.
yeah.
What I was gonna mention.
But in terms of voting on it, I would like to do it 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, yeah, and the point.
Separately. Yes, separately.
Yeah, and again, just to keep in mind, 2 and 3, there was discussions from the board members
Well,
about.
as we have them, we will have them
been
in.
talking about
And
it,
they
so.
might be they might be moot points at this
Exactly,
point.
I just wanted to make sure that
Okay.
the board knew.
But they only get 2 minutes right now, don't they?
They get 2 minutes, and if they, oh, yes, because it's one item, I was gonna say, yes. Even though there's 3 bullet items, yes, 2 minutes.
This might be
I was trying to
You
stretch
get
it for you.
1 minute, Ellen.
So, Ms. Salinas, are you gonna come up and speak? The podium is yours.
Thank you. I knew y'all were going to know that I was going to come and speak on this because I am totally about getting the 3 minutes back. But I have an issue with limiting your conversation each to 5 minutes. Are you saying 5 minutes when you're asking questions and then you come back for discussion? Are you adding all that? Or, are you going to allow questions without limiting, and then you come back and you tell them each, okay, you've asked your questions, and now you have 5 minutes, or somebody going to be taking, doing a stop clock. That being said, I prefer that you do not limit yourselves, because if you're only doing it to time manage that you don't want to be here all day, I go back to your full-time employees, whether and I agree with I'm going to go off a little bit about more meetings during the month. It used to be 3 meetings. Your full-time employees now, and that was part-time, and that was very, very minimal pay at the time when that was being done. So please consider 3. I prefer 4. You get more work done. You can come in and you can do your ag hog reports. You can do your committee reports every 2 weeks. And please, unless it's a routine item, get them off the consent agenda. Too many things fall through the cracks and don't get looked at, and because they go through consent agenda. If it's a routine item, then go for it. But I do not believe you should limit yourselves to 5 minutes, because you're doing a disservice to your constituents by doing time management that way. So thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press star 9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Hello there. It's Rob Bernowski. Again, thank you for giving us this time. And I would appreciate it if I get cut off, if Supervisor Tiffany could convey my thoughts that I sent him earlier. I attend a lot of board meetings, not only yours, but Gavilan Trust, Hollister School District, sometimes North County, and others. And all I can say is when you went to 2 minutes, although I was opposed to it, it is a better way, because most people should be able to get their comments out in 2 minutes. But the trade-off that I am requesting is that you do remove anything that is not routine and non-controversial from the consent agenda. And once you move it from the consent agenda, I believe it becomes a regular item and it is entitled to a new comment period. Having people talk about the consent items and then you move items to the regular agenda, to me, resets that clock. That would be a very fair trade-off. I know a lot of people are going to be angry with me that I say, don't go back to 3 minutes, but I want you guys to have a productive meeting. I want to have a productive day, and I think it's a fair trade-off. So thank you very much, and I can't believe I'm done in 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, and Valerie Eglin to San Juan Batista. And both of those previous comments hit it right on the head. If the board is going to go to 3 meetings a month, then there will provide more time. But also there are oftentimes meetings where the public comment goes on and on and on in a repetitious fashion. And they have that right to do. However, it does affect the concentration, the focus of the board as well as the public. So that's a hard one to call. Mr. Bernowski pointed out a very good consideration there. And so it's going to be a hard call for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
You've been unmuted. Please state your name and you have 2 minutes.
Yes, my name is Bill Healy. I'm a resident of Hollister. I think the 3 minutes are sufficient because a lot of people, it takes a little bit of time to get into the ability to be able to tell what you would like to say and be able to do it. Yeah, some people can do it in 2 minutes, but some people need that extra time, especially if you're a little bit older, and it gives you a chance to get your message through. As Valerie said, it works the other way too. Sometimes the supervisors get a tendency to talk over and over their self and say stuff 2 or 3 times. So if it's boring for them, Sometimes it might be boring for the people because you hear the same point over and over and over again. That's my point. Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
No other comments.
Okay. So let's bring it back to the supervisor. So this right now is particular to the 3-minute comment. And who would like to begin?
I'll go ahead, Madam Chair, if that's all right.
Okay.
I support the 3 minutes. You know, in hindsight, it was a mistake. But to understand what we were, for me at least, and I believe this is the rest of the board as well, is that we were trying to figure out a way to address productivity. It's not about meeting length. I mean, look, on these board days, I'm up at 5 in the morning after preparing the night before, after preparing 3 days, 4 days before that. And then I go home and you start doing my summary that I do. So it's not about time for me. It was about productivity, and actually it is really truly it was about getting more access to the public, because I've said again and again, once we get to the afternoon on some of these things, nobody's online, nobody's paying attention, and then you have these items where you might have 30 people, maybe not 30, but maybe 10 people talking if it was first thing in the morning, and then there's nobody commenting in the afternoon at 4 o'clock because people are moving on with their lives. So I think the biggest issues we all, and myself included here, I'm probably rambling too much right now, is that we just have to be succinct with our points. And, you know, as we go on here, I think we're all learning to do that. And then I also agree about the comment about consent and just giving people 3 minutes if it's pulled from consent. And then time caps for each item. I'm not so sure that makes sense, because we just might run into an item where it's just, you know, it's going to take some time to get through it. You might have a big item, and sometimes the big items take a while to get through it, and that's where the third meeting of the month can actually help. And then I also disagree with time caps on supervisors for the time being. I just think still we just need to keep working, and I know the chair's been doing a good job of managing, and so we have to rely on the chair to manage, and we have to rely on ourselves to be succinct on some of these things. And then the only last thing, I still think we should have timed items for those really controversial items that we talked about doing that, where you know, we can at least give an estimate to the public on, you know, the big growth item is going to be at 10 o'clock, and then they or 1 o'clock or whatever. But that's not, again, not a deal killer, but I still think we should consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Supervisor Dirks?
I think we should have the 3 minutes.
Okay. Succinct.
Wow, succinct. Yeah, I think, and I understand Rob's point, but I think we should have 3 minutes. It's obviously been an issue. I do think we need to, and when I was looking at what we agreed to, I think we have to, if we have 3 minutes, we need to look at how that plays out as far as total time, you know, that we have, because I think if I recall right, if there's more than, when we have 2 minutes, if there was more than 15 people speaking, then we would limit, you know, something like that. So if we go back to 3 minutes, we may want to give the chair the flexibility to, you know, limit it to 30 minutes on a subject for public comment. And if you have, you know, more than 10 people, then we go back down to 2 minutes. You know, there's some flexibility that I would suggest that would make sense. As far as, I think the way that we've been approaching it, although sometimes if there's obvious questions, I know when there's presentations, you know, we'll jump in there, or I'll jump in there. Each of us will. I think what we've been doing is, you know, going to public comment and then coming back to us. That seems to make it more efficient.
Yes.
And we're, you know, we're not repeating ourselves. So to one of the speaker's comments, we're not being quite as boring as we normally would be. And as far as limiting what we have to say, yeah, I don't think we should be limited. One idea might be to, I think someone suggested this, we could have the clock running just so, you know, if I'm speaking, I have an idea that, oh, you know, I've been talking for 4 minutes here, maybe I should wrap this up. You know, that, yeah, like right now. So, You got me. But anyway, those are my comments. Thank you.
Supervisor Hernandez?
So just to stick to what we're talking about, the 3 minutes, 3 minutes are good.
Okay. Well, it looks like we have a consensus on the 3 minutes, and so do we need to vote on that?
If you mind, please voting on it.
Okay,
that'd be great.
okay, and again, if you all don't mind, I'm gonna go ahead and continue what we implemented from the last Board of Supervisors meeting, and hearing the presentation and going directly to the public, and then bringing it back, because it is working. And so I'm just gonna go ahead and continue until I'm no longer board chair, and when there's a new board chair in January, you guys decide you wanna reverse that, knock yourself out. But that's what I'm gonna do while I'm sitting here. Going back to limiting supervisors, I have some concerns about that. First of all, I do not want to limit the presenter. Granted, sometimes they're very, very long, but the details, we need to have those in order to make a decision. Now, if someone's presenting week after week and they're not being very effective with their time, then we might make a comment to our CAO and see how that person can, improve on their presentation style. But I don't want to limit the presenter. Coming back to the supervisors, I like the idea of putting the clock up there so we can see ourselves pontificate, and I'll use that word because some of us do it better than others. But when we're seeing ourselves clicking into 3-4 minutes, we will have to self-monitor ourselves and then not continue repeating the same thing over and over. And all 5 of us sitting up here are passionate in what we do and what we're speaking about, and so we just have to monitor our time much better. And so maybe as we start doing that, where it's 2 minutes on the clock right now, set it for 5, and then let us click down. And then we'll see, each of us will be mindful. But let's take a vote on the 3 minutes, giving the members of the public the 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, can I ask a quick question before we vote? And this could be a separate vote, but the question also came up, and again, I raised a question about the flexibility on a
Yes.
But also the question came up about if an item is pulled from the consent agenda, do we allow someone to have individually 3 minutes on each consent agenda separately, or do we keep it the way it is, which is?
Well, when we pull the item, we go to the public anyways, do we not?
No,
We haven't had.
we do public comment. If the public comments on one item, we give them 2 or 3 minutes. We give them 2, and then 5 minutes if it's more than one item.
So if an item is pulled, then they still get that opportunity to speak? No?
No,
I
not right
thought
now.
we did, after we have it
No.
pulled, then we have someone
Nope.
present? No?
Nope.
Okay.
Madam Chair, if we can vote on this first, the 3 minutes, and then we could. move
Go
on
to the other
next.
one,
Okay.
yes, okay. So then let's go ahead and, we're gonna go ahead and make that a motion, and then we'll do it all officially.
I'll make a motion that we increase the time from 2 minutes to 3 minutes for the public.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we have a 5-0 vote going back and reinstating the 3 minutes. All right, so the next question was Supervisor Tiffany was to,
Number 2.
Yeah, I had, is it
so
actually?
would you like to vote officially on that?
Well, what is the? so-
Item number 2 goes placing a time cap on each item. So then let's go ahead and let's discuss that then as supervisors.
Time cap.
The
So,
time cap. was-
oh yeah, so that's like on the supervisors.
Well, the way it's presented, it's on each item. So I don't know, I wasn't the one who
So I-
wanted this on here. So is it particular to the supervisors? Is it particular to the presenters? What is item 2?
Yeah, there was a time cap, and I believe Supervisor Hernandez had
Yeah,
requested
so-
that item.
So to clarify, and it isn't to set a cap necessarily on supervisors, I'm not big on setting hard and fast rules where there's too much layers to it. So my point in mentioning it was more, so the time clock idea I agree with. Let's put it this way, with an item that's ultimately an important item to the public, it's gonna go on. So my idea is we do 5 minutes each, just self-regulated, I would say. And ultimately, if the conversation has a lot of back and forth, then at a certain point, we probably have to say, let's consider this and move it to a different time. And maybe at that point, again, a self-regulated, maybe we do, if it's been 2 or 3 rounds, then maybe at that point, we move that item so that we can move on to the next item. 'Cause I
As in
just-
move that item to the end of the agenda, maybe?
To the next agenda.
To the- okay.
Yeah, to a following meeting or something. Just the point is I'd hate to see us not get through the rest of the items, and, because we've done that, where we move a whole section to the following day. And, it's, ultimately, we're filtering through the things that are easier, and the things that are harder, then obviously we give it the time that it deserves, right? So that way, we're not setting a cap and saying, let's just make a decision now, when maybe that by default causes us to consider moving it to a different day. So that was kind of, so it's more about self-regulation. It doesn't have to be something where we cut off a supervisor and move on. That's not the intent. It was more just self-recognition of, okay, we've done this for a while, let's make a decision to move this item, right, to a different meeting.
Madam Chair, real quick on that, a couple issues. I appreciate the intent of that. I just am worried about, one, that we lose track of the debate. You know, we're all up here, we're going back and forth, and there's gonna be some context lost if we come back 2 weeks later or whatever. And but the second thing, the main thing, is that when you have a long item, it tends to be an item where there's a lot of public involved, and the public wants to have a decision. And so that we'd basically be delaying the result of, let's just say, the initiatives, just to throw something out there that's very controversial. And a bunch of people come out on both sides, and then, you know, we're deciding to place X initiative on the ballot, and then we're gonna wait on it for 2 weeks. I just think that does a disservice to the public potentially, but I do appreciate where you're coming from. Thank you.
Okay. Either of you two would like to add to that? And then I'll go back to Supervisor Hernandez and how he wants to deal with it, since this was like a concern of his.
I think it kind of just lends itself to agenda management. I think we know what's going to be, for the most part. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes things come up and we're like, oh, okay. But for the most part, we all know, because we hear ahead of time, you know, what's going to take some more time or not. So, or even before it comes onto the agenda, we know that it's going to be an issue. So I think if we're going to move to 3 meetings or whatever the situation is, like, let's balance our agendas then. That seems like a good alternative as well.
I think maybe, let's maybe give it a little bit more time. I think with the new process that's been instituted from the last 2 meetings, I think is making some big headway. It still gives you the flexibility as board members to comment on items, and, you know, we're not really counting time for you, but I think we're getting through the agenda pretty good, pretty decently with regards to time. If it does come up and we're starting to deal with it, then maybe we reevaluate that later down the road. That'd be my suggestion.
Is that
The main
sufficient?
point was time management, so, I mean, it can't be, it really, because we're objective, but just the same subjective, folks, there's gotta be wiggle room, so it was never meant to be hard and fast. But time management, being efficient, considering staff time, right? So that was the intent.
Okay.
So there's-
Supervisor Tiffany, I didn't go to you, sir. I'm sorry for cutting you off, so I didn't know if you had wanted to say anything.
No, I mean, I think at the moment, I would agree. Let's see how it plays out. Like I suggested, the time clock and trying to self-manage, I think self-regulate makes sense. I do agree with Supervisor Kosmicki. I think particularly if it's, you know, a big issue, which is what we're talking about, we should try to make a decision, if at all possible, that day. There's going to be some subjects where, frankly, it's a really huge issue, and there's going to be some back and forth, and you know, on the board, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. And
It's good.
there's going to be times when it may take us, you know, an hour to, you know, get through and each make our point and rebut and et cetera. And I don't think we should limit ourselves on some really critical issues. I will say that there are some times we have an agenda item which, frankly, I mean, maybe it's just me, but it's not that big of an issue, but we just go round and round on it, you know, spend a lot of time, and that's where we need to be a little bit more, you know, self-regulating, you know, just get in, get off, and let's make a decision. So, anyway, those are my comments.
So then, going back to item 2 and 3 of this item number 7, are we okay? We discussed it,
good.
we addressed them? Okay, so then.
We're good.
We're good, okay.
Thank you.
So then that will take us on to item number 8.
we still have to decide on the,
Oh,
yeah.
well,
That's not listed here. We can, if your board wants us to address that, we can bring it back. I mean, you can give us direction on that if you want us to look at that. We didn't actually request that.
can we play it by ear and see how the subsequent meetings go? And then if it becomes problematic, then it becomes an action item where we have to vote on it. We do know, as has been mentioned up here, the initiative is going to be one of those, what I call meaty or very juicy items. And I can see that causing a lot of conversation, discourse here, positive or negative from the dais, but also from the community. And so,
But that wouldn't be a consent item to begin with. I think, I mean, we could try it, but,
Yeah, that wouldn't work.
what was that?
we're not taking comments from the audience, sorry. So let's go back to
So are we?
our CAO.
But now we would be 3 minutes if it's one item, 5 minutes if it's more than one?
Yes,
Is
that's
that
correct.
how we-
And that's what we have
I think-
instituted. I
yeah.
don't want to change that either.
So we'll see how that plays out.
Plays
as you
out. If the
suggest.
board wants to bring that back, every meeting, your board, we want to put an item on and to see how it plays out. If you guys want us to bring us back, we'll bring it back.
And you guys will all let us all know if there's some issues, please. Please don't keep your comments quiet. Let either me or Ray know, and if there's
Yeah.
something we need to adjust, we'll bring it to.
Yeah.
I'll be your second on that to bring it back to the,
Yep.
for the agenda.
All right.
Okay, so then let's go on to item number 8, and the Public Records Act.
That's going to be out of county counsel's office? Mike.
Hi, Bree, I'm going to turn this over to you as a brief introduction. I believe that you've given a public records training to staff. Maybe you could give a very introductory sentence and explain that this is, I believe, going to be an abbreviated version of that training. Just the highlights.
Yes, good afternoon. My name's Bree Mobius, and I have been filling in with County Counsel's office since January. And over the last month with the clerk's office, we did give 2 department-wide Public Records Act training for departments. And Ray and Barbara thought it would be helpful to do an abbreviated version for your board today. So this is much shorter than the one to staff. But if you do have questions, I'll defer to the chair if she wants to do this at the end, or you can stop me during it as well. And I will. And can everybody see the PowerPoint? I assume so.
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So going over the Public Records Act today, general overview, it's in state statute as well. So these are the government code sections, and it's actually a pretty lengthy statute. And the legislature has enacted a lot of rules covering the Public Records Act and the obligations put on the county. The purpose, though, at its core is transparency. The idea of the Public Records Act is that the public has the right to examine what the government is doing and how we are doing it. And the basic rule is that upon request, government records must be disclosed to the public unless state law allows the records to be withheld. And there is a good amount of litigation on the Public Records Act, and generally the PRA requires a prompt response, and then the courts favor disclosure. So a lot of the cases come against the counties in their ultimate decisions. So what is a record when we're talking about the Public Records Act? The definition is very broad. It is any writing containing information relating to the conduct of the public's business prepared, owned, used, or retained by any state or local agency, regardless of the physical form or characteristic. So the definition is very broad, and it's really intended to cover any conceivable kind of record that the government may use. So this is going to include your traditional records that you would think of, such as files or contracts, resolutions that your board would adopt, but it also extends to emails, even chat functions within Outlook, Facebook posts, and text messages. And we'll talk a little bit more about social media posts and text messages later on. And I would like to start to what is not a public record, because we do get a lot of requests that are just questions. They want to know why the board did what they did or what supported that decision. And the PRA does not require the county to respond to questions. So it is not an avenue for the public to submit a bunch of questions and then county staff have to sit there and answer all those questions. It's only an avenue to ask for records. And it also only applies to existing records. So it does not require the county to create a new record or compile existing records into a single document. So the public can ask for existing records that we have at the time of the request, but cannot require anything further to create a record or to answer questions. And a very brief overview of the process, and I would say this slide is abbreviated down from 20 slides of the department staff because department staff have a lot of process that they have to follow. So I really abbreviated this, but generally the first thing that we do is we get a receipt of a request. And the county has an obligation to assist the requester if necessary. For example, if we're not sure what they're asking for, but we think we might have something, that we do have an affirmative obligation to help them out. Second, we have to send an initial written response within 10 calendar days of receiving that, letting the public know that we either have the records or producing those records. And then in unusual circumstances, so the exception to the rule, the county can ask for up to 24 days to send that initial response, letting them know whether we have records or not. Then the staff, we would identify the records that are responsive to the request. So what records do we have that would be considered responsive? From there, after we've determined all the records we have, then staff needs to determine if any of the records are actually exempt from disclosure. Then we would have to produce the records that are not exempt from disclosure. And then we would close out the request with a written response and identifying any exemptions and redactions. So if the county withholds any records or redacts any records, really which is blacking out that section, then we would have to identify the specific reason or reasons why that information or those records were not produced. And it really is a multi-department collaboration. So all of your county departments at some point likely work on a Public Records Act request. The clerk of the board has been tasked with overseeing the PRA requests, and county counsel's office is tasked with advising departments in responding to the requests, including advising whether the documents may be exempt from disclosure. And just recently, your board allocated positions to move the Public Records Act management in-house with county counsel's office. So that burden will be taken off of the clerk's office, and county counsel's office will be managing the PRA program and then working with all the county departments.
Yes.
I'm okay. I've never had that pop up before. So each department is responsible for identifying their responsive records. So every department knows the records that they have best. And so they're always responsible for identifying those records and then working with county counsel's office to determine if there are any exemptions. Next request is the program that the county uses to keep track of Public Records Act requests. And it tracks them and keeps track of the response so that if there is ever a challenge, we have a defensible record. And if you ever do receive a request that you feel is a public record, so someone from the public calls you and asks for records, then you could just encourage them to go through Next Request, which is on the county's website, and to submit that request there so you don't have to handle that request. And just to show you, if you haven't been on Next Request before, it should open up. So, and let me know if you can't see the screen with it on, but this is what Next Request looks like. And if you're ever curious on what requests are being made to the county or how the county is responding to them, you can come on here as well. And if you just scroll here, you can see all the requests we had. And so I actually just updated this an hour ago, and we've since received a new request here, but it's 22. So this would be the year the request is made, and then they're just in sequential order with the number of requests that we have. The status here, this would show you this is an open request. And if you scroll down, so if you have that black check, that means that staff has responded to that request. And then if you want to click on it, then you can read what the request is, the departments that are working on it. You could also search by a keyword for a request. So it's available to the public and to you or any county staff if they want to see what requests are being made and how they're being responded to. And then once the documents are produced, they'll also be available in Next Request as well. And if you are interested in learning more about it or how to use it, they do offer a lot of trainings, or I know your clerk would work with you, or someone in county councils could go over next request as well. And I think probably one of the more frustrating parts for the county is that they are time consuming, and there's no doubt about that. And there is really little cost recovery that the state allows. So we have increasing requests. And if you look at just the data from the last couple years, in 2018, there was 40 requests tracked. 2019 was up to 71, 2020, 153, 2021 is 378, and then 2022, so 133 requests from January to March 15th. And once we transition to next request, those numbers are going to go up a little bit because they're being better tracked, and a department might have just handled a request before and those numbers wouldn't be there, but they're also just becoming an increasing with the increasing use of technology and email and text messages. Counties throughout the state are seeing an increase in Public Records Act requests being made by the public. And some requests can be simple and staff can just upload a document, close out the request, but some of them can be significant on the amount of time. And these are just examples of a couple within the last month or so that a request was for, reviewing all archived hard copy files back to the early 1900s. So that's asking staff to, go into all the archive files and really dig through boxes of old documents. There was a request for extracting all data for every single criminal case that the district attorney's office has handled since 2015. And there was also a request that produced an email search of about 20,000 emails that then requires an individual review of each email to determine if they're responsive or if they might be exempt. And cost recovery. While there are significant burdens imposed by the legislation on county staff time and resources, the Public Records Act does not allow the county to recover the cost of that time or to charge the requester for staff time. And that's in the statute itself. If a requester seeks hard copies, the county can charge the direct cost of the copy, but not the staff time to stand there and make the copy, which often is the more expensive part. And there is limited recovery of costs for data compilation, extraction, and programming that you can recover, but again, not that staff time. So generally, you cannot charge the requester for the records they're seeking. There is an exception if the service has a fee under state law that it be charged, such as recorded documents, then we can charge that fee. You can't use the PRA to avoid that fee, but we cannot enact fees just for the PRA. And exemptions to disclosure. So there are a lot of exemptions from disclosure. And that means that a record is responsive, but the county is not required to disclose it. State law includes numerous exemptions in the PRA statutes and elsewhere. And today I'm just going to highlight two of them that are probably most applicable to you, but county counsel's office is responsible for knowing all of them and working with departments. And again, if a record is withheld or redacted, the county must demonstrate that the record was exempt under state law, or that withholding the record clearly outweighs the public interest served by disclosure. That's a really high burden. So one of the biggest ones that might be relevant to your records is attorney-client privileged communications. This will be memos or emails to or from county counsel or other county attorneys, especially when you're seeking advice or being given advice from county counsel's office. This could also include your impressions or comments on a document or issue when it's directed to county counsel. So this does not mean, though, that you could copy county counsel's office on everything you do and bring it within that privilege. It truly needs to be you seeking advice from your attorney or your attorney giving advice to you. And a public record does not become exempt just because it went to your lawyer. And keeping in mind, though, that attorney-client privilege is the privilege between county counsel's office and our client. It is not to any attorney. So if it's an attorney representing a member of the public or an applicant on a project, there's no privilege there, and your communications with that attorney would be subject to disclosure. And another exemption that can often be applicable to your records is called the deliberative process exemption. And it requires first that there are records that are made before the decision at issue. So it's pre-decisional. So before the board meeting, when you're really working through a hard issue and taking notes and weighing the pros and cons of that, that's the type of record that it's looking to seek to protect. And the records must be made as part of your deliberations about the issue. And this is the hard part, is the public interest in non-disclosure must clearly outweigh the public interest in disclosure. So your final decision, that your vote in the end and the reasons supporting it are not subject to the exemption. It's just that internal discussions or weighing or working with staff when you're getting ready to prepare to hear an item. And you can keep those records in the ordinary course of your business, and they can still be exempt. So if you do have a habit of keeping your records, then this would be an exemption you could consider, while other exemptions might not apply. And really, if you think of the concept behind it, it's to protect your decision-making process, to ensure that you feel that you can really weigh a hard issue and not be fearful of writing down your thoughts because they might be released to the public afterwards. And another important thing to keep in mind with your records, though, is that release to the public can constitute a waiver. So generally, a disclosure of an otherwise exempt record to a member of the public shall constitute a waiver of any privilege or exemption. And selective disclosure to one member of the public or an applicant is also a waiver, and the document's now public. So you might be working with someone on an issue and you feel that giving it to them would be appropriate, but you're not comfortable giving it to the entire public. Once you've given it to that person, you essentially have made it available to anyone in the public. And it would not apply to records that are prohibited from disclosure. So if there are certain statutes that say we cannot release a document, if one staff member handed that document over, it wouldn't now get over that prohibition. Your waiver must be voluntary and knowing. And I think the important thing here is that if a waiver is ever accidental or inadvertent, then we can argue that it was not a waiver, but inform County Counsel's office as soon as you know, so that we can take steps to help make sure that we get the document back and that we have a clear record that we weren't intending to release that document. Personal electronic devices, and this has become a big one in the last couple years. And would go to your email accounts or text messages and cell phones. And I think that, the bottom emails and texts, I think we all use it more than we used to use electronic communications. They're quick, they're efficient, but we're creating a lot more records now than we might have otherwise created when we might just give someone a call or walk down the hall. And if an email relates to the conduct of county business and is not exempt from disclosure, it is a public record that must be disclosed, even if it comes from your private email account. And that was a court case that decided that it's not just your county email, it's your private email as well, if you are conducting county business. And if a text relates to the conduct of county business and is not exempt from disclosure, it is also a public record that has to be disclosed, even if it was sent or kept on your private cell phone. And the bottom line too is to avoid PRAs regarding your personal devices. Don't conduct any county business using your personal accounts or personal devices, because if we receive a request, the easy answer is there's no records. And this is one that I think that particularly for supervisors is helpful to see, because an increasing request on controversial projects is not just the public seeking the records, but also applicants who feel that maybe they might be facing a no vote in the end, or feel that they did face a no vote. They're starting to make public records after request to then attack the decision of the board at the end. And this was a recent case in Sacramento. And I think it's a good way to illustrate the types of records that might be made without even really thinking about the impact that they will have, but then they were used in the end for the applicant to challenge successfully the city council's decision on their project. And this was a gas station project. And it's a Petrovich case, it was in 2020. And there the court found that the council member crossed the line into advocacy against the project and had a pre-hearing commitment to achieving that outcome, and had engaged in behind-the-scenes advocacy against the project, so that they found that the applicant did not get a fair hearing. But what I think is interesting to look at is the evidence that the court used on to reach that decision. one of the leading pieces was text messages that the court interpreted as the council member counting, if not securing, votes against the project. And the council member had prepared talking points in advance of the hearing that were a compilation of facts that amounted to a presentation against the gas station. So if we think back to that deliberative process exemption, the court didn't see that as deliberative process of the council member weighing their opinions, but really as a talking points against the project itself. And then the council member had emailed his talking points to the mayor and the mayor's advisor with a suggestion for the sequence of the hearing, including who would make and second the ultimate motion against the project. And then there was also texting with the appellant, so the party appealing the planning commission's approval before the hearing, and the council member had offered suggestions via text on how they could be successful in their appeal. So just keeping in mind that what might seem like a quick text that we haven't thought through, could really, with a good attorney might try and piece that together to challenge the ultimate action of the board. And social media posts are becoming an increasing topic of Public Records Act requests. Posts on social media about county business are likely going to be subject to disclosure. And requests are increasing, especially with public agencies. So if the county has a page, if a department has a Facebook page or social media page, those requests are going to be responsive to a Public Records Act request. And this can include Facebook, Twitter, Nextdoor, or whatever social media platform that you might use. And they can also include the private messaging features within that platform itself. So if you're using Facebook Messenger, which isn't open to the public, it would be subject to a Public Records Act request, just like your personal email or your personal text messages. And I think also keep in mind, social media posts, they're difficult to search for county staff. They can be on pages that aren't open to the public. They're difficult to produce, and really the county is often having to rely on self-disclosure of those posts. And the Public Records Act has liability to talk about for the county, but there's also criminal liability within the act itself. And this is in Government Code Section 6200. Every officer having the custody of any record, map, or book, or any paper proceeding of the county there is punishable by imprisonment pursuant to Section 1170 of the Penal Code for 2, 3, or 4 years if, as to the whole or any part of the record, map, book, paper, or proceeding, the officer willfully does or permits any other person to do any of the following: steal, remove, or secrete, destroy, mutilate, or deface, alter, or falsify. So essentially, what this is saying that if you are tasked with being responsible for maintaining records of the county, and those records are destroyed in any way or altered in any way, it can be punishable as a felony. And even if a staff member is not a custodian of records, so isn't subject to that higher felony, they can face misdemeanor liability. And that is if you're not an official custodian of records under the next section, Section 6201, it is a misdemeanor to alter, falsify, destroy, or steal records. And this could result in jail time not exceeding 1 year, or by a fine not exceeding $1,000, or by both. And in addition to personal liability under the Public Records Act, it can have severe consequences for the county. Litigation under the PRA is an increasing area of litigation, and if the county improperly withholds records, the requester can then go to court and enforce that right. And counties are routinely sued under the PRA. The prevailing plaintiff here, which is significant, tells the court that they have to award fees to the prevailing plaintiff. And that's not the norm in all litigation, especially against counties. There's often the court will engage in a weighing and determine whether fees are appropriate. The legislature has decided with the Public Records Act that the court must award fees if that plaintiff prevails. And this can often result in a significant award of attorney's fees against the county, even when the mistake is a very minor one. And the plaintiff need not obtain all of the requested records to be determined to be the prevailing party. If the litigation motivated the county to provide the requested records, the plaintiff can also be considered the prevailing party. And that's called the catalyst theory in state law. And it essentially says you weren't going to do it. And then because of the litigation, the county decided to do it. And so because we then did it because of the litigation, they're entitled to their fees. And it doesn't go both ways with fees. The county, while the prevailing plaintiff is entitled to fees, the county, if we prevail in the end, if we show we withheld records and we were entitled to do so under state law, and we win the case, we are not awarded our attorney's fees unless we show that the request was clearly frivolous. That's a pretty high standard. And that is all I have, but I'm happy to take any questions.
Let's go to the public first, and then we'll come back to the supervisors.
In chambers, Elia Salinas.
Thank you. I am responsible for requesting public records in 2022 and in 2020. And I just coming up here to say that they were very responsive and in a timely manner, and even before, you know, they're due, whatever. And so I give kudos to the county staff for the work that they do. But we all know, you know, people just literally went crazy with requesting all this stuff because they've discovered it. They discovered it because it's their constitutional right, which it is, but they've abused it, and it's been a burden on the county staff. I completely understand that. And when someone told me, you know, found out that I had just done recently, well, they're talking about you because you are also giving the staff work to do. Obviously, that was not my intent, but there are people out there that are taking it, they're abusing this, and it is a burden to the county. And that's why even, you know, you guys, last board meeting, I believe, or the meeting before, you decided that you wanted to probably get a paralegal to help the staff because they were so burdened and so far, you know, they weren't behind because they are answering. And again, there is litigation, and the litigation is because people are abusing this civil rights that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
On Zoom, if you'd like to make a comment, please press *9 on your phone or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Okay, thank you. Let's bring it back to the supervisors. Any questions, concerns, comments regarding this item?
I do.
Madam Chair, if I may, just briefly, during Bree's excellent presentation, she was trying to display the next request portal so that you could see it. It didn't appear on my screen. I don't know whether it appeared on yours, but I would encourage each of you to look at the next request page and get an idea of the range of and the volume of requests that we're receiving, and it indicates you know, the records that we do produce. We are in litigation with one requester, even though we haven't completed our request, because the Public Records Act allows us to, particularly when we've got an extremely extensive request, to meter out the responses over time. And even though we're still in the process of doing that, the requester filed a lawsuit to compel us to complete those, to complete that request. So this is the splash page you get when you open it, and then if you click on all requests, then it will bring up a request. So here we are with 134 requests so far this year, with the last one being today, with which is a common request that we get from companies that are doing environmental assessments of property.
The actual agenda item, and I was able to click on that, so I'm sure the supervisors can do that as well. And I went ahead and added it to my favorites page. It may not be a favorite, but there's 562 requests, you know, that have been submitted on that system. And so I didn't look to see how many are open, but it's available for us. So thank you, Joe, for giving us that. I've already played with it a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so back to the supervisors. Any questions, comments, concerns? Bob? Okay, Bob
Yeah,
and Supervisor Tiffany, and then Kosmicki.
One question I had, if, you know, like during a board meeting, I might take some notes or something like that. Is that public record? And also, am I in violation if after the meeting the notes are no longer necessary and I shred them? Or, I mean, what's the situation with any private notes?
Yeah, that's a great question. And so the county has records retention policies, so that would be the starting point of whether you have to retain your records or not. And your private notes are not required to be maintained, so that you would be able to destroy them. There is an exemption for drafts and notes, but unlike the deliberative process one I showed you before, that exemption requires that those records are normally destroyed. So for your draft notes, if you are not required to retain them, which there's not a policy that, and I can double check that, but I'm fairly confident there's not a policy requiring any of your notes to be maintained, then if you destroyed those in the regular course of business, they would not be subject to disclosure. If they were your deliberative process leading up to it and you're just taking notes and weighing it, then the deliberative process exemption would be an entirely appropriate exemption as well to keep those as confidential notes so that you are able to take notes without having to worry about that.
Thank you very much, but I think that we should let's talk, and then we'll maybe some guidance to the board would be appropriate, rather than just kind of giving, kind of thoughts right now.
I want to be sure, make plans whether I'm going to be spending time in jail in the future.
No, and it also depends on what you do in the normal course of business. Do you save your notes or do you get rid of them?
Yeah.
If you normally get rid of them, then there's no issue, no harm, no foul of getting rid of them. But if you save them, like me, I'm a pack rat. And so that could potentially cause me some trouble unless I institute a different course of business.
That's right.
But, yeah.
Anyway, that was just my question. And, it's public disclosure. We have to be transparent. I understand, as Elliot mentioned, it's unfortunate because I think the law is totally abused at this point. It's unfortunate. I mean, here we are short of funds, and yet we are actually not only looking at hiring a paralegal, but also a full-time attorney to handle this, and that costs the county money. But anyway, it is the way it is, and we are responsive as a county, as Elliot mentioned, and I think we do bend over backwards to do everything properly, and I thank the staff for, and particularly Jennifer and her team that do a great job. Thank you.
Supervisor Kosmicki?
Thank you. Is my diary a public record? No, I'm just kidding.
It can be argued.
I don't have a diary, by the way, because I'm not 13. But to me, it's more of a state issue, and it might be one of those things that we put on the potential list of legislative priorities. And because this does need to be addressed at the state level. It's really all about cost recovery. And I know just the old days when it was a paper system, you had, it was 50 cents a copy or whatever. Now all this stuff's electronic, so there really isn't that sort of inherent deterrent for people to, be cognizant of, spending taxpayer dollars and sending our public officials who, are being sent on these sort of wild goose chases, or what I would say is throwing darts at, the board with a blindfold on. And everything else, when you go get a driver's license, you pay a fee. There's fees for government services, and for whatever reason, this has fallen through the cracks. So I do think it's something maybe to add to that. And then at some point, though, for me, I'd be fine. You can look at my email. If you want to look at my email, come on over. Look at my phone. But I think at some point, we or our state or whatever has to decide if we can maybe find the technology to just, when you write an email, it goes into a database, the public can look at it, a text message goes into a database. If it needs to be confidential, if HR or county council, they could tag it as confidential and it goes into a separate bucket. Really, that's ultimately to me the answer outside of the cost recovery. Thank you.
You'll be pleased to know at the RC conference, they were talking about legislation. They are looking at that. It hasn't been articulated, it hasn't been drafted, but there are thoughts and concerns about addressing this and how it's become used as a sword as opposed to an informational gathering device. And so the state is looking at it. They haven't codified it yet, but they are looking at it. Any other supervisors?
I just wanted to say a couple of closing comments. as was mentioned earlier, you got to get up at what time? 4 in the morning to go through the agenda.
5.
Weekend
I was
work.
calling.
No, I'm just saying reviewing the agenda items and reading them and getting up to speed on them. There's a lot of work to create it. And I just want to thank staff. There's countless hours of putting this together. Today's agenda, I think overall, there's a lot of material, a lot to chew on, and there's a lot of work that we still have to do to keep this moving forward and addressing some of the issues and things that we're confronted with. But I just wanted to thank staff for all their hard work.
Of all the hard copy PowerPoints, this last one would probably be one that would be advantageous for us to have a hard copy of. Only, I don't know if anyone else wants it, but I would like one, only because, again, I highlight, I make comments, I make notes to myself, and it just reaffirms what I have to be mindful of and to make sure I stay within the boundaries of the law. And so that one would be preferred to be a hard copy. Yeah. So then, if there aren't any other questions, then I will, are you ready to talk?
No, yeah.
She's ready to make a motion to adjourn, or are you ready to talk?
Oh, well, I can do both. I was just
Okay.
gonna say, maybe, Ray, find out how many of us would like hard copies, because I don't prefer one. Not to say that you don't want to save the trees, but,
I'm gonna be killing as
but
many trees as I
think
can,
then
I'm sorry.
Just to,
I
just
own
to
that.
kind of conserve resources, yeah. I don't need any for the record.
I bought a case of paper and all kinds of cartridges, I kid you not, to make sure that I can print out what I need to, all these documents and these attachments, because I'm old school. I want to touch the paper, I want to highlight it, I want to make my comments on it, Post-it note, yeah. So on that note, let's take a motion to adjourn and,
So moved.
okay, second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, meeting adjourned. Have a great evening, people.
Yeah, we're going to Ohana to have shave ice drinks.
Bring your own liquor.